the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and right now beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best. 'Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best. 'Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend.
Ooh, this that cute, and a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live ever, never see me on the fence. Best believe it when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this milestone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. 'Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? you want it? 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come and do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come and do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Give it to me now.
I didn't know why we parted. I didn't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. 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 Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Oh. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want.
Moving forward in the future. Now that we're together, now that we're together, moving forward in the future. Now that we're together, now that we're together,
We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. I'm a jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want a story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about what will be. Gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't want.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO3 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better. Wow.
拿下下一个第一，
There's the goal wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let's go wild.
提起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归。
我说过我会回来的。任凭浪起。
And we're back, everybody. Wild Rift League Asia, and we're gonna be your shoutcasters for today's matches. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Giyang, and these are the games that we're gonna be having today. I'm excited to see because there's a lot of APAC teams that are fighting for their lives today, Giyang.
Oh yeah, 2 games right now, 2 APAC matches versus Chinese teams. We have Pen versus Trace Esports as our first series, and then our last series is gonna be up of KT.RY going up against Rare Atom. But we have a really jam-packed action second game for us now because J-Team is gonna be facing off against EDG. This is the match of the week that is going to be very exciting because J-Team is sitting at the second spot right now, and Edward Gaming is a team that initially has been dominating the tournament but has been recently, having a bit of trouble in their matches.
Yeah, they were initially one of the best teams that we have here. They were once at the top of the top on the start of our tournament, but now they're here, back at the slump. 3 losses so far for EDG, and now they have to prove themselves against one of the best that has been consistent in the tournament so far, who has won against FPX recently. J-Team is going to be the ones that they're going to be fighting against. And still, look at this, KBG now in final form, 10-1 on the board.
Oh yeah, the only team to have, we shouldn't be surprised already, right? But it's still something to be really excited about as well. It's a fascinating feat by one of the best, if not the best team right now in this tournament. And even yesterday, we saw the prowess of Andra9 pentakill with a Zeri. He was like, okay, Z was using this one time. Let me try this out. And let me get a pentakill with this as well. Because he wasn't satisfied with being only in the top 2 of our week 1 to 5 highlight reels. Yeah. He wants to secure the top 1 as well.
Yeah. And this is what I like about APAC, though. APAC roster Y at the top, and they have proven themselves against most of the CN teams that we have so far. They have lost twice, but they are still one of the best, or rather, they're the best of the best that APAC has to offer right now. And they're the only ones who can really go toe-to-toe against the Chinese conference teams. And again, against Rare Atom, it would be a breeze for this team to fight against them.
I mean, KT.RY is having a really good performance so far in this tournament, maintaining their top spot. They have been, I think, they're the only team to beat to EDG as of the moment. It's an incredible series that we have seen as well, and now there is again a lot of chances for our APAC team to challenge these Chinese teams. Again, we have our first series, Fennel versus Trace Esports, which is going to be very exciting. Fennel has been having a bit of a hard time recently, just lost against JDG 2 days ago and is in a 4-game lose streak, so they're in a slump as of the moment. But their games have been, getting closer and closer. They're also showing proactivity in the early game. It was demonstrated during their match against JDG, getting a couple of kills, getting a couple of objectives. It's just that in team fighting, that's where they struggle.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems here, Gayang, though. When they struggle on the team fights, that's going to be one of the things that I think Chinese teams are really good at. It's team fighting. They're really good at spacing. They're really good at playing against a lot. And this team, especially Trace Esports with Weiba just on the line, it's gonna be real hard for Fennel Adversity. And now, just looking at the team stats again, I really don't want to look at the team stats at this point, because honestly, it's kind of unfair for Fennel Adversity. I will look at it, because blue side, red side, they're 0-3. They haven't had a score yet, but I do hope to see that Fennel Adversity just come out of their eggshells and be the phoenix that they are.
We are seeing some positive things here, right? First Herald, first Tower as well, a little bit closer towards Trace Esports, so maybe they can try to accelerate the game. They do things very aggressively. They do things very proactively in the early game. The only thing they have to maintain right now is their efficiency into the game. And in this matchup, in this head-to-head matchup that we are going to be seeing, these are the people that are going to be very responsible for those team fighting, especially that Trace Esports is just so deadly. They're becoming more deadly as well as the tournament goes on, especially because of TAC's high synergy with Weiba. And Arisen really has to arise to the occasion and try to step up, managing the team fighting prowess of TAC and maybe try to set up more plays here for Fennel.
Yeah, TAC has been getting a lot of MVPs during our last games, game 1 and 2. He was MVP during the last time that they were there. And a priority to the Gragas would be one of the things that Trace Esports would be looking at. But Arisen needs to really step up on this matchup, because yeah, the KDA, let's not take a look at that. Let's take a look at the other stats that they have. It would be way more fair for Fennel Adversity at that. Now, let's talk about Jaja and also Danny on the Dragon lane. This is going to be a way different matchup. Now, Danny has been very consistent on the Dragon lane. He has been playing so well even with his Lux, but I do think that Danny needs to step away from the Lux, play a lot of different champions, and that could potentially help out Fennel in this next games.
Yeah, Jaja is very stable with both the Ziggs of the Varus or any Dragon Lane champion that he has been using over the past 3 games against OMG, EDG, and even Team Flash just recently last Wednesday. And despite Danny having a much better performance using the Lux, because he had a really good performance, really good stats as well, and scoreline during their match against JDG, at least in the initial part of that game. But it's still not enough to actually enable the team, especially in team fighting. So maybe a little bit of adaptation, maybe a switch towards the Varus would suffice, maybe the Corki as well into Dragon if he wants to maintain that same aggressive playstyle, or maybe try to unlock the Zoe, because some teams, especially in the Chinese region, has still been using this Zoe pick despite being banned or despite being nerfed down. When used by a really talented player, it doesn't seem like so.
Yeah. Now it's gonna be an announcement, everybody, and this is the part that I really love. So let's listen in.
今天是常规赛第6周的第4个比赛日，首场对决呢将由马尼拉 Final 战队对阵 TE 战队。面对于来自积分榜的重重压力，马尼拉 Final 战队能否稳定心态，及时调整？而 TE 战队即将再度遇上来自于 WRL APEC 赛区的队伍，他们又能否保持火热手感，再度刷新最快比赛时长纪录呢？让我们一起期待一下。Hello everyone, welcome back to 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. As the opening, we're gonna have Manila Final versus Trace Esports. Under the deep pressure from the board, will Manila stay optimistic and keep going? And the Trace Esports gonna face again with the teams from Wild Rift League APAC. Can they refresh the shortest time record? Let's check it out in the Rift. 那么接下来呢，就让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give up to Manila Final and Trace Esports.
I heard that your jungle player is quite powerful. Our jungle player said that he want to compete with you.
你们整天都挥吧挥吧，
All right.
我知道你们很怕他，看我们其他人怎么把你们爆杀。
I don't know what that meant, but they were smiling before that, so okay, sure.
It's like they're shrugging off whatever Arisen has said.
Yeah. I really do hope a lot more from Fennel during this game. Manila Fennel really needs to prove themselves, but now on this, all I can say is that Trace Esports is really strong. Fennel Adversity could use this as a really good tool in order for them to really absorb a lot of how the Chinese conference plays, because this is one of the standards.
首先，让我们有请 TE 战队登场。欢迎单人路选手。
I mean,
in the solo lane,
it's Trace Esports. They had such a really good development over the past few days, over the course of the tournament, slowly becoming more stable, more aggressive, and more efficient as well in everything that they do. And one of the reasons why they have that is just because of Weiba and Tak. Again, Weiba Tak synergy is just so good here for Trace Esports. They even invade a lot of times, especially during their match against Team Flash, disabling Team Flash's jungler and just overall disabling the whole team. It's so hard to deal that because Fennel, we have known them to be, quite aggressive at times, but they do have a tendency to slow down the pace, and I think every time they slow down, that will be a window of opportunity here for Trace Esports.
Yeah, and what I think about the playstyle of APAC teams compared to a lot of the Chinese teams is that APAC teams have been losing a lot, not even in the macro, because at this point, they already adapted to the macro playstyle of Trace Esports, or rather, a lot of the Chinese conference teams. The only problem that I see here for them is how would they be able to match the micro skills of this players? Because that is where they lose whenever it comes down to those big team fights, and that's something that the APAC conference teams need to know.
Yeah, team fighting. Even we even saw it from the match of Team Flash. We saw it from the match of Naos and even Fennel just last Thursday. They were really good in the early game, but then when the team fighting came, it's just such a different level how these Chinese teams perform, and it's so difficult to take them down. Most of the time, you get outplayed at times, and maybe if our APAC teams, if Fennel can finally patch up that problem, then that is going to be such a huge development for this team.
Yeah. And overall, it's a very big development that everybody needs for APAC. And now Fennel Adversity, they still have a lot of chances. Just remember, they only had 4 games so far. Four teams that they have bought. This is the 5th time. And when they're fighting against a lot of the lower echelon teams in the Chinese conference, they might have a chance of getting on the top 4. And that's what's important here for Fennel.
And what's going to be important as well is this fight for side, given Danny is going to be playing here for Fennel and Jaja as well. So our ADCs are going to be stepping up. Again, yesterday we saw Andran actually performing again, or our mid laners or other lanes participating in the fight for side, but it has been the trend here right now. ADCs or the Dragon laners just really like stepping up right now with our ADC picks.
Yeah. Oh, I love this. Do you remember this? I think I've been casting with you that time, though, when I said, let's go full marksman. Let's go full marksman compositions, because that would be way better in the 1v1s, because I really hate seeing fighters. Fighters have been winning the 1v1s every time. And now with the marksman, that's different. Now they need to pick 2 champions, which are usually the Caitlyn. And also, another champion that we're seeing a lot is Draven. So now, at least you have something really fun to see. ADC is fighting 1v1s, not what you see every day.
The only thing I don't really like seeing in the Fight for side is Lucian. We have seen it a lot of times already, and I'm just...
Strong, yeah.
It is strong, but...
Very strong.
You know, there's a lot of champions they can experiment with. Samira is something that I really adored seeing here in this tournament, and we only have seen it once as well, and it was Jaja actually that picked it up against Shy during their match against Team Flash. So, well, Lucian, if you really want to secure a win, the Lucian is a really strong champion that these players can just pick up. But I do hope they, at least in the other series, we do see a different champion. We have been seeing a lot of Caitlyn's. We have been seeing a lot of Corkis as well, in which during last Thursday, we have seen it as well by Yitze. But I want to see a different one. Teemo has been a champion that I've been looking forward ever since the start of this rotation, but it always has been banned away. Unfortunately.
It's really hard though. It's really hard when you play against a Teemo, especially when you're an ADC, because you're honestly just gonna be losing. Because the Teemo with the blind on a 1v1 is really strong. The reason why Teemo hasn't been picked up a lot on the normal types of games is because Teemo is only good at 1v1s. There's situations or the situations in where Teemo would really shine.
I hope we do see it one day. One day. But Kaisa is going to be coming through at the very least. We haven't really seen that much success with his champion so far. Jaja is going to be trying to change the tide up. I mean, Kaisa does have a really strong wave clear, especially with the Icathian Rain. When you build AD, when you secure at least 2 BF swords, then you are going to be able to upgrade it. But you always have to keep watch with the piercing light coming in from Delusion. And Danny is going to be trying to abuse that range advantage and poke that he does have.
Yeah, it can be real hard here, especially in the early stages of the game. Once Danny hits level 3, this is gonna be a one-sided matchup on this 1v1s. Because remember, like Icathian Rain doesn't really target champions like solo champions. It targets everything in sight. So Jaja would have the disadvantage here on this 1v1s unless he finds a way to isolate it. And it's showing. It's slowly showing that Danny has the advantage here.
Danny is slowly chipping off the HP bar here of Jaja. But still, I mean, the Void Seeker is hitting Danny constantly. So good job here for Jaja at the very least. Gonna go back into the base. Gonna try to pick up another AD item to increase his Icathian Rain damage. But Danny should get this wave taken and will have a better economy going back into the base. So maybe he can try to pick up the Blade of the Ruin King. Though we have seen a lot of Black Cleavers being picked up, especially because of the HP and the overall utility that it provides.
I honestly think in this 1v1s though, the usual fix that I really expect on a 1v1 champion, I don't really like the Kaisa honestly, because Kaisa really takes a lot of time, especially in PC, or rather in Wild Rift, because you don't really have a lot of tools in enabling the Kaisa. So right here, you can see a lot of the problems showing up, and I can see that Danny would really have the advantage here, because even with the Icathian Rain hitting, Danny still survives pretty healthily.
And Jaja has to really rely on his passive, procking Danny up and trying to get that execution damage later on. Maybe with a Killer Instinct, he would have a really good angle, especially when Danny casts the Culling. So, outplay potential is still there. Exhaust.
Exhaust has been popped, and Danny still can't get the level 1 first blood, or rather the first blood, because doesn't have the piercing light at this point. No mana just yet.
But will have the clear of the wave again, and that should be really good for his money. Maybe he is going to be able to pick up the Black Cleaver and possibly a Boots already, and that is going to provide him more maneuverability against Jaja, especially that level 5 Jaja will unlock the Killer Instinct, so any sort of additional movement speed will be necessary here for Danny.
Yeah, would be really helpful. 2 BF swords, activates a Katian Rain for Jaja, so it could be a lot more threatening at this point for them. Now Final Adversity, what could they do here? Because with Donnie having the advantage and also the bone plating being popped to Jaja, they could still go for a fight, but I really think that it would be a bit disadvantageous for Jaja during this 1v1s. Exhaust has been popped, they have the ultimate, Killer Instinct has been used, and yeah, that's just expected. You expect this on this matchup. Lucian is just going to be winning.
And we see the reactions as well by Rebenga and the rest of the squad there on the camera of Danny just being quite happy. But with that one kill that Danny picked up, he is one step away from having or providing Fennel the side selection priority, which I think is going to be very necessary here for Fennel in trying to take down Trace Esports, because they have a lot of wins on blue side. 9 out of 13, and on red side, only 3 out of 5. So maybe Fennel wants to secure blue side here.
I honestly think that they would really need to have any advantage that they can get against Trace Esports, because you know Trace Esports at this point doesn't really mind picking any side against Final Adversity. I really do hope to see that if ever they could upset a team, Trace Esports would be one of them.
And it's a big stepping stone if ever. Trace Esports is really the team, and if Fennel would win here, that is a big step. That is a huge development by this team. And they have been investing a lot of changes for the team in the meta, in the champs they use. Calling, Beast Exhaust as well.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Invest everything, and if ever you win against Trace Esports in this matchup, a 1v1 win is honestly enough. I'll take that. I'll take that win for APAC. Yeah, a win for APAC is a win for APAC at this point. We're going to be taking anything at this point.
I mean, I was even happy when I saw Luna win against Angela in the 1v1.
Okay, got it though. And wow, Danny showing the moves. And Final Adversity, look at the grandfather of PH League happy at the back.
And that is the same energy that Danny should have in the game as well. Maybe that can step up his game as well. I mean, additional adrenaline,
smiling.
Additional smiles. But yeah,
man. He was.
Jaja was like, oh, respect.
Okay, he was like, okay, yeah, I lost. But look at Fennel. Fennel is happy. The only one not happy with that win was Danny. Look at him. He's not happy with that win.
I've seen this face before. This was the reaction of Chi when he won against Raven in the fight for side. All no smiles, just the game face. Maybe, just maybe, Danny is gonna be stepping up in this game and will channel the energy that he acquired from this fight for side. And we did talk about how it is important for Fennel to choose blue side, but they are actually gonna be picking red side in this. Thoughts, Dash?
Yeah. All I can say though, all I can see here, if ever they're gonna be picking against Trace Esports, blue side would be way favorable in a lot of the APAC teams. Because remember how APAC teams really prioritize this one champion that they always prioritize. Jace is always a priority. Every time, man. At this point, I really hate seeing Jace at this point, because everybody loves picking up the Jace, and it's really hard to see them lose with the Jace every time, because Jace is a really strong champion. Jace has been nerfed a lot, but on the hands of APAC teams, they would really love the advantage that the Jace has, even in the weak side of the lane.
We do see some people just struggling using the Jace. Some players in the mid lane, some people as well when it is used in the Dragon lane. So it's causing more problems than solutions, right? But let's see if Fennel would change it up. I mean, there are only two things that they can do right now, right? Is either adapt into the mid lane, try to use a different champion here for themselves, or try to use the Jace and try to improve on it. And we have seen some players actually improve with this champion as well. Maybe, just maybe, we would see the same here for Acker or Danny as well. Maybe that is the necessary change that they might need here for this game against Trace Esports. Maybe Danny can show us a different champion as well, possibly the Varus or the Zoe, or maybe a better performance with the Ziggs, because the Senna has always been banned away. Ever since the tone down on the Zoe, we have seen a lot more of the Senna bans.
That's interesting though. Pick up the red side would definitely ban the trifecta of a lot of the champions that we have for the Chinese conference. The Aatrox, the Zoe, and even the Camille. You don't really want to give them that. That could be a possibility here. Give them the Jace. Find something that could deal with the Jace in lane, like a Lucian or a Corki. And that could possibly help out Fennel adversity in this matchup though.
I'm still gonna be nervous for this side of Fennel because it is a big disadvantage for me to have to ban the Camille and the Aatrox. That leaves you only one ban left. And you have to really shut down Weiba here. There's a lot of champions that he can just use in this game. And we do see a lot of respect coming in from Trace Esports as well. The Shen gonna be negated, the Akali as well from Acker just to deny him that high mobile champion in the mid lane. Zoe as well gonna be respected just in case Danny picks it up. But we all know that Jaja can use a lot of champions in the Dragon lane. So in terms of options, it's not gonna be a problem here for Trace Esports.
Yeah, they're forcing Fennel adversity to go for the Ziggs, but now with the Yone down, I was thinking about the Yone, but remember the Fiora? Last time that they used it on the side of Trace Esports? Oh man, that was scary on the hands of Weiba, and that activated them a lot more. Jace has been baited out right here, and Chinese conference teams really knows that APAC teams really love their Jaces. And this Jace is going to be a first pick for them just to deny that fact. And what I love about this is that Trace Esports aren't playing around. They're picking the champions that Fennel adversity would love to pick themselves.
You know what I would love seeing here on Fennel?
What?
A Gragas and a Varus. But they have picked up the Nautilus, which is not so bad as well. But I also want them to pick up the Varus. That champion has been shining ever since like this week. Yes, this is a good development. Lock it in.
Yeah,
there very good.
Prayers have been answered. Gyeong, you prayed so well. Now we have the Nautilus, we have the Varus here. Gragas is gonna be on the other side. Trace Esports would just pick that up. Because you know what? Honestly, the big thing that I've seen so far from the games from the APAC and China, or rather even the Chinese conference teams, Gragas or Nautilus, pick up one, you're gonna be good with the other, and people have been respecting one most of the time, especially for Chinese conference teams on the hands of Tak. Remember Tak picking up the Gragas, gaining 2 MVPs on one series against Team Flash.
Yeah, and he gets his hands on the same champion again here in this series. Same amount of performance can be implied or expected here by Tak. And I am gonna be looking forward to seeing what champion Weiba is going to be picking up for this particular game as well. That is a lot of sustain that they are going to be acquiring and late game scaling with the Senna. And we have talked about the Senna being mostly banned away as well in this tournament. And now as it becomes open, that opens up so many possibilities for the lineup of Trace Esports, because now they can bank on late game. Maybe they can pick up the Renekton as well for the Baron lane, have the Jace into the mid lane, and then just have a lot of scaling in their hands. But Fennel banking on the Lucian should be a good sign here for them, because this has been the case whenever there is a Jace, Corki or Lucian pops off on the other side and then creates a very difficult scenario for the Jace.
Okay, yeah, there you go. As you said, you were telling us about this Jace though, and picking up the Lucian was a really important start here for their side, because remember, the Lucian versus Jace matchup has been a match made in heaven. Since LoL PC, we know that this matchup is always gonna be there. The Corki has been a good substitute to the Lucian. Lucian always has the advantage here on this matchup, but most of the time, even on that fact, when it comes to the mid game, that is when the Lucian struggles a bit, because there's a bit of a valley in the power spike of a Lucian, and that is when most Chinese conference teams knows that they can exploit this power creep that the Lucian has during that time. So this is something that is still debatable at this point.
Also, when team fighting occurs, especially on Chinese teams, they are just so efficient, so aggressive in the team fighting capability that they do have. It can threaten the Lucian pick as well. Just one setup coming in from Tak, and we all know how good it is with the Gragas as well. So that is a massive threat towards the squishy members here of Fennel. They really have to find a way to counter this, find a way to shut down Tak later on. We have talked about Aryzen having a big responsibility to track him down, try to negate some of his engages. With the Nautilus, that should be the case. Let's see if he is going to be popping off. The Vipic is It's going to be huge here.
Honestly, it's a interesting, not in a good way for me. Picking up the Vi, maybe on the second rotation, the Vi could be good. On the, if ever a Ryzen would be picking that up for them, make it the last pick, could have been better. Because if they pick up the Fiora here, you can't shut down a Fiora with the Vi. You can't. And it would be really hard. It's a good thing that Trace Esports isn't considering picking up the Fiora. And here, wait a second.
They can. Yep. Weibo is back on the
He's
Fizz.
back.
He's back.
Man, what? He's back with a Fizz pick. No way is this. Okay, we have an interesting game right on our hands, everybody. Get your popcorns, get your water. It's very hot right now. It's gonna be a fun game that we have today here.
It's gonna be a blazing game number 1. No Fiora as well for Trace Esports. They're gonna be banking on the late game scaling of the Jack. So that should provide Chaz with the opportunity in the early game using the Renekton. I am loving this. Loving this from Fennel. And look at the odds. Viewer support rating going towards Fennel as well. 57 to 43. Wow.
Thanks to our viewers. Thank you for supporting Fennel Adversity, everybody. 57% on Fennel Adversity. Wow, this is a very big swing to the side of the Filipino squad. And now, with this, we can definitely see Trace Esports. Overall, this composition that they drafted on the side of Trace Esports really doesn't have a lot of big advantages. Jax has been one of the quote-unquote bad picks that we have here in the tournament. Not because he's weak, but because most of the time people don't know how to activate a Jax. And Fennel Adversity has the most classic setup that we have here in the tournament. So there's a chance for Fennel Adversity here. It all comes down to how they play around it. Because we know that Trace Esports, even on the hands of Weibo, this Fizz could be very deadly.
Yeah, Fennel keeping things simple, linear, but maintaining a really deadly scenario here for Trace Esports. Naturally, we are going to be looking at the Baron lane later on. So Renekton and the Nautilus versus the Jax and the Senna. That should provide such a good kill pressure here for Fennel, and they have to abuse it. They also have the Vi. So in terms of laning phase, that is going to be a tool that Fennel can actually just channel into this game as well. Backline assets should be unlocked. A lot of team fighting potential is present here for Fennel. And Trace Esports will take some time to scale up since they do have the Jax and the Senna.
Yep. And taking a look at what they can do here, though, for the side of Fennel Adversity. If ever they're gonna go for the champions, okay, Conqueror has been picked up by Varus. I was waiting for the pickups that they have here for Fennel Adversity, because this could potentially be an AP Varus if they are looking for a bit of an AP scaling champion on their side. That could potentially be helpful here for the team. We haven't seen it a lot. We have seen it only in the SEA Games. And honestly, it wouldn't really work here. It wouldn't really work here because it's going to be very hard. But let's see on what Fennel has in store for us. Maybe they have something surprising like that for us.
We actually have seen the AP Varus yesterday during the match of Invade Esports for Weibo Gaming. And Raven tried it out. Didn't pop off so well. After that, game number 2, Chi picked it up, the Virus, and tried the AD version or the lethality version, and just secured the MVP. That is pretty much how it goes.
Honestly, what you lose when you go for AP is that you lose a lot of wave clear, because Piercing Arrow doesn't really deal a lot of damage in itself if you go full AP. That's why it's really hard to make work of that. And this composition that they have for Fennel Adversity, it wouldn't really work because they don't have wave clear.
They don't have. They have to rely on the Varus picking up AD at all. Because if they don't, I mean, there is a big cooldown on the calling, and they can't just use it every time there is a wave.
Right, that's true. Now here, based on what we're looking at for Trace Esports, it's the same thing. They just want to make the top side of the map at least a lot more possible. Look at this. Body Slam has been used. Weibo was a bit too late on that. Flash has been used on both sides, so there's an equal trade, but this can be ganked again by Weibo.
Fortunately, Weibo isn't level 5 just yet, so no Chum the Waters, but it's just really deadly with this Gragas. 6-0, 100% win rate on this champion is just an incredible sight to see here for Trace Esports. And Fennel having a wave shove in their tower. Will they engage?
Yeah, they can't really engage here at this point. It's not a lot of damage until they got the Grandmaster Smite from Lee Sao. So after he gets the Grandmaster's Might, maybe they can go for the engage here top side of the map. But it's looking like even on this matchup, they're having a bit of a disadvantage in where we expect they would have. Cease and desist. Chain of Corruption has been popped. Tak is low in HP, but he will be still surviving for the point. First blood has been taken by Weiba, and Trevor is going to be next on the chopping block. Weiba is just going to be taking this kill on the bank and invest it onto the team.
Again, Wave attack synergy. Weibo was waiting for the opportunity. They knew that Trevor is going to be engaging onto them. Secure the isolation play as well. Tower damage hitting onto Trevor a lot, and that provided Weibo to get the kill on to Danny. And just so bad happening here for Fennel. Check out the replay and how it actually happened. Vault Breaker has been used already, and then the Chum the Waters onto Danny. No money to work around. Trevor took 3 turret shots as well. Just a smite to slow him down, and then Weiba pick up a double kill.
Yeah, that's a good start though, especially for Trace Esports starting off the bottom side of the map. They took a long time. If ever they got the kill as fast as they could against Tak, that could have been way better for Fennel Adversity, but because they weren't, great synergy again, as you said, for Trace Esports, and Weiba getting a 2-0, that's really bad for Fennel.
This is very scary. You don't want to give any kills to a Ziggs early into the game because the damage is just going to accelerate so high for this champion of Weiba. And Fennel, they don't necessarily have the tankiest members, especially that they do have double ADCs. So now bottom lane is going to be very scary for Danny. Trace Esports is going to be looking for a lot of ways to unlock bottom lane and deny some of the experience and gold here for Danny. Maybe work around securing Dragon as well. Deny the RH as well from Fennel, because now as they lose 2 people or lose 2 kills, that is a lot of hesitation and fear inflicted on Fennel. And Trace Esports can just abuse that fact.
Yeah, it's a good thing that they have something to work with here for the side of Fennel Adversity, that they have Serpent Fang has been built already by Danny onto their side, because right now what they can do here in the bot side, Acker having a bit of a problem here against Rose. They have the Chum the Waters that they can use if ever they want to silence someone. Rose is going to fall down, and Weiba is left alone with 4 members looking at him. That Chain of Corruption is going to stop him from working, and 2 kills to the side of Fennel.
And no answer as well coming in from Trace Esports now.
Dragon.
Tak has to check up this bottom side river. They don't have the numbers to work around it. Fennel can just take it up.
Yeah, they can take the Dragon easily, but now they have the damage. Horizon has used already the stasis to buy some time. Trace Esports doesn't have the damage at this point, and they're just going to be taking that objective really easily.
This is something that we have been looking forward to an APAC team. This is something that we have been looking forward to Fennel as well. This is a big improvement. This is the step up that they need in this game to take on Trace Esports. 2 kills into the Dragon. No answers from Trace Esports except for this RH should suffice. And Fennel can just bank on scaling into this early game. We have seen the stats earlier. They're very low in the first Dragon, but now they're starting to step up, starting to be more investful in their scaling, which should be a good sign. Trace Esports having to secure the RH should allow them to pick up the first tower, but it's as long as it's not mid lane, it should be fine.
Yeah, it's good. It's good that they gave the Rift Herald to the side of Trace Esports. But remember, when it comes to Chinese conference scenes, once they take a hold of your top side and bot side of the map, they take the towers there. That's going to be a really good start for them, because that is when they start to just play around the map, and this top side of the jungle is gonna be taken over by Trace Esports, which could potentially be a problem here to Fennel Adversity. They need to be aware on where Weiba is every step of the way.
With where Tak is, because these guys just set up so beautifully in every fight that occurs. And one of the ways that Fennel can actually take them down is maybe to try and isolate them. As long as Tak is a little far away from the other allies, as long as you can disable his team fighting prowess and setting up the isolation plate, maybe Fennel would have a bit of a better chance, because the other members of Trace Esports is not online yet. Jax is still in this early game, Senna as well, and Weiba hasn't really picked up a lot of kills.
That's gonna be good. That charge knocked up into the air, but once they saw Weiba, they know that that could be a problem. We could lose a lot of members here if we try to dive them.
Yeah, really good call there to back off. Fennel shouldn't be risking too much in those dives, because one counterplay coming from Weiba can lead to the disastrous result. And even if they have picked up a lot more kills than Trace Esports, in the tower, they are actually ahead 1k.
Yeah. Miss is making it hard. They can still go. That's going to be a hold to their side. They have the Chain of Corruption to stop them from falling through. Chum the Waters has been used. It's a good thing it doesn't hit, because that could have been a kill to the side of Trace Esports.
But now Rose is split pushing into the top lane. This is the side lane priority that you have talked about a while ago. Now, top lane tier 2 is taking a beat down. Chaz has to retaliate. They has to clear out the waves. Fennel losing a grip on the other side.
That's a great hold. Now Acker might fall down here, forces the flash. That's going to be good. Fennel Adversity is going to be having a struggle here in the bot side. They can still go for a gank here.
Grabber though, going to be spotted out here in this red side jungle. Almost. But still able to pick up his red. Now bottom side is going to be priority for Trace Esports. They want to secure another tower. Tak is also there, just providing more assurance in the lane and completely zoning away the Nautilus. And Ryzen is trying to ask for help here from the rest of the squad. A lot of members actually go here in the meantime.
Yep. Ryzen might be in trouble. They have it. Danny, no! Why did you walk there? Chum the waters. It's a good thing it wasn't able to follow through. Shock Blast to the Chain of Corruption. All part of the plan. Never mind what I said. That was planned by Fennel Adversity.
1 HP. He lives. And the follow-up for Fennel is just on point. No hesitation at all. Now they can push mid lane. Maybe try to get this tower taken out. The other members from Trace Esports is just too far away.
Yeah, they can go for the push. Fennel Adversity could push to the mid lane, but they lost their bottom lane, which is what Trace Esports wanted all along. But it is still a good trade. That opens up the map a lot, especially for this next objective.
As long as they survive the burst downs coming in from Trace Esports, they should be fine. In early game is the way to go. But late game comes, that is going to be a deadly Jax, a deadly Senna, even a more deadly Fizz. Because the members of Fennel is just so squishy and they have to really step up. Actually, I'm going to be a little bit worried for them because, yeah, it is so far not trailing, or they're not trailing that far behind. Only 1,500 gold behind against Trace Esports. But they should be the one controlling the map, but it's not the case. Tak has been so good in maneuvering around this riverside and just preventing Fennel from having a really good access towards it.
Yep. Great access for the Rift Herald. Top side has been taken out. Trace Esports could potentially just go here if ever they want to. They weren't able to hit the dredge line onto Horizon, but they can get the kill on him. It's not really that tanky at this point.
Renekton from Chaz is on top side. Trace Esports is more collected as of the meantime, so Fennel has to go with the pokes for the meantime. Try to dodge ones coming in from Rose as well, and also try to avoid the initiation from Tap, because just one cast, one isolation play can lead to the demise here of Fennel. And now Trace Esports banking on getting some vision here in the bottom side. They want to deny the second dragon from Fennel. Dredge line.
Dredge line was able to hit. What's hard about this is that Rift Herald shouldn't be contested at this point in the game. They don't have any more platings, so it wouldn't be that valuable at this point in the game. Now Chaz tries to start out. They have Cease and Desist to use on Lee Sao. He's going to be going away with a Leaf Strike. That's a lot of flashes. And now Lee Sao is going to be surviving. Grandmaster Smite is helping him out. Counter-Strike right there. He's not going to be able to go for here. Chum the water's perfect timing. And that's going to be jungler down. Fennel Adversity is running. They're trying to go away. They have the Chain of Corruption, but it's not going to help out. Stasis right here. In front is Chaz, but it's not going to be that helpful. A lot of members right here of Trace Esports still super low, but Fennel Adversity lost 2 members already.
Yeah, and it started with a really good escape there coming in from Lisa. Double dash, double jumps that allowed him to create so much space for Trace Esports to collapse onto Fennel. Really good flank coming in from Wave as well with the jump of the waters, the isolation. All the ultis was invested by Trace Esports to separate the members of Fennel, and it all started it here. Fennel shouldn't have actually, invested a lot. Went too deep there, chasing down Lisa, because that provided a lot of better positions here for Trace Esports. Look at them trying to collapse. Look at the sandwich position here of Fennel. Everyone was just in a bad spot, and with just one combination, there was no way for Fennel to just escape. Losing 2 members just because of a one deep dive. Tak was doing such a good job isolating the other members as well, so that they couldn't follow up. That allowed Trace Esports to get the dragon, and now they're setting up.
Priorities in the Vi could be a problem here, but if Fennel Adversity, once they use the Cease and Desist, usually they lose a lot of their space already, and that is not a threat for Trace Esports. Now they're trying to go in. Dredge line wasn't able to hit, and they got the refill for free. Fennel wasn't even able to just contest that.
And that is the fear that has been injected here towards the minds of Fennel just because of one bad team fight. That is how these Chinese teams are just so good. Now they unlock mid lane. Now they unlock a 4,000 gold lead. against Fennel, even having a really good jungle access towards the camps of Trevor. This is not looking good for Fennel so far. What they should be doing is trying to look for picks. Try to shut down, maybe try to shut down Weva, try to shut down Rose, try to get any single kill here against Trace Esports, because once they give the leverage, once they give the space here for Trace Esports, they're just going to be abusing it.
They don't really have a lot of things to work with here for Fennel Adversity, because remember, they only had the mid lane turret. It's going to be real hard for them to go for shutdown golds, to try to go for anything, but that's the only solution in this problem right now. They would need to get the shutdown goals against a lot of these members. It's 4-4 on kills, but again, it's still gonna be very hard for Fennel Adversity to work that way through in this games that we're gonna be having today.
Lisa is starting to pop up as well, so side lane priority is gonna be really good now for Trace Esports. They have the Jace to work around it. 1-3-1 is gonna be the setup here for Trace Esports and Fennel. They cannot contest it at all. The Jack is starting to be a problem.
Oh no.
Chaz's Renekton is starting to fall off. Oh no.
Chum the Waters has been used. Horizon was able to flash away with the stasis. Now this is going to be good. Trace Esports, what they can look for, try to go for it. Ruthless Predator was Counter-Strike, dodged away. Lisa can still flash away from this season. This is going to be used. They invested a lot on this guy. Counter-Strike is available right now. Chaz might fall down. He used the flash himself. Tag is going to go in. Body slam to get the kill. And that's going to be the next one on the chopping block. Trevor's going to fall. And that's another on the pockets of Trace Esports.
Fennel goes too deep again. Too much under an investment, overstay there, trying to get a kill onto Lisa twice in a row now. And Trace Esports has punished them twice as well. Now they are in a 6k goal lead. Now they have better access towards this Baron. They are trying to bait Fennel, or maybe even infiltrate their jungle as well. They are just so confident in this game, and this is how it has worked out for them during their last series as well. When Team Flash was making a couple of mistakes, when Team Flash was aggressive in the early game, after the team fight occurred, after Trace Esports won the fights, they just started taking control of the whole game.
Yeah. Now, Trace Esports going in, they want to get the kill on anybody at this point. They would need any advantages that they can have, because right now, Trace Esports has a really big goal lead, 7k goal lead on the board, and Fennel Adversity is struggling to convert anything to something, because right now their damage is not even enough to actually take down Lisa. Was just pushing in the bot lane a while ago.
And this is where your comment about the Lucian is starting to really materialize as well. We haven't really seen Acker do a lot of damage here, even in the laning phase against Rose's Jace. And even on team fights, it just completely gets zoned away. At most, he is able to use the calling, but not anything else. Now they have to step up, maybe try to catch onto Tack.
Yeah, season this is. Dredge line pushes him back, and that stasis is going to be helpful. Trevor might fall down here. Chum the Waters is going to be used. He's going to be the next target right here. If Weibo was able to survive, but at least Fennel Adversity got one kill.
Yeah, Trace Esports was too separated at that time. Lisa was split pushing into the bottom lane, and we have Rose as well split pushing into the top lane. So that provided at least one kill for Fennel to have a breathing space after the moment, because they are completely being suffocated here by the members of Trace Esports all the time. Or every time that Fennel tries to gank a single member here of Trace Esports, they completely get shut down and gets completely annihilated as well. Now with one kill onto Tack, maybe they can step up. Maybe that can be a way for them to have access here on the bottom side river. But Trace Esports is having a really good death brush. They have to be very careful.
Don't have vision at this point. So right now, Fennel Adversity really needs to go in. Rose going to be the target. Season this is. They don't have the Chain of Corruption just yet to hold him down. It's not going to be a kill. Lisa in front of Hacker 1. It's not going to be getting anything at this point. Fennel Adversity used a lot of ultimates during that time, and Trace Esports has a lot to work with still.
Yeah, they have the Dawning Shadow as well. They didn't use it in that previous interaction, but now Fennel still going to be committing onto this Dragon. Trace Esports can just go in.
Yeah, they can go in. The hole's going to be there. Dredge line's not going to be helpful, but the backline has been accessed by Fennel Adversity. That's going to be good, but Lisa's already in front of Danny. Danny's going to fall. Right now, Horizon's going to be the next one. Trevor tries to go away, but the jump the one is going to slow him down to the hold, and Weiba is going to be taking him down, and he still is not stopping. The members of Trace Esports just decimated them on that dragon take. They didn't even bother to take the Infernal Drake, because this game could be ended right now, and Fennel Adversity is just gonna fall through. Trace Esports just make work of Fennel Adversity, and that is how you play around this composition, even with a Fizz. And Trace Esports takes game 1.
Not even with a Fizz, but with a Fizz as a really good pick right now for Weiba. He made full use of this champion. Triple kill at the very end as well, getting 2 kills even in the bottom lane as an answer towards the gank there of Fennel. And just the team fighting prowess, man. It's just on a different dimension. They knew that Fennel adversity wouldn't have the tools to work around in this team fight. They used a lot already. The season desist, the depth charge, even the chain of corruption was used already just to try and take down TAP. And they having to have no access towards that in the next fight paved the way for Trace Esports to just take them down. They dished the dragon because they knew they can just end the game. They knew that they are just so far ahead. The death timers are really long now, and they have a really good cleanup onto the members of Fennel. It has been demonstrated a clear discipline here of Trace Esports all throughout the game.
Yeah, all I can see during that game though was whenever it comes down to it, Chaz is having a problem with the checks. Because every time the counter-strike gets popped by Lee Sao, his Ruthless Predator always hits that counter-strike. And that is one of the things that you really need to think about whenever you're playing a Renekton against a Jax, because that counter-strike is deadly against the Renekton. Yes, it's been the Renekton versus the Jax, it's usually the Renekton favored. But when Lee Sao plays like that, it's gonna be real hard. Also, one of the things that I also seen, the reason why they pick up this Fizz is because whenever they try to engage on the side of Fennel adversity, Fizz is just gonna throw the Chum the Waters. Once he throws the Chum the Waters, everybody's gonna be running away. And that's how you use that champion on this types of composition. And that's a very smart way of using it on the side of Trace Esports.
Actually, it has been used similar to how a chain of corruption works, and when Weiba uses it, it isolates the member of Fennel, completely shattering their positions, strengthening just their intended strategy into a team fight. And it is a really good sign coming in from Weiba as well. And TAP is just so good in team fighting. I'm not even gonna be surprised if he gets MVP or even Weiba. They're just so good working around. And even in the initial fight, we have seen them just popping off, baiting the members of Fennel and putting them down, and we haven't really seen that early game prowess that we have been asking for Fennel. Despite the composition that they had, it's just a clear discipline that is being shown here and demonstrated by Trace Esports. It will be difficult for Fennel coming towards game number 2, especially because of how Trace Esports has decimated them completely in this game. But I hope their hopes are not up right now, or down rather, because they still did a pretty good job in some of the fights, able to get a couple of kills, get 2 kills in exchange for nothing, get a couple of objectives as well, especially when they did take that dragon up. What they only need to fix right now is the overcommitting, because Lee Sao baited them twice in a row, and Weiba just popped off entirely in the game.
MVP really on a Fizz. This is going to be on the boards. This is going to be on the history books, everybody. MVP on the Fizz in the jungle for Weiba right now in the WRL. And right now, one of the things that I've seen there is that it could really be a problem here moving forward for Fennel adversity, is that how they would really answer what they're gonna do after the first objective, after the first tower has been taken, especially at the top side and bot side. That is when they started to struggle. They need to answer that on this next one, because remember, they have Icons level talent on their team, and they really need to show that during this next game. Right now, that is it for now. Gion Gaming, we're just gonna be taking a short break before we head into game 2. We're having a casters. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Gion. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference. adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game?
Back to the game, everybody. This is going to be game 2, and Fennel Adversity needs to come back from that loss a while ago. And again, everybody, that was such an, honestly, a really great game for Trace Esports, because they performed really well on a composition that we didn't really expect that they would be able to perform so well. I mean, it's a Chinese conference team, so we expect them to always perform well. But on that composition, that's a big difference, yeah.
Yeah, they completely decimated Fennel in that particular game, despite the really aggressive composition that Fennel has drafted for game number 1. Game number 2, I hope it's going to be different. I hope we do see some sign of life coming in from Fennel, as they do stick on red side. So in terms of banning, the same problems is going to be there, but maybe they do want to secure the 2 picks. I hope they do ban out or take away the Gragas away from Tak, because he's just so good with a champion. A while ago, they actually picked up the Jace first, but Fennel picked up the Nautilus and the Varus, right? So hopefully they do pick up the Gragas and the Varus instead.
Deny tax Gragas. That's going to be important here for the team. Yes, I honestly think that even if they give them the Senna on the side of Trace Esports, it's still going to be okay. Give them the Jace, give them the Senna, it's okay. The problem that we've seen there from them is that they didn't know how to play against a Jax. And that's one of the problems that we have here in a tournament, because most teams know how to play against a Jax. And usually, a Jax gets shut down even before he would be able to buy his first item. And that's how you really deal with it. Once you get a good thing going for your Baron lane, that is a good start for the team.
Yeah, the best answer to a late game scaling champion is to beat him down early into the game. And we haven't really seen that from Fennel during game number 1. Despite having the Senna and the Jax in the top lane against a Renekton and the Nautilus, we haven't really seen any engage coming in from both Chaz and Arisen. So that's something that they really have to step up. Have the confidence, go in, you should be the one winning, and also try to watch out for the counter strike, because that is something that we have seen a lot of times towards Chaz going up against Lisa. He uses the Ruthless Predator, right, onto the counter strike, and it's not gonna be that case. You have to bait out the counter strike first, or land your Ruthless Predator before he uses the Counter-Strike. I think that should provide a window of opportunity here for Fennel, but looks like they are still going to be sticking with the Nautilus and Varus.
Yeah, I honestly think if they need to change something, it was the second rotation of picks. The Vi really need a bit of change for the team here. The Renekton was okay. The Vi, they didn't really need the Vi there in that composition. They needed a bit of damage after, because once you got hold of that single target damage from the Varus, or rather single target CC from the Varus and even the Nautilus, that's good enough. You need someone to use the damage in your favor. If they can really work around here, I think I was about to say Corki could have been better here for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah. I want to see the Corki as well because they are lacking magic damage. And you can't really build AP Varus because it's just not looking good. It just don't. Right? So having the Lucian now should have the same situation as a while ago. We didn't really see that much prowess coming in from Acker with this Lucian into the mid lane. Not much bullying onto Rose in the laning phase, and even on team fights who was isolated at times. And now it's going to be more difficult because you don't have a Senna here for Trace Esports. They have a Ziggs. So that is a big zoning tool with a Mega Inferno Bomb. A lot of times we will be expecting seeing both Acker and Danny falling back just because they got hit by the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Yeah, and the damage coming from the Mega Inferno Bomb, what's great about it, at least for the side of Fennel Adversity, is that it takes a long time before that damage is going to be very significant for the team there. So it takes him 2-3 items before that damage is going to be enough. What's scary about the Ziggs is that because a while ago Fennel Adversity tried to push for mid pretty fast, they can't really do that at this point because it would be really hard when you have a Ziggs on the other side.
Now they have to deny the Rift Herald because Raze Esports, when they do get their hands on the Rift Herald, then it's gonna be a bad sign here for Fennel. And
mid lane down.
We do,
yeah,
that's mid lane down. That is
yeah.
Their jungle camps immediately taken away for sure. And Raze Esports, we have even seen them invading a lot ever since they unlocked that mid lane tier 1. It took a lot of time for them to do it, but when they did in game number 1, they completely denied Fennel of every resource they had in their jungle. Shyvana is... well, no. Maybe the Wukong would suffice here for Fennel. A while ago, they actually banned it out. But maybe with the Wukong, it can provide a lot more...
that's way better.
You know, crowd control, frontline, engage and disengage as well. And having to be able to use a Cyclone twice should provide you more maneuverability at the very least.
Honestly, that's way better. Picking up the Wukong was available a while ago. That could have been way better. The follow-up to the Chain Corruption, that charge, you have a Cyclone and gives access to the backline, that would be way easier to work with because you know what, Wukong is such a strong pick, especially here in Wild Rift. But now on the other side, Trace Esports is looking for a different way here, going for the Zed. I'm looking at what jungler are they going to be using here. Are they going to be giving Weiba another different pick? Are they going to be giving him the Amumu go full AP? That's... I don't know about you, Trace Esports, but okay. They went in for the Renekton, so this is going to be a Zed for Weiba.
Zed. Yeah, and it is going to be much better now for Trace Esports. A while ago, they picked up the Jax, right? And theoretically, the Jax should have lost against the Renekton, but it didn't make it work. Now it becomes more scary having Lee Sao pick up the Renekton, and he had secured a couple of MVPs with his champion, I believe, as well. And having to face off now a Garen, well, Fennel is going to be looking to at least just delay or stall out the top lane. Maybe try to deny the usual kill potential of the Renekton. It should be a good sign. They also have some frontline to work around with.
Yeah. This is way better of a composition because the Renekton, really, when you have the early game, when you don't get the early game, it's just going to be really hard for the Renekton. You know, it's going to be staying behind. But with the Garen, it's way better. Garen has been pretty strong, has been very consistent in the tournament so far, has been a favorite staple pick of everybody, may it be APAC, may it be the Chinese conference. If you don't really know what to pick for the last one, pick up the Garen. Garen is going to be answering that and is going to be a good pick for your composition anyway. So here, for Trace Esports, more classic, more standard. Only difference is that they have a Zed in the jungle for their side. So this is, I can see a way more standard win for Trace Esports if ever they're going to be dominating the APAC conference. But the APAC conference is not going to let them do that because with this composition, they have a better chance.
They have a better team fighting base composition right now for Fennel. I do believe they have a standing chance as long as Acker doesn't die into the mid lane, does induce to the Zed matchup, because again, if Rose does get his hands on the Zed, gets his hands onto the backline access, it's going to be very scary here for Fennel. Having to have 2 ADCs going up against a Zed is so scary. The Renekton as well can just slip through the front lines with the slice and dice. And I mean, the design here of Trace Esports composition is particularly for that backline access. Mega Inferno Bomb, the Cass, the Renekton, even the Jace with a Shockwave, and the Zed with his ultimate Death Mark is going to be very scary here for Fennel. So early game, they have to really play safe here for Fennel. Maybe try to get a couple of kills, especially into the top lane, because naturally we can see Lee Sao being able to shove the wave constantly into the tower there onto Chaz. And chum the waters.
Yeah, I like what it's called, chum the waters. Yeah, that's true. Chum the waters. That's what happened during the last game. But again, everybody, Trace Esports, what they can do here is that right now, a bit of a change in the playstyle, because Tak is going to be the one rotating compared to what it was a while ago. So with this, it's a bit of a change. What I like about Trace Esports is that this early game is going to be easier to maneuver for them, because remember, a Jace, a Zed, and even a Renekton in the early game really deals so much damage, even with Fennel adversity. So I expect that we see a lot of fights on that first objective, because they do have a lot of firepower in the early game.
And hopefully Fennel adversity would have a really good chance in shutting down Lee Sao early into the game, because we have talked about the natural wave clear of a Renekton, shoving down the wave into the tower here of Chaz, and Chaz can just try to freeze the wave here, providing more pressure towards Lee Sao, especially with the help here of Horizon.
Yeah. Especially right now, one of the big struggles right here for the side of Trace Esports in the early game is that in the early game, this Zed, look at what they're doing. The rotation is way different. They sent their support on the Fennel adversity side to the top side of the map, and Tak was just staying in the mid lane, because Tak knows that on the early game, Lucian would have the advantage against the Zed, so just let him farm up a bit once he gets to level 5, or rather even level 4. It's go time. It's go time right now for that Zed.
Yeah. And Acker is feeling it as well. Looks like Fennel is going to be looking to maybe go here into the top lane. That is 4 people rotating here. Trevor has a really good access as well onto the backside.
Yeah,
oh, flash.
Tries to go in. Trevor doesn't have the ultimate just yet. They have a lot of damage. I think they're just going forward here. They got the first blood, but Chaz is also going to fall down. It's going to be 2 for this side. The care falls down 2. 2-1. Nostalgia from the last game.
Yeah, very questionable as well. They didn't have the depth charge. They didn't have the Cyclone. So why would they try to gank into the top lane? That is a lot of numbers as well, a lot of members for Fennel just to try and secure a kill onto really tanky members of Trace Esports. The Renekton can just pop in the Dominus. The Gragas can just try to sustain himself. And let's see how it actually occurred. Trevor tried to initiate. Chaz took a bit of damage. Actually, Arise took a lot of damage from the tower. And that allowed Trace Esports to at least negate one front line of Fennel. Chaz pushed through with the Mash and Justice, and when Acker was there, it's already too late. The members of Fennel was already backing out, and he finds himself just alone with a Ninja and the Crocodile.
Yeah. That's one of the problems here for... Oh, man. That's one of the things that I don't really expect Fennel adversity to go for. I don't know if they're just trying something out. They tried to go for the gank even without the ultimates on their side, and that's going to be a problem. Dominance has been popped. Called to get some healing on Lee Sao. Damage not going to be there. Now going to be the target on the other side. Tak is going to be trying his best to do something. The Bastion Justice tries to get it, but Lee Sao survives. And Trace Esports just had fun. Emote pop by Tak. Oh my, what was that?
He's starting. Round 2 though.
Not yet done. Dead charge. Gonna go back line. Cyclone still available. Explosive gas in front of the tower. Horizon might fall here. The damage was there, and Tremper is gonna go to the back side. Was able to survive, but won't kills onto the side of Trace Esports. 2-1 again, Giyang.
Yeah, make that 3-1 because they lost Chaz a while ago as well. And it's just a disaster. Tak spamming the emotes right now. This guy likes to taunt whenever Trace Esports gets the lead, whenever they get comfy into the game as well. Let's try to check out that replay out. Round 2, Trevor tried to go in onto Lisa. Depth charge was used by Arisen, but Tak, since he didn't use the cask a while ago, when Chaz and Arisen engaged onto him, he had that chance. And then just the finish up there by Weba. Such a disastrous result by Fennel. 2,500 gold deficit now. 5 minutes into the game.
Early game, you lose a lot of gold. And now with the Blade of the Ruin King already built top side, that's going to be a really hard matchup now. And Fennel Adversity, because of that, they just widened the gap. And Fennel are going to be struggling on this first objective. Even if they want to go here, the advantage on the items is just going to be big for Trace Esports.
Yeah, even Lisa was having a really good time into the top lane, getting a proxy wave in between towers.
Oh man, now they're gonna go in. Mega Inferno Bomb, Trevor. Cyclone, it's not gonna help you out, buddy. He's gonna be dying. And Fennel Adversity lost that. Red Pearl is gonna be for free to the other side. Oh wait, Chaz went in. Dimash Injustice pop his head, and he survives. And now Chaz is gonna be the next on the chopping block. What happened, Fennel? Another kill to Trace.
Chaz's killer instinct got him killed instead in that miscalculation onto the damage to Tak. And that provide now a double objective taking here by Trace Esports. Such a disastrous result. A while ago, they were just down 2,500 after this team fight. After a beautiful cast coming in from Tak and the beautiful follow-up coming in from Trace Esports. They got a couple of kills, got the Infernal Drake, and then Chaz went in. Got baited out by the emotes there of Tak. No Ignite for the Garen means that he could not get that shutdown, could not get that kill. And even if it does so, he's still gonna get taken out because he already used the flash, already used the Dimash, and just it has no way to escape anymore.
It's really hard for Fennel Adversity right now. They're trying to get kills left and right, but because they're trying so much, they have been losing a lot more. 5k gold lead, make it 6k to the side of Trace Esports. And tower in the mid lane, as we said during the start of the game, once they get hold of the WRL, that mid lane is gonna fall.
They've taken it without hesitation as well, so now they only have to unlock top lane and bottom lane. They should have full access towards the jungle camps of Trevor. And I haven't seen really the best initiations coming in from him as well. A while ago into the top lane was completely denied and even got taken out at the very end by the shock blast of Weiba. And now, well, Fennel, they find themselves such in a bad deficit. 7,000 in 7 minutes. This is more dominating than first game.
And again, they want to dive onto the bot side. That charge could be used here. Fennel Adversity waiting for the right chance. They can use the Cyclone right now. Living Shadow is at the ready. Use the Death Mark to dodge that charge. That's going to be good. Exhaust has been popped on his head. And Rose still survives after all those ultimates have been used. Danny still has the Chain of Corruption. Weiba might fall here. That's going to be a good start. That's a shutdown goal for the side of Fennel Adversity.
Akar picking up the slack here of Fennel, able to get that kill on to the Jace, and that should give them some leverage here. Maybe try to take down this tier 1 tower, but Jaja and Tak are already on their way. They should be backing away after that. They are just so low. Trevor took a damage there on the Mega Inferno Bomb. Tak wants to isolate them.
They want to go for
Will
the
they
kill.
go?
Trace Esports looking at it. Explosive cast pop. Now Trevor might fall down. That's it. Trace Esports, really easy setups, really easy kills for them.
Yeah, they know that they can just get anything out of Fennel as of the moment. Yeah, they give the tower away, but they can just get a kill after that. Now they can take this bottom tier 1. There's nothing that Chaz and Acker can do. Culling has been used already. No mana on the Lucian. But at least they zoned the members of Trace Esports away. Able to clear up the wave. Should give them some time here in terms of slowing down the pace of the game, because Trace Esports have just been dismantling the members of Fennel all throughout the game, getting a couple of kills. Even if they lose the towers, they always get an answer back.
Look at the rotations that they're doing, right? They've seen bot lane. They've seen a lot of members right there. Rotate top side, take out their jungler. Don't give them a lot of resources. That's how you really play it. Chinese Conference seems to really know a lot about that. And that's why a lot of teams struggle. Look at them. They're denying Trevor of his jungle. He can't even get close because they're so ahead at this point that they can just get away with just taking all these resources against Fennel Adversity.
And that's an almost 200 gold denied onto Trevor as well. Big camps as well, and a good zoning tool by Trace Esports to deny them from ever defending.
Okay, that's a good red line. Horizon was able to go away. Living Shadow was used. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to be popped right there by Jaja, but it's not going to be hitting anyone. Fennel Adversity still running around. Tries to go for another engage, but right now they can't even do that. Jaja, left alone, does have the satchel charge. Going to be running away with that. Exhaust has been popped. Body time is here. No ultimate for attack. And it's still gonna be there, force the flash away from Fennel, and they're still not done, Kyung. They still want to go backside. They're here. Dominus is at the pop. They're at the ready. Rice is gonna be the first target, but the backline has been popped already. They got the first kill. Now Trevor's gonna be next. Danny was left alone on the tower, flashes away to safety, but it's not safe because the Predator, the alligator, is there. Chaz gonna be going to the back line, wants to go for a kill on Jaja. Now he's on the tower, but Lisa is already here. That's gonna be it. The ace is at the ready. And Fennel, oh no, they just left him alone. Is this what I think it is? Chaz was left alone, and he's gonna be dying on the hands of Tak. With the question
Ace at the end of that. And Tak will answer his emote back with his own emote. An ace for just 1 kill. On to Jaja. Definitely not worth it here for Fennel as they lose also the tower. That is 3,000 gold in just a single team fight. And now they find themselves in an 11,000 gold deficit. Let's check out how that replay happened. The moment we saw Lisa going here into the bottom lane, we know that already that Fennel's going to be in trouble. Wava has a really good position as well. Lisa just stopping the back away there of Acker. And they have just full confidence as Tak is just tanking the tower damage. Chaz a little bit late into the fight. Just found a way to get a single kill, especially after seeing Tak use the stasis, finds the Ziggs, and then just, well, dies at the very end. And Trace Esports is just, overall, having a one-sided beatdown against Fennel right now, giving them such a hard time in this game with almost no way of coming back.
Yeah. It's really hard right now for Fennel adversity. They don't really have anything more except to just wait for the judgment right here from Trace Esports. 13k gold lead, everybody. That's a big lead 11 minutes into the game. And Fennel, they don't really have a lot to work with. 2 items, almost 3 on most of the members of Trace Esports. They can just go in here, try to contest another blue buff onto their side. They want to go in with another ultimate. Death Mark has been used. And Trevor is just going to be running away with no contest on the side of Trace.
They're fully confident right now. They're just too far ahead. Everyone on the side of Trace Esports is ahead against any single member.
Yeah, that
Fennel.
charge pop. They have the Chain of Corruption too. That's going to be a dead Lisa, but most of the members are already low in HP. That's going to be Trevor being chased down by Jaja here. They still have it, but now Horizon's going to be the next target. Ignite on his head. He's going to fall down. That's going to be 1 down, 2 for 1 to the side of Trace Esports.
No answer from Fennel. I mean, they all got 1, but at least it's just Lisa falling down. They can still get the tower here into the mid lane for Trace Esports and get more net profit gold for themselves. And Fennel, we have been looking for them to have a way into this game, but simply not being allowed here by Trace Esports. Not at all. And Wava is popping off even with its Jace pick being denied towards Fennel and just shocking them with these shock blasts as well. Tak performing at his peak condition with this Gragas. I'm not even gonna be surprised if he gets the MVP here. He has been just setting a place a lot here for Trace Esports, denying Fennel from any comeback potential.
Yeah, they tried their best to do something though. Fennel really tried to find a lot of kills, but on a 15k gold lead, it's you really can do just so much, and this is just too much for Fennel adversity at this point. They won't even be able to just win this easily. They just lost a lot of their space, and they lost a lot of their resources, so it would be hard for them to come back from this. Now they're looking for kills one by one. Lisa might be their next again, but now the members of Trace Esports are really looking at the top side. Ryzen is here, has been discovered, uses the death charge, but is stunned and won't be able to move. And he's gonna fall down. Chaz is just gonna be left unscathed. He knows, yep, let's go away. Let's go back. That's not gonna happen.
TP out. Peace out, hombres. I'm gonna be going back into the base. I don't want any part of this.
Yeah.
As they do lose their support. Oh, that is so bad here for Horizon. Now they are gonna be engaging isolation.
Yeah.
Gonna work for this time, but they should have a little bit of a damage here onto the top inhibitor tower of Fennel. Look at this gold, 16,500. This is just disgusting coming in from Trace Esports. Also, potentially getting 3 dragons in this game is just so difficult now for Fennel to come around, to come back, because everything is being denied. There's just no way for them to counter them right now.
Yeah, take all the resources. That's what they're doing here for the side of Trace. Not even giving them vision for this next objectives that are coming out. The dragon that's going to be coming out in like 2 minutes. That is just how you play around it. And Fennel adversity, look at them. They're looking for Jaja on both side of the map, and they're looking for any kills that they can. 5 members on the mid lane. They really want to fight against Race Esports and try to defy the odds if ever. But it's gonna be a real hard travel for this team in order for them to reach there.
Oh man, if you're Fennel, what do you do in this kind of situation? I can't think of a way for them to actually come back in this fight. They have tried a lot of ways. Try to get a kill onto Lisa, try to get a kill onto Tak, try to get a kill onto Jaja, but simply to no avail. It just results into them being punished, being aced out by Trace Esports. And I mean, maybe a sneaky take, a flashy Baron steal from Trevor would really set things up for Fennel. At least delay the inevitable, because look at how stable Trace Esports is. Look at the goal just ballooning over time in this game, and Fennel showing no resistance at all against Trace Esports.
It just widens and widens. Fennel Adversity can't even do anything against them, and Trace Esports are just taking all the space that they can have here. Fennel looking for a kill, looking for something, but Trace Esports isn't giving them any of it. They're just running away, trying to go for engage. If ever Fennel tries to engage here, that would be a problem here for them, because most of the time they are the ones out of space, and they're just choking the life out of Fennel at this point.
Chaz couldn't do anything anymore onto Lee Sao. Even with the Hull Breaker, Lee Sao has his own as well. And Fennel, whenever they do try to collapse onto this Crocodile, it simply won't do anything at all. Now, triple Dragon stacks for Trace Esports. They're just looking to end this in one fell swoop. If they do get onto the Baron, I don't think Fennel can actually even try to contest Trevor.
Yeah,
actually just be in
body slam. Trevor left alone. They have the stasis to buy some time, but Trevor, oh, the damage on him was just too much. Death mark on his head, and he's gonna be dying right now. Oh, he was able to survive. That's good. Fennel Adversity tried their best to do something, but they still haven't done so much damage, because Trace Esports can still go for the objective after this.
Yeah, Baron for free now for Trace Esports. They got a kill onto the Nautilus. They got a kill onto Horizon. That is a -1 for Fennel. They can also set up a Death Brush here. Try to turn onto the members of Fennel. They are just trying to take this red buff away from Trevor, and are also setting up. They have no vision to work around with Trevor. Gonna be getting the smite.
Yeah.
Thanks for the leash.
Yeah. Thanks for the red buff, but now most of the members are here. Tak could go for the engage against Chaz. That's gonna be the stun to the body slam. He's not gonna be able to move. He's left alone here. He flashes away. But what is he gonna do? Is he's gonna be running around Big Inferno Bomb, not a lot of damage, and Chaz survives? Oh, that damage. That mark is gonna kill him for sure.
That's one pick off. Fennel has no answer. There's also a huge wave coming into the bottom lane. Mid lane as well, getting pushed by Trace Esports wave. And now they can just continue doing this. Rinse on and repeat. Bait out Fennel, get a couple of kills, and then repeat the process. 19,000 gold lead now, Ryzen. And actually just get caught. Tak is just baiting them in.
Yeah, that charge onto Rose is not going to be helpful for Fennel, because nobody can move forward after the engage. Even with Trevor on their side, the Cyclone is not going to be helpful. That's why right now they're already starting on the objective. Baron's going to be taken. Even if this is how long it's going to take, Trace Esports wants to take every advantages that they can go for. And Fennel Adversity can't even do anything at this point.
Oh man,
Almost
this is just so hard now for Fennel. I don't see a way into this game. I don't see a way for Fennel into this game. I'm trying to assess the situation more and more, trying to see a light here for Fennel, but the game is just too dark for them. Trace Esports has denied every single opportunity here for Fennel. Let's work around this game beautifully and calculatedly. And Fennel is just trying to get something.
Oh no.
They are setting up here into the mid lane.
Oh no, they have been discovered. Their plans have been foiled, everybody, and here comes a care. That's gonna be it. The stasis has been popped. That mark on his head is gonna die. That's gonna be enough. Members right here of Trace Esports are just looking for every prey that they can go for. Horizon's gonna be the next. The bomb on his head has just exploded. And Trace Esports wants to end this game. 20k gold lead, 22k gold lead. And Trace Esports just wants to finish it all. Just cut them off their suffering. And Fennel Adversity lost so much on that game.
I don't know if this is the highest goal lead that we have seen as well at the end of a game. because this is obnoxiously high. 22,000 gold at the end of the game is not an easy task to have. But Trace Esports has done it. Wava and Tax synergy is just so supreme that enabled the whole team here of Trace Esports and completely and utterly dominated Fennel in this game. 2-0 victory and an unstoppable force right now by Trace Esports, now on their 4-game win streak.
A big win streak for Trace Esports. This team has been enabled already. It has been activated like how KBG has been activated already as a team. And it's honestly really hard, especially for PH teams to fight against Chinese conference teams on the upper echelons of the tournament, because they really know how to play around their objectives. Once they lost their objective, they know how to come back, because most APAC conference teams really play around snowballs. And we have been already there for a long time now. It's really hard to come back when you're an APAC conference team, because the Chinese conference teams really know just how to deny these types of resources, and we've seen it during that game. That's one of the things that APAC conference teams needs to know. How will we come back whenever we lose the potential of a snowball on our side? That's something that they can go for it.
How do they come back? How do they answer the team fighting prowess of these really talented Chinese teams is the question here for all APAC teams. Not only Fennel, but the rest of APAC members as well. Because, I mean, for Fennel, this has been a really tough game for them. No matter how they tried to pin down Lisa, no matter how they tried to pin down Jaja and Rose as well, they just completely get decimated, just completely get countered here. The moment we saw that 4-man gang into the top lane, Trace Esports has answered beautifully and gets the better end of that fight, forcing Fennel to make those reckless plays, become more desperate as the game, as the series progresses. And that's just how you manipulate the game. That's just how the Trace Esports manipulates any single game that they come across lately, and having a 4-game win streak is just such a big development for them. Fennel, they did show a really good work, especially in game number 1. They were able to pick up a couple of kills in the early game, able to set some tempo. Game number 2 is a little bit more difficult for them, especially with the adapted composition here of Trace Esports. As they pick up the Ziggs, as they pick up the Zed, as they put the Jace into the jungle instead of the mid lane, they had more room to work around with, especially with the performance there of Lisa with the Renekton.
Yeah, one of the things that I was expecting there from Fennel Adversity was play a bit more chill with their composition, wait for the first objective. But because they went into the top side level 4, not even level 5 without any ultimates, that's when it started. That just started the snowball, and that told a lot of information for all the viewers watching and even us right here that it's gonna be a really hard game, because once you give those types of advantages to the team, that could have been a play that could be good, or could have been good or bad. Because if they were successful with that gank, that was beautiful. That could be a start of them snowballing the game to their side. But because it went badly for their side, it just snowballed. It gave them a 20k gold lead just right after that botch play in the top side.
Had Fennel waited for one wave and Trevor secured one more camp, that could have been the better position for them to actually go into the top lane and set up a play there, get a shutdown, get a beat down onto Lee Sao. But they got a little bit impatient there. And I think that is going to be a learning lesson for Fennel and the rest of the APAC community as a whole. In fact, we have expected this already. The MVP performance does deserve some recognition, and he will get it. 7th MVP and still undefeated with this Gragas.
What an MVP this guy is, right? Because he's always been getting a lot of MVPs. He's farming the MVPs at this point, everybody. 7 MVP count on the support role, on a Gragas especially. And that's a big start here for Trace Esports. They're slowly just going up the curve, because during their start, they have lost 3 times already, and they haven't had the best start here in the tournament, but they are now one of the top teams that on the Chinese conference is a really hard team to beat at this point in the tournament. And now, what are they gonna do? That's gonna be the question here moving forward in this competition, because right now, it's gonna be one big struggle here for the team. And what do you think about the next step here is for Final Adversity game?
Well, they really have to go back into the drawing board, reassess themselves, try to set up a really good strategy this time in order to maintain their usual aggression, but while maintaining a really safe play style as well. Maybe to try and be more efficient as well is the way to go for Fennel. They have improved quite a lot compared to their last performance in the last series. So it's still a good sign for them. Hopefully they do come back in the next run.
They could be min-maxing during this last game against Trace Esports. Maybe they're trying something out. Maybe they're experimenting a bit on their rotations. But they can still come back from this, everybody. Again, that was just it. We still have another series. We still have 2, everybody. So don't go away. We're just going to be taking a short break. We're still going to be your casters. My name is Ash, and I was here with Giyang. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL
Match of the week, everybody. This is going to be J-Team versus EDG. Would J-Team continue the win streak or would EDG continue the lose streak? That's going to be the question on this game because there's a lot at stake for both of these teams that are fighting right now on Series 2.
Oh yeah, well, J-Team is so far sitting at the second place right now, or second spot in our CN standings. EDG dropped down from, I believe, was 3rd spot, now down towards 7th spot, especially because of their slump right now. 3-game lose streak after losing to KT.RY, Thunder Talk, and then Trace Esports just last Saturday. So they're trying to get their momentum back. They're trying to get recontinue their former dominance in the early 2 weeks of the tournament. And J Team is actually starting to be a lot more aggressive now. This is a very big development of this team. They started up playing things slow, just like in our first few weeks. Like sometimes the games become a little bit boring, but it's because they want to really play things safe. But now they're starting to step things up, starting to be more deadly, similar to Trace Esports, and it's just becoming more difficult to take them down.
Yeah. And now EDG has been struggling against a lot of teams, even against Thunder Talk Gaming during their run right here on the last series that they had. And so far, what can they do? Well, that's one of the questions that we have here. These teammates have been really good. Shingdo7, you alone, this team has been a really strong force during the start of this tournament. But now, they have been struggling quite a lot, even topping out KBG on a 2-1 during their last series against them. What can they do if they're fighting against a team like J Team, in where this team plays it really up to the standards, up to the manual? It's all on methods. This team's methods are really up there, and they remind me of LCK in the olden days.
Yes, that is their playstyle. I have been wanting to say that as well ever since I saw them play. They play things slow, they play things very calculated. It's as if they are a computer, just booting up slowly in the early stages of this tournament. They play things out very slow, very calculated, but as they get their groove, as they have a better analysis of their enemies, they start to become very aggressive. At times they do get a little bit reckless, they get punished for it, especially because of how strong their enemy teams are at times. But they always pick up the slack. They always find a way to regain the momentum again and make things very stable positively for this team. Now, as we do check out our head-to-head, 0711 has been really popping up, able to secure the Elder Dragon for the team during their last match against FPX. And also, of course, with the help of the team, the micro level of this team is just so good. Able to win the fight or the team fight without even engaging or without any kills or casualties. And now having to face off Shingdo7 is going to be a big responsibility for Shingdo7, because he has been struggling a little bit over the past few days, trying out the Ola, trying out the Aatrox, but it's not enough to save EDG at this point.
Yeah, for me, EDG, for most of the junglers that we have here in the tournament, 0711 and Shingdo7 are the ones who are closest when it comes to the playstyle. They play the same champions, and that's why I really love seeing this matchup as match of the week, because both of these players really know how to play their Shinzaos, really know how to play their champions. Even a lot of the fighters, the Brutes, even the Vice come out whenever these two are playing, and you expect a lot of excellence from both of these players. But now here on the bot side of things, Barry has been a great starter for the team. Weibos, Chi, and Barry are the ones at the top when it comes to the Dragon Lane, and Alone needs to really go on par with both of these players. But if we're gonna be taking a look at a lot of the players, I think Alone could really go to one of the top 5 spots that we have in the Dragon Laners right here in the tournament.
I mean, the only thing... Alright, wait. We are going to be going into our host for now. We have Michelle.
Back to Michelle.
J-Team 战队呢始终位居于积分榜的前列，拥有多核体系的他们可以灵活变换自己的阵容打法。而在经历了1周的休息与调整之后 ，EDG 战队能否找回赛季初的巅峰状态，回归赛场呢？让我们一起来期待一下。Hello everyone, welcome back to 2023 World of League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. We are coming back for J-Team versus Edward Gaming. J-Team has always raced ahead of other teams. Their multiple cores offer them with a flexible playstyle. And after a week off, will Edward Gaming find back their grooves as the opening? Let's check it out in the Rift. 那么接下来呢，就让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give up to J-Team and Edward Gaming.
柱子叠着，今天该发力了。
既然我们是好兄弟，一会儿早点送你们2-0，还能吃到阿姨煮的饭菜，要不然凉了怪不好的。
I want to know what Huria said because that was long.
Don is really tall. That's all I can take from that.
I was trying so hard.
He was really tall, man. He was.
It was like literally looking down.
Yeah, and he also needed to put the mic in his mouth because it was really far away in order to get the actual average height in order to put the mic perfectly there, and Don needed to pull it. But again, yeah, that was again the trash talk session. We need to call it something. That session in where they put some words in because they always had something to say, and most of the time it's really spicy, and I really want to know what they say.
I do hope we do have a translation sooner or later.
Yeah.
But wow, just Dawn, it's just so tall compared to Xiao Zhang is monumentally different.
I don't know what to say, man, because they're really tall bunch here for their side. And from what I'm seeing, this is the closest we can get for the same jungle playstyle. And I would love to see a lot more from both of these players, 0711 and Xingqiu7, because once they meet each other, when we start to see J Team, when we start to see EDG, these teams are the ones that I want to see. Even with the same playstyles of the junglers, their playstyle overall as a team are very different. And nobody could really come close to how J Team plays, and that's what I love about J Team.
And this is where I want to continue what I was talking about on our ADC, right? Because Alone being compared towards Barry is, well, they have a similar playstyle. They play the very similar champions as well. But what EDG has been experiencing over the past few days or past few games that they had is that Alone gets isolated at times, gets burst out immediately, and that creates a lot of problems there for EDG. And
Interestingly,
wait, what?
Barry's not here.
No.
Ooh, that could be very spicy again. Without Barry, that could really change the way this team plays. Because most of the time, the star of the show whenever we're talking about J-Team is Barry. And without him, with Pan on the side of J-Team, this is going to be a different J-Team that we're going to be seeing today.
Okay, I thought Barry was the one who is going to be playing, but it looks like he's going to be Pan instead.
I thought so too. Interesting.
Is this going to be a positive sign now for EDG? A window of opportunity is the question. But let's hold on our thoughts for the meantime. We will have our fun for now. The fun for side. The fight for side here for our players, our representatives, DY and Alone. And
I want to see a Jin on this 1v1s, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Because Jin could be a good champion for this 1v1s. Once a Caitlyn and Illusion is banned, Jin could be a good next pick here. Because at least they can flex out their 4-shot. They can just go in. They need to think about their shots. And on a 1v1, that's pretty important.
We have seen a Jin already. It turned out to be a win as well. It was a really nice highlight over the past few days. And I do recall that it was a Tristana versus Jin matchup. And it was really fun as well. So if you're looking for a Jin, I'm personally looking for a Samira again. I want to see a Samira again. I want to see that Inferno trigger coming up into a 1 versus 1, and that makes me even more excited to the upcoming patch, right? Because people are speculating that the Collector might be introduced into our next patch, and I think Samira is just gonna pop off with that item, especially with the Immortal Shield Bow.
Honestly, I believe when the Collector gets in, that could really push ADCs further away. Because remember, when the Collector was introduced, a lot of assassins just popped off.
Right,
yeah. And that's what's hard about the Collector being in the game. I think that one of the things that could really help out the ADCs is the Immortal Shield Bow. Once the Immortal Shield Bow gets introduced, that could really help them out. But the problem still lies. How are they gonna nerf the AP champions that are constantly being put in the bot lane?
Maybe add a little bit of a range or wave clear. Well,
that's a problem
that we kind of adore now on Wild Rift compared to the PC version is that the melee champions does have some sort of cleave. Whenever they attack
that's
wave.
right.
If ADCs would have the same, maybe.
No, that could be OP.
Wave clear.
That could take the
OP.
Runons out of the game. And that could be really bad. And for me, the only thing I can see is introducing those champions that are perfect for this setup. Like, yeah, they're looking at the Sivir, right? Sivir could be a good addition to the game because she is one of the champions that has a lot of wave clear. But the problem still lies because if that's the case, Jinx could have been a good champion who has a lot of wave clear, but it's still not enough.
Maybe ADCs that has a lot of skill shots. Yeah, the Sivir would just work because we see
Sivir
a lot
would be
on Corki, right? Corki is popping off in the Dragon Lane, or at least a good alternative towards the mages, but it is technically an APC as well.
But honestly, I think whenever we're talking about Corki typically is not a marksman. At this point, I don't even consider Corki as a marksman because in PC, remember, when you go to any site, you can see that Corki isn't played in the bot lane every time. He's not even considered at this point.
It's just built different, right? Yeah. And when you do,
I'm still
get
looking
your
for
like,
answers.
item.
Honestly.
Yeah, me too. I hope one day we do get a chance to see ADCs back into the meta again, like as a standard.
That's true. Honestly, if they introduce some items that could really help out the problem that we have with ADCs, like, yeah, as we constantly have been saying, ADCs don't really have a lot of wave clear. And the problem with ADCs too is that it takes a long time before they pop off. That's two problems that they need to solve that they could really help out ADCs on. As they said, right? Patch 4.2 is when the ADCs would really go out, right? After.
Maybe when the items come out, when the buff on the ADC does come out, we can see them now pop off. But I also just want to just appreciate our champion pool right now in the fight port side, giving a little bit of a hint, giving just a refresher that there are still ADCs in the game.
Next time,
since we always use,
I think the
ADCs.
next one they can go for is all support. Go for all support.
All support?
That could be a snooze fest. Because the game's gonna be taking so long because they all don't have any damage unless, for example, they pick up a Rakan, build a Rakan full AP. I mean, the full AP Rakan has been nerfed during the last patches that we had, but it could still be a fun thing to see.
If ever that happens, I want to see a Janna. An AP Janna build that has a decent amount of wave clear. Just will be using the S1 entirely and just keeping distance and then wait for the sudden death and just go with a monsoon.
Push them back. That could be fun. Yeah. But the Alistar could also be a good one in those types of situations because once you hit the sudden death, headbutt to pulverize and use the ultimate, he's not gonna die as fast compared to the other champion.
It's gonna be like, oh, you're coming with me, but I can sustain more and burn.
But here,
so fun.
Something that I expect, especially for champions on the 1v1s, remember where we say that, oh, DY is low in HP, but remember what we said that Misfortune usually is one of the champions that is really strong in the early game, but now we're seeing that Alone hasn't been struggling in this 1v1.
Well, ever since Misfortune's second skill, the movement speed has been toned down. We didn't really see this champion anymore in the meta. And it's kind of sad. I hope maybe they can bring it back. But I don't think it's still going to be enough compared to the APCs.
Oh, okay. I can see an angle though. The only angle I see in where ADCs could be really good. Remember the time in where ADCs build armor penetration? Like the Xayah with the armor penetration, the Jhin with the armor penetration. That could potentially be one of the times in where we could see ADCs. Not crit ADCs still, but at least we're seeing a lot more of them.
But that would attract assassins even more though.
Yeah.
If we...
but at least we don't have AP champions now in the bot lane.
At least, that patch is the problem. It creates another problem, but still.
But at least we have ADCs. That is one of the things that we want to see. But now, the problem lies, when are we going to be seeing mages in the mid lane?
I want to see
one of it
mages
too.
into the mid lane. I want to see Victor being placed in Wild Rift because I just really love. I really love that champion.
Yeah, D.Y.'s gonna. No, he's not gonna die. Yeah. Oh no! The Aerie!
The
Aerie!
What?
No, the Aerie was able to hit him through the ignite. Okay, that's interesting. At least Alone gets a lot of plays after.
Not on my watch.
Yeah. This is gonna be a real hard match now for him.
And DY was hesitating getting the healing a while ago. That for sure was a big regret on his part. Will he stop Alone on this recall? Looks like he won't. And wow, that is a huge gold gap now.
6k on him. It's probably DY is trolling. I don't know about DY, but I think DY is trolling. He went full AP on a 1v1.
I love the AP.
I mean, it's good when you're playing Aram with your friends, when someone could deal damage, but you don't deal any damage when you're the AP Misfortune.
I believe at most you can only deal 700, 800 with one Make It Rain.
That's not enough, yeah.
And that's full build.
Yeah. On a full build, you're dealing 800 damage. That's not even close.
It's
and
like
Alone is
2
dealing like
attacks.
400 per shot with the crits. That's not even close, man. That's not even close. But again, it's like one of the things that I love about this is that people could really experiment on this builds, especially on this 1v1s, and that's a really good start for this for Abby player right here. But I really do wish that from what we're seeing right now for Wild Rift, we're seeing a lot of the patches really looking towards them. Okay,
Ouch.
DY is dead here. DY is dead here for sure. But again,
it's over.
Back to my point. They're going for a lot of tanks, right? They're looking for the Ornn. They're looking to put Volibear in the game. But I really do hope to see a lot more control mages. The Lissandros, the Syndras. Once they get introduced to the game, that could really change. In the Victor, as you said, that could really change the stature of our games today, because so far we have only been seeing fighters, bruisers on the mid to the top lane to the jungle. A lot of them have been played on almost all of the roles, and it's really hard to just put the mages and even the ADCs on those types of games.
You know what I'm looking forward to seeing? The rework on the Aurelion Soul in Wild Rift.
That could be good. That could be a good
so
start,
good.
though. Because if ever the Aurelion Soul gets to the game, because we've seen back in the olden days, Aurelion Soul being played by players, right? That was a good start for me, because I've seen Aurelion Soul getting played. That's nice for the Wild Rift scene overall. But I do hope to see, honestly, control mages, every one of them being here in the game.
Mid lane.
Yeah, in the mid lane. Even Heimerdinger.
Please.
Even Heimerdinger from Arcane.
Indeed, a wise choice.
Give us a bit of a spoiler for Arcane Season 2, everybody. That could be fun.
I would love that. I want to see the standard compositions, things going back to the way it was in Wild Rift, I suppose. Because I mean, I really like the APCs. I really like how reliable they are. Yeah, it gives you more win rate. But I want to see ADCs. I want to see players shine with high mobility, high outplay potential. Not a single Mega Inferno Bomb just turning the tides around.
Yeah.
Just with one cast. I want to see like kitings. I want to see outplay flashes. And just, you know, a demonstration of pure skill.
Yeah. And what I want to see there is whenever EDG pulls off an ADC, most of the time they pull off a Vayne and a Kaisa whenever it comes down to it. I don't know if it's low stakes games they pull out an ADC, but I really want to see those types of games again here in Wild Rift, because that really changed a lot of things. Even an Ezreal would be fine for me. I would want to see an Ezreal on these games.
And Ezreal was meta before as well.
Yeah.
If you want to play things, you know, stable and the enemy team has a lot of backline access, Ezreal was a really good pick combined with, I believe the Braum was a really good champion to work around with the Ezreal at that time. And Well, we haven't really seen that for such a long time already. I'm happy to see the Vayne. I'm happy to see the Kaisa. I want to see one day the Samira being used. You know, with an engaged champion, Leona, possibly even a Rel. Because when Rel was introduced in PC, right, it was so good combined with the Samira. So maybe as the Immortal Shieldbow and Collector gets introduced here in the game, you can see that kind of play style, and also just having mages in general into the mid lane back.
Or honestly, I think a bit of a rework on how the ADCs work could really push it forward. The ADCs being picked. But let's take a look at the bans though. Look at the bans that they have here. It's mostly respec bans on both sides. They don't want Xiao Zhang picking up the Fiora. They don't want the Zed picking up a Yetzi. And man, the Corki being respect banned by EDG was really surprising. And as you said, Aatrox is available.
I'm being confused by the bans here of EDG. For some reason, I'm thinking of Zeri. I don't know why, but maybe EDG wants to pick up the champion into the mid lane. We saw it we saw it yesterday.
You is the one who can play it. Yeah, if ever. The Zeri in the mid lane, you is one of the people who could pick it together with Unrun9.
I would love to see that. But they do pick up the Aatrox as well. J-Team has more respect towards the Akali and the Fiora. It does make a lot of sense. So Zhang and Qingdao 7 can just fully utilize these champions. Also you as well, securing some MVPs with his champion too. And now J-Team having a really good scaling with the Jax, also good split pushing potential as well, with relatively good isolation play with the cast provided by DY later on with the Gragas.
What I really like about EDG's composition, the Aatrox to the Nautilus to the Bears, that's a lot of CC altogether though. If they get onto one target, that target is probably dead already. And that's already good. J-Team, what I really don't like about this is that picking up the Jax on the hands of Dawn 128, Dawn really needs to shine on most situations. But when it comes to J-Team, they'll be okay with just letting Dawn be the weak side laner. Because they know that they can just scale up, just play around their strengths. And that's one of the good things about J-Team, because they know when to fight whenever it comes down to it.
They're just so calculated, and every single member from J-Team is independent. That separates them from any other team here in the CN conference. Aside from our top teams, you know, Keep Best Gaming, they're just on a different dimension. They're like J-Team on steroids.
All I can say about
to work around and do anything.
I think they're a very different team. For me, J-Team is just a really chill team that plays like LCK, and KBG is like the heydays of LPL. That's what I see from them, and that's a very different playstyle. Right?
It reminds me of FPX during the day when they won Worlds, right?
Right. Yeah. When they started to win Worlds, that's basically how we can describe KBG. But the difference between them is that KBG really is a very stable team. Sometimes they're very volatile, but they could always rely on their mid laner, just like how FPX was back in the day.
And J-Team right now is trying to have a bit more aggressive playstyle, or at least the composition is a lot more aggressive than it used to be. And this is the development that they have been working on over the past few games that they had. They have the momentum. They are sitting in second place right now in the standings. So they have a lot of ways to answer this. Look at the support rating though. Wow, everyone is banking. Almost everyone is banking on EDG.
Nobody likes J-Team. That's why J-Team is good, because most of the teams really doubt J-Team. Even against APAC teams, most of the time, J-Team gets lower votes than them. And I don't know why. Maybe most of the viewers on the Chinese conference really loves the explosive playstyle who has a lot of kills, but J-Team isn't one of those teams. J-Team could hold on. Even if it is a 20-minute game, they won't care. They'll do what they do best. It is to hold on, win during the time that they could. But the problem that I have with their current composition is that they might lack a bit of damage later on. And that's
which one do you...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be one of them. But personally, which do you prefer? Do you prefer the aggressive one, or do you prefer the slow, calculated one? Because I have always been a fan of slow, calculated moves. That's why I really adore J-Team. But what about you?
Honestly, J-Team grew on me. I really hated J-Team during the start of this tournament just because they really play very slow. They play very calculative. That most of the time it takes off a lot of things from them. And that's why from here on, I really love J-Team. After some time, after a month of casting WRLA, J-Team made a fan out of it. Because you can really understand their movements. There's no wasted movements whenever you watch J-Team.
I was actually trying to get the or trying to look back at the YouTube video or the reference that I had watched before, comparing the LCK towards the LPL and the other regions as well in terms of playstyle, the minimized movements but maximizing efficiency. That's what J-Team has, and that kind of or J-Team kind of reminded me of the Korean teams in the PC version, and that just made me love J-Team even more. I do adore the explosive playstyles, I do adore the fancy plays, but this just hits me on a different level, a different way, because you're being able to minimize your movements into the map but also maximizing your presence at the same time. Having to win a team fight without going into a team fight or committing into it just proves a lot even more.
Yeah. People have been big fans of the LCK playstyle since the start of League of Legends, and on the Wild Rift, I don't want to say it, but this is the really closest playstyle that we have here on the tournament. Even Roster Y is not this disciplined as a team compared to a J-Team, because J-Team, what I can see from them is that they really know what to do at this certain stage of the game, because there are stages of the game, the early, mid-game, the late game. And whenever they lose, whenever this happens, it's like their program. It's like, if something else to do this, that's
they're like AI.
Yeah,
right?
they're like a computer program. They have an if-else statement everywhere.
Yes. Yeah, and that's how we used to compare LCK teams before.
Yeah,
they're just so methodical. It's so hard to go up against them. It's so hard to see a weakness because they don't move that much around the map. So they don't provide any window of opportunity. There's no explosion. It's just full fluidity, and that's how J-Team operates as well. So EDG, as an explosive team, they have to shake J-Team, find a way to shake things up, find a way to create an opening for J-Team, because they have a really aggressive composition right now. They have the Varus, they have the Nautilus. Maybe they can set up tempo for Xiao Jiang into the top lane because he has a Renekton compared to the Jax and the Gragas of Dawn and DY. So that's an opening already. But given the J-Team's overall movements, we can't be really too excited here for EDG, because again, this is a team that can just deny that fact just because of that movement.
Yeah. And EDG is a team who likes to fight fire with fire. And that is one of the reasons why they went so close against KBG when they fought against each other. And honestly, that is when their flare just went down. When they fought against KBG, they almost got the win. But because they lost during that time, that started to really hit them mentally, and that started their lose streak that we have right now for this team. Because when it comes to the macro, they are struggling. They have been struggling from the start of their loss against KBG, and until now they have been struggling on the macro side of things. Because when it comes to micro, this team is really good. EDG is a really good team, and that's why they was once the top 3 team that we have here for the CN conference.
I'm also worried about EDG whenever they try to experiment a couple of picks and try to, it is kind of common on Chinese teams, right? When they do get game number 1, game number 2, they kind of slack around, try to play things, playfully, try a couple of compositions, just like EDG during their match against ThunderTalk, tried out the Yuumi composition, but isn't really the best lineup for it as of the moment. They picked up the Jace that isn't really, fully synergized with the Shen, Yuumi, and Galio, and that paved the way for ThunderTalk to get game number 2. And then game number 3, that's when we saw Thundertalk shine the most. So EDG as a team has to be more disciplined right now, facing off a really, really disciplined team as J Team. Because if they give them any window of opportunity, they're just going to be slowly choking them out. They're slowly going to be squeezing the life out of EDG, and they're going to be having lesser and lesser options.
Yeah. And now we're still waiting for them to actually gonna happen here. We're waiting for them to remake and go to the champion select and go for the same composition that they had. And this is one of the things in their rulings right now that we have for the game. There are some skins that you can't really pick on this tournament, remember, right?
And well, you have to abide by the rules.
Yeah.
Can't use unallowed skins. Have to go with what's only allowed. And what's allowed is the Nova skins that I really adore.
Oh, that's true.
I'm actually not a fan of the color purple or violet, but ever since I saw that skin line, especially the one for the Lee Sin for long, I just fell in love with it immediately. And that's, I think I'm gonna be considering as my second favorite skin for Lee Sin aside from the Godfist, because the Godfist has like gold and I really love that color as well.
Honestly, the colors right there, I believe that Autolus is a big fan of these colors from the Nova skins. Also because he's a fan of basketball. You know why? Because
when he has you KG.
yeah. And it was also for big fans of basketball right there. They really love the Nova skins, especially that it's purple and gold. You know what team won just a while ago? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And all those fans are rejoicing right now. And pick up your Nova skins, everybody, because they are gonna be super great together with your fan base.
Oh yeah, a lot of celebrations a while ago, but let's see as well as I'm just looking back. I saw a lot of posts regarding that a while ago. A lot of sad fans as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. Are you one of those sad fans? Are you one of those sad fans or no?
I'm not really a fan of basketball, so any team is really, yeah.
Okay, that's.
Because I can play that well too, so.
Oh, you can play it? Oh man, honestly, I really expect that you could play it really well. Because, but maybe if you try, maybe if you try.
I'm just like scared for injury. That's all. That's all. So I play things like really passively. Okay. Like here on J Team, just play things passively, playing things safe, and not really.
That's really true.
Getting any too much aggressive playstyle that can be detrimental.
Oh no!
Oh.
It's a good thing that Pan was able to get that honey fruit during that time, because Alone could have been able to get the kill really easily against them. And this is what I like about the Ziggs versus Varus matchup in the bot lane, because Alone is just going to be dominating this lane pretty easily, because that's really how the Varus versus Ziggs works. It's easier to just play around with his champion. But remember, something to note out for everybody is that the rotations right here for both sides, Don128 is in the mid lane against the Yone.
That is actually a good adaptation that they're making here on the side of J Team, because the Jax can stand around against the Yone. One counter strike and negate a lot of damage coming in from you. And Yezi,
yeah, still not gonna be able to get any kills at this point though. The damage is there, but Yudia, okay, ignited on his head. Can go for the flash, but he's not gonna die here. He's gonna be surviving. And EDG almost lost their teammate right there.
That was very close for comfort. Yezi and DY having to be very stable. EDG has to be very careful into the top lane. And to think that they have a much more aggressive playstyle or much more aggressive combination with the Renekton and the Nautilus, just because of this slight change, J Team has already answered the lane. And that's just what makes J Team really good. The slightest of changes slightest adaptations that they make has a big impact.
Yeah, and what they do here, especially for J Team, look at this. 0711 might try. Chain of Corruption is ready though. So they can kill Alone pretty easily. It's a good thing they called that out.
And that's gonna draw out Shingdale7 into the bottom lane to try and assist him as well. Dawn is just very comfortable here into the mid lane. You taking a lot of damage there from the Jack, especially when he uses the counter strike. So he has to play things safe, especially when the supports roam around into the mid lane. Just one overextension can lead to the demise of either member here on J Team and EDG. So as the minute goes by, as we get close towards 4.5 minutes, Don has to be very careful.
That charge, you is not gonna be using the Fate Shield. It's too close to the tower. That's why EDG is gonna back away from that fight.
And Don doing a really good job. Yes, having the luxury of doing damage onto the tower, getting a couple of plays. Now forcing out Huria to go here as well with the contest. His question looks like they won't. And DY having a really good zone control, especially with the cask ready and available. And J Team looks to be maybe going onto an RH priority later on, since they do have a lot of damage already onto that top lane tier 1. And maybe with the RH, they can just unlock it, get some jungle access towards the red side of Shingdo 7, deny the red, and that's going to be a massive deficit here for the Aatrox scaling.
Yeah. This is what's hard about this, though, because on this fight, what's great about the Kha'Zix picks against an Aatrox and the Yone is most of the time the Kha'Zix has the advantage. But what I have been very vocal about this. What I hate about the Kha'Zix is how 50-50 a Kha'Zix pick is. Because most of the time, people really have a hard play on the Kha'Zix, because in Wild Rift, you do have a lot of clashes. And that is not when the Kha'Zix shines the most. Because whenever it comes down to it, you won't get the targets isolated pretty easily.
And so personally, I do adore the Wukong even more into the jungle at times, because you have a lot of tools to work around in a fight, right? You have isolation damage, you can win 1v1 at times, especially with your S1, but also you provide a lot of CC and outplay potential with your clone and with your Cyclone. So that is just providing a lot more tools to work around in teamfight. 0711 is very strong with the Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
Had an MVP performance during their previous match as well, securing the Elders. They're just looking to maybe channel that same energy here.
Yeah. And what they're looking for here for them is that, look at this, the rotation has already been called, and EDG has put you onto the top side of the map, going weak side against Yahtzee, because this would be an easier matchup. Shingdo flashes in, won't be able to see that. They have one already. 0711 doesn't have any more flashes. He's gonna die here at the spot, and nobody's gonna be helping him out. They're trying to do something. They are gonna go for the kill. Yahtzee goes forward, and they got a 1-for-1 out of that.
Yeah, that is a big turnaround, I would say, because 0711 should have been dead for the fastest time, but J Team managed to extend that kill and got an answer towards EDG. And now with a 1-for-1, he hasn't picked up the kill. That should give him some sort of leverage here in this lane as well. And look at the damage onto the tower as well. 2 plates remaining, or 1 plate, and then the tower will fall down. If they use, or at least get 1 more pick off onto Xiaojiang, that would cost them so much here for EDG. And now with J Team having the RH into the mid lane, that is a lot of plates that will be going towards their hand.
Yeah, they want to get Pan this plating. See, it doesn't have a lot of mana anymore. This is going to be a really hard fight for them. Look at the knockoffs coming out. Calling has been pulled, and they can go for the fight here. They got the platings. That's perfect. Chain of Corruption wasn't able to hit DY. Oh, now knock off, and they got it. The stasis is going to be here. The damage onto Shingdo 7, they need to be careful. No more flashes. But they still have the piercing arrow, might be able to hit, but they still run away and wasn't able to get the kill on DY.
Void Spy is coming in from 0711, slow them down. It couldn't close the distance anymore. Slow movements, J Team still able to adapt into the situation. Now they have a leverage in terms of gold. Could unlock top lane, could unlock mid lane. And that is a big pressure right now for EDG. Especially with their scaling composition. It will take some time for you to actually get the damage done. It will take some time for the Aatrox to be able to wreak havoc into a team fight. And that buys enough time for J Team to work around here in this early game.
Yeah, they can get some time. Now EDG, what can they do here? They can looking for some kills. They have the death charge already for Huria. They can go in, but they used it a while ago. So they are going to be stopping. Not going to continue on this anymore.
Huria, the support, one of the greatest supports here of EDG, has been known to shine a lot and enable the team in most of the games that they had, but recently even suffering some defeats with the Leona simply isn't enough to turn the tides around here for EDG. This time around, he has been very proactive with setting up the plays, getting the dredge lined in. He has to really get it onto the crucial members of J-Team.
Going in, Xiao Zhang now has a Ruthless Predator. Don 128 doesn't have any counter strike, so he needs to run away with the leap strike in order to go to safety. EDG goes in. Hudia was able to get one with the dredge line, but they're not going to continue anymore because they're split up. 0711 goes in for the damage. The flash has been used by Xiao Zhang. He can't get the Ruthless Predator. The Mega Inferno Bomb was able to hit him. Explosive cast to stop them from moving forward, and that's the kill from J-Team. And they got two, but they got the piercing arrow headshot from alone, and that's a 2 for 1.
Look at how J-Team is just kiting them away, getting to the micro outplay that led to the demise there of EDG. Now J-Team has unlocked top lane as well. Mid lane going to be very vulnerable because the lack of members here of EDG is just
that
there.
Opened
2
up the
towers,
map.
2 kills.
Wow.
That is a big turnaround suddenly. And let's check out that replay, how it actually happened. Dawn should have been dead. 0711 actually got engaged there by Xingdao 7 and Xiao Jiang, but the way he was able to maneuver, jump
flash.
away from the Ruthless Predator as well by Xiao Jiang led to the demise of EDG because they took a lot of damage from the Mega Inferno Bomb, and the follow-up was just there. They lost Dawn, but it's okay. They got mid, they got top, and they got the 2 kills that they got in there in that fight.
They could have lost 2 easily on the side right there of J-Team, but because they were able to run away, was able to maneuver the space towards them. That was perfect. 0711, Knockoff's gonna come out. That charge is not available anymore for this Rift Herald fight. That could be a problem for EDG. They need to think about if they really want to take this on the risk of giving a lot of kills.
Now they have to play things really safely. I think they have to give this objective away. That's the second RH here for J-Team. They can use it into the bottom lane or maybe even try to get a tower again in the mid lane. Oh, this is so good right now for J-Team and really hard for EDG. Even the Dragon contest can be difficult now for EDG because of the kills that was handed over towards J-Team a while ago. And now 2 items here for the Lucian, the Black Cleaver, and even the Solari Charge Blade. Jack starting to scale up in this game here for Dawn. And 0711 has been very fluid in this game, able to maneuver around EDG and play things safe. It hasn't been a 50-50 for him, only 100% outplay.
Look at the damage right here. EDG already in front of the objective. They can take this if ever they want to, but they're struggling to actually just start it off. Don 128 is at their back, so they need to be careful if ever they start this. Rift Herald has already been thrown to the bot lane, and EDG needs to start this right here, right now. Because if they don't start this right now, the timing would be really affable right here for J-Team.
Can they commit here is the question. Huria has a big responsibility to land the depth charge and the dredge line onto the crucial member here of J-Team. They are going to be collapsing. Void Spike coming in, calling.
Gonna go in, explosive cast. They put one back. Huria might fall here. That's gonna be perfect. They started really great, and now Xingdao 7 needs to run away from this fight. Chain of Corrosion was able to hit. They tried to go in, but they weren't able to get the objective. J-Team still takes it in the bag.
Oh, 2 objectives at the same time. J-Team is just so good right now in this game. 5,000 as well. They're looking to bank here into the bot lane. Maybe try to gank Xiao Jiang, completely zoning him away, and that unlocks another tower. 3 towers in 11.5 minutes, and look at how healthy their towers are standing right now. J-Team, this is why they're just so good into the game. Even with the aggressive playstyle of EDG, they just completely outplay them.
No, tower is down. That's how good this team is. Whenever they try to do something, they would always find something out there that they could use in their favor, and that's one of those. They have the tower in the bot lane, they have 2 towers down, top lane, mid lane. That's the perfect setup. And considering that they're fighting also against a CN Conference team, no trades whatsoever is the mark of a great team right here, which is J-Team.
Slow but precise movements, able to adapt in any sort of situation is the key here for J-Team. Dawn has been having the best of time here, split pushing as well. Yezi doing the isolation, or at least doing the side lane push as well into the top lane, able to get a tower a while ago, and now it's just controlling the lane against Xiao Jiang. Not feeling any fear at all onto the Renekton. And we did talk about the Renekton Nautilus matchup against the supposed top lane there of J-Team, but with just slight adjustments, they were just able to completely negate all the advantages of EDG. Even the gank into the bottom lane was completely denied. Huria just trying to get any angle here into this game, trying to get a choke point against 0711, but cannot find an opening.
Yeah, because they saw that. Top side, look at Lucian. He's pushing alone, and J-Team is just crashing a lot of waves against the members right there. The resources are just slowly going towards the side of J-Team. They're just getting a 6k gold lead at this point, 2-4. This is what you expect whenever you're seeing J-Team. This is a team that doesn't give any big kills without a trade, and that's why I think also, a Jax is one of the best picks that they can have whenever you are on the side of J-Team, because the Jax really knows how to just play around very safe champion for a team like J-Team.
It will scale up. It will be obnoxiously strong in the late game. And it's going to be almost impossible to win 1v1, especially when he gets his hands on the Blade of the Ruined King, Divine Sunderer, and the Hull Breaker. And he does have all, if not most of it right now. Dawn is just being very stable here. No intention at all for EDG to collapse here into the bottom lane. It's just too risky right now, especially with the Baron available for the taking here of J-Team, and have full vision control in this top side river as well. So now it becomes even more threatening for EDG to even just check this area up, because one mistake, one overextension, one misplay can lead to an ace here by J-Team.
Look at that. EDG looking for a kill because they thought that they're going for the Baron already on the side of J-Team. It's a good call that they didn't try to go for it because they didn't have vision. They were afraid that they were taking that Baron pretty easily. And now that gives them an opportunity. Dawn 128 is just going to be pushing in the bot lane because he knows that most of the people are already top side. It's time to be aggressive bot side.
And is very comfortable against you right there. 0711. Ooh, very aggressive there actually.
Yeah.
Had it been Huria able to connect the...
No way!
Oh,
he got the blue buff! No!
Pan!
Oh my, he got the blue buff.
Sneaky man!
Oh man. That's Zig's disgusting Mega Inferno Bomb. And he'll have it in like 20 seconds. He has that Mega Inferno Bomb again. And that was a pretty worthy trade, if you ask me.
Yeah. That is just salt to the wounds here of EDG. Insult to injury for EDG. And J-Team is just making most out of this situation right now. They are ahead. They can just take their time. This is a competition that strives even in the late game. They know that they can just win a team fight here against EDG at any point in the game. They have full confidence that they can just outmaneuver them in a fight. They have demonstrated it in the bottom lane a while ago with Dawn very low in HP, with 0711 able to disengage successfully despite the aggressive playstyle of Xiao Zhang in Xingdao 7, and into an immediate follow-up by J-Team's, by Pan's Mega Inferno Bomb. And now 6,000 gold lead, slowly rising up. EDG still no answer. Now we're seeing the dragon spawning up. The next 10 seconds, J-Team can just unlock this again.
Yeah, J-Team can just take this. They had the timing just right. With this Ocean Drake, they need to actually contest it to the side of EDG. Good thing he was able to get the Rift Scutter there. 0711 didn't even try to go for the smite. Now they can go for this top side. 1v1 Xiao Zhang having a hard time here. Level 14 on that Jax. He's just so tanky. They can even try to go for him. Chain of Corruption is ready for Alone. He can go and use it. Flash it in. What? But he was able to dodge. Dawn 128 runs away. Gets the Ocean Drake. Yes, he will die here, but it's okay. Counter-Strike is going to be up, but the Ruthless Predator flash from Xiao Zhang just was able to get it. But what was the trade? They got the Drake.
They got the kill as well onto Xingdao 7. So that means Baron is very much available right now for J-Team. This turns into a disaster for EDG. Will they actually engage?
They're going to go in. Fate Seal, go backline. Pan might fall here. Flash is going to be there. Stace is going to be pop. He's dead. And now J-Team really struggling to go for the fight though. 0711 needs to be careful, but it's another piercing arrow coming in from you. And that's going to be the kill. 0711 runs away. Does have the timing. Hail of arrows not going to be hitting onto 0711. But it's a good thing that EDG survives for another day.
Oh yeah. And Alone pops off in that fight. You as well with Iona getting the backline access onto Pan, able to take the Ziggs down early. And also that piercing arrow coming in from Alone, taking Yezi down, or taking another member of J-Team down. That prevented the Baron from being taken here by J-Team. Look at this replay. You having an immediate access towards Pan is a Ziggs down. No more Mega Inferno Bomb, no more magic damage coming in from J-Team means that they have to disengage. But since 0711 has been caught, no way to escape. One more kill should suffice for EDG, and immediately has able to pick up some slack here in this game, able to recover 3,000 gold compared to J-Team.
Yeah, they still want to go and Dom want to wait. They know he's a threat. He's not going to stop on pushing. So this is going to be one of the things that they need to look out for, especially for the side of EDG. Don 128 always going to go to the bot side of the map, or at least on the other side of the map, in order for them to be distracted on him. And now J-Team really needs to go for the next objective, which is the Baron.
Baron going to be a very difficult problem here. Don still able to
good spot for Don. Don's gonna come out. Fade Seal to the Mega Inferno Bomb. Was able to hit him. He's now dead. But a lot of resources has been used already with the side of EDG. They could struggle a lot here. Huria going for the back line. He might be killed. DY and Yetzi looking for stragglers on their side. The knock up on 2. Perfect timing. Stasis gonna be used. A lot of damage from Malone. DY might be dead here. But the piercing arrow wasn't able to hit. Members of the members of EDG really looking for the kills, but J-Team lost another member.
Misuse on the cast allowed EDG to actually escape there as DY makes a slight mistake. And that allowed the calling not to be connecting onto the members of EDG. A window of opportunity, but it's blue side team able to get that 1 kill onto Don and escape without being scathed. And now it's the time for them to maybe go on a reset, maybe try to go into 1-3-1 and try to make more plays around the map, because J-Team is showing some windows of opportunity here, some mishaps, some mistakes that can be exploited. Don is starting to get bullied, especially with 3 people ganking onto him, and if they do get the kill onto the Jax, that can pave a way for EDG to actually take this Elder Drake, because if J-Team is going to be complete, there is a high tendency for them to actually outplay EDG. They demonstrated it already during their match against FPX. They can do it again.
DY, Dredge Line was used. He could get knocked up here. 2D is not pulling any triggers just yet. He still has the death charge. Can use against the members of J-Team. Is looking for the right target before he actually pulls the trigger. And now, this is scary. Alone is 4-0. He has a lot of damage. Once he hits the Chain of Corruption, but the Mega Inferno Bomb, half HP on Alone.
Oh my. It is a very scary situation still here for EDG. They have to be very careful. They have to maintain their grip in this game while keeping their distance onto the members of J-Team, because one mistake can lead to the demise here of EDG. That can spell out Baron and Elder Dragon for J-Team. And they're looking for that one mistake. They're slowly creeping towards the members here of EDG, looking for that opening. DY is here, 0711 as well, while Don is just maintaining his grip into the top lane. He's confident that he can win against Xiao Jiang, but might actually flank here.
Used it. Doesn't have any follow-throughs. DY doesn't have the explosive cast anymore. But what they're starting a Baron. Doesn't have any vision here. But this is going to be the call. They want to get the kill on DY. That's what they have been doing so far. They want to get 1 kill. Chain of Corruption to get the 1. And Alone is going to be able to take that in the bag. But what they took in the bag in exchange is going to be that Baron.
And Mega Inferno Bomb going to be on cooldown later on, but
Fate Seal still. You can still go in. It's a lot of damage though. And almost gets the kill. 0711. They have the timing though. EDG are now recalling back. They don't have any HP. And Don 128 going to the upside. This is going to be a big threat for the side. It's going to be a 3v3 that they want to go for. 0711 goes in. That's the damage. Chingdo 7 is here. Yes, he's going to be there to help. That's a lot of damage coming in from the side of J-Team. Once down. And this could start out the Elder Drake into their side. They already used the World Ender. It's losing all its duration. He was able to get the C on 0711. He got the vision now. Goes in. Fate Seal wasn't able to hit. And now J-Team can go for this pretty easily. Elder Drake is on their side.
Oh my god, that is just another clean movement by J-Team, completely zoning
EDG
away.
Wow.
This is why J-Team is just so good. Look at how they were just able to out just one mistake, just one overextension as the EDG tried to get the kill onto DY a while ago. They took a lot of damage coming in from Pan just because of the Mega Inferno Bomb. A lot of damage coming in from Yezi as well. That forced them to go back into the base. Don continued the pressure into the top lane. They got the Elder Drake because they got the kill onto Huria as well. And no way for Shingdao 7 to just get into that Dragon Pit. Now they have double buffs.
I have seen them flustered, but not in this way. In where not a lot of kills was there, but the explosive cast to start the fight. They're gonna go in. Most of the members are already in front. Shingdo 7 is gonna fall. He's gonna be the next one standing. The Elder Drake onto the backline was able to get 1 kill, and that's gonna be 2 on the board already. EDG's down. The last stand. Nexus is gonna fall. They went in. Fate Field has been cancelled, and the members of J-Team takes the win, and EDG wasn't able to do anything against them. The J-Team won a clean play again, even amongst the stronger teams in the CN Conference.
This is why they are just such a really strong team. Oh my god, they win fights without fighting. They win fights without committing to the fight. And they just make full use of the reading that they have against EDG, able to get the Baron for absolute defeat. DY was the sacrificial cow that they had into that fight. They got the Baron as well, able to deal a lot of damage with help of Ban at that time to force EDG back into the base. And then J-Team made a really good call to bait them into the Elder Dragon as well. And only Shengdao 7 and Huria was there to actually retaliate, because the base was in crisis. Because Dawn was split pushing into the top lane. They had really good pressure into the inhibitor tower, into the base of EDG. And because they lack members, J-Team just had enough time to get one kill onto the support of EDG and then transition into finishing up that Elder Dragon that got them now 2 buffs to just end this game. What an incredible feat by J-Team.
What's great about J-Team especially is when it comes down to this place, when it comes down to these champions that they know how to deal with, even on the hands of 0711, the Cossacks is going to be strong, especially at this moment in where you have an Aatrox, you have a Yone. That is when I agree on the Cossacks pick, because the Yone and the Aatrox are just going to be having big problems. And that's what happened during this game. Shingdo 7 was nowhere to be found. He was on a ditch, lying around, because he wasn't able to play the game. He wasn't able to make really great plays with an Aatrox pick. That's because J-Team knows how to space around the Aatrox. And oh man, a key pick just being cancelled like that because they know how to play against it. That's how J-Team plays the game the most. And that's why they're such a scary team.
Very scary, very calculated. And so deadly as well. This is a team that is hard to beat, hard to checkmate in this game. They will check you more than you can check them. And it's now very difficult for EDG to come back in this series. J-Team is just on a different dimension. This is why I love J-Team's performance. This is why I love their playstyle. It's just the one word we can describe J-Team is absolute efficiency. Efficiency at its finest. Small movements, maximizing the output. And that has been the course of this game as well. It took a long time, 22 minutes and 50 seconds, but they got slowly the one-sided beatdown that they wanted against EDG. No signs of comeback for EDG. There were some pickups that they got in that game, but J-Team always answered back with a more valuable proposition, more value of a kill, objective, and transition into this game.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that I really like about this team though, especially when it comes down to how they play. Everybody's going to be performing. Don 128 with that Jax, he was able to get a lot of attention from the team, because that's what happens when you let a Jax farm, when you let a Jax get items. You always need to put 2 people on that Jax before you're able to shut him down. And if you don't, you're just going to be going down. And even the substitute player of J-Team was able to get an MVP on his first game here. MVP count for Pan on the side of J-Team. This is how good this team goes, because they know, even with a substitute player, they know how to use them.
It was able to really fully maximize the Ziggs pick as well, make it from the box zone away the members of EDG, and J-Team as a team is just really good. And it's going to be very difficult for EDG now to come back in the series. I hope they do, as they go back into the drawing board, try to find a way to find a loophole, find a weakness out of J-Team.
Really such a delight to see J-Team. I would love to see more in the next game. But before we head into that, everybody, we're just going to be taking short breaks. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC Conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red.
If you're building a team up from up to ground, I think you should look at this game because J-Team is such a great team whenever you're talking about discipline. And now, we're gonna go to Game 2. Game 1, EDG lost. Not even, all I can say is massively. Even without a lot of kills on the side of J-Team, it was still a really big lead that they had during that game.
And I do recall one of the strategies of coaches, like on basketball metaphor, right?
Yeah.
Best offense is defense, and J-Team has a really good defensive strategy in this game. Able to just manipulate the map, able to take more whenever EDG tries to get something out of them. Whenever they get picks, they get a tower. Whenever they get a tower, they get a pick and another tower, or on the different objective. At one point, we saw them get 2 kills, punishing EDG, ganking bottom lane, and they got 2 kills in exchange for 1, plus 2 towers. 1 in the top lane, 1 in the mid lane. And ooh,
they substituted Hudia. Okay. It's been a while.
That is huge.
Yeah. And how is that going to affect the team overall, though? Now that Hudia is not in the picture, is that going to change the way that the team plays? Because remember, on Wild Rift, the supports, especially in the competitive scene, are an important piece. Because they are the carries of the early game. They are the ones who's going to be enabling everybody. So changing the support is a really big move here for EDG.
It is. I'm confused right now here on EDG. Hudia still performs really well, but right now, it's going to be replaced here by Langui. Let's see if Langui can step up here for EDG, as Huria formerly, well, when we saw Huria before for EDG, especially in their initial games, in their usual wins, he was really performing at the highest level. But now there is a need for a substitution, and Langway will be stepping up. J-Team still maintaining their form, maintaining their composition, or maintaining their roster here coming game number 2 as they settle here for blue side. They should have the priority now in terms of banning the champions here for EDG, because EDG has to respect the Aatrox. They have to ban this away as well.
Langway is gonna be a good piece here. That is gonna be a really good question mark for J-Team. How are they gonna be dealing with Langway? But as a team like J-Team, a very calculated team at that, they can do what they do best. They could just play around what they did during the game a while ago. Picking up the Jax is always going to be important for a team like J-Team because it really resonates well with their playstyle.
And look at them not really minding the Aatrox pick at all. They know that they don't need it here in this game. At least for the first pick, they prioritize more the Jax. They prioritize that split push enabling of Dawn, similar to game number 1. In EDG, at least they will get their hands onto the Gragas and the Varus. That should be a big angle now for them. Because a while ago, Alone actually did a really good job. At the end of that game, despite EDG losing, he had a scoreline of 5-0. No deaths and all kills.
Yeah. And a really good Varus is a really scary player. Even how tanky you are, we've seen it a while ago. J-Team, DY always pops. And that's because of Alone. Whenever he stacks a Chain of Corruption, or rather, the stacks on you, it's gonna be easy for him to just get one kill after that. And now, with J-Team going back to the Ziggs on Pawn to be more confident in that one, they opened up the Shen, they opened up the Aatrox, and it wasn't even a problem on both sides.
I'm thinking that maybe J-Team would be looking for a medic squad team composition here. Should EDG ban the Yuumi? Should they ban the Shen here? Because that can be, an option here for J-Team. They are removing the buy. If they remove the Aatrox, both champions will be ready now for J-Team.
Yeah, if ever they go for the Shen here and even give it to Don 128 or even Yetzi in the mid lane, it could be a good start here. The Shen to the Galio together with another damage source, maybe another damage source that could really carry the team. It would be good because right now in the state of the patch, the Jax wouldn't be able to just carry the team even with Galio and even with the Shen. A different champion could be something to work with here for J-Team. Oh, good ban.
Possibly a Wukong?
They need to ban the Aatrox now.
Yep. Good ban on the Aatrox for sure, if ever. J-Team, what will they take away? I think the Riven can be really good here for J-Team as well. Maybe Yezi can be the one to pick up the Jax, if ever. Oh, Singe gonna be removed. What is the path here for J-Team?
One thing that I can see is that they can go for the Shen Zhao for J-Team. Even ignoring the Shen, it's okay to just give EDG the Shen at this point. Because EDG could still use the Shen. They have the Yone, they have the Riven. These are good picks already. Or they can deny it, but they lose a bit of the damage potential of the composition, and they can't really activate 0711. They need to find a way to make use of 0711 skills, and a Shen is not a way to do that.
Maybe that's Zed. Then they would have some backline access here towards EDG. It can have a really good bursting potential as well towards any frontline, any single target. Can pave a way here for J-Team. Let's see if they are going to be locking it. It can also have a good synergy with the Galio into the backline if Zezi will be able to reach towards Alone in the backside. They will be locking it. What will be their last pick? Olaf.
I believe a Xin Zhao could be better. If they go for the Xin Zhao here, it could be a way better pick compared to an Olaf. But an Olaf is also good. I mean, it could really get access to the backline, but they want to pick the Aatrox themselves. That's way better. They have a lot of damage, but what they're lacking is a lot of CC. Because the Galio is not going to be giving you a lot of those CC, so they need to be careful in how they approach his fights.
This Renekton should go to the Baron lane, right? Because in the jungle, we just don't see any success on this champion at all. The Yone can be the one in the jungle too, and then Renekton into the mid lane. I think this is going to be the best form for EDG. Renekton can stand a really good chance against the Zed of Yezi. Riven against the Jax is better here for EDG as well, since it is a Galio versus a Gragas. Then EDG should have better Baron lane pressure towards J-Team as well.
Yeah, even the Ribbon versus Zed in the mid lane is an easier matchup here for their side. So this could be used in the mid lane too for the side right here of EDG. EDG, for me, has a way better composition than what J-Team has given us right now. Because they do have a lot of damage. They do have a lot of sustain for long drag on fights for J-Team. But what they're lacking is how this damage sources are going to be locking on those targets. Because if they don't have CC, how are they going to be making use of those damage?
Going to be a tough task here for both teams, but let's see if EDG can this time dismantle, shake up J-Team in this second game. They have the draft to work around with. Only question is the execution. Game number 1, we have seen them trying a lot of times. J-Team completely out-handling them. But with this composition, they might have a chance. I mean, even in the laning phase, Riven, Gragas should win against Jax and Galio. Mid lane Renekton should win against the Zed, especially because of that Ruthless Predator. The Yone of Shingdao 7 can have a really good backline access into the team fight, also with the isolation plays with the cast. So everything is laid out here for EDG. Even the Chain of Corruption can be good to counter the engage of J-Team.
Really big favorable matchup here for EDG, especially in the early objective. And that's what I would like that they would use in order for them to get this to game 3, because EDG would have a lot of big advantage, because considering how Alone played last game, they could make use of that momentum that they had right there. And there you go. AP carry, as they said. And that's what we have there in the Dragon Lane. AP carries.
Wow. 45% damage is... I think that's the highest so far in this tournament. Because I believe 44 was the number to beat.
Yeah.
And it was during the match of EDG versus Keepes Gaming.
Such a big... I mean, that's a Ziggs at you, everybody. Ziggs just deals so much damage, especially on big fights. He wouldn't care. He's just gonna be dealing so much damage against you every time.
Oh man. Xiao Jiang took a bit of damage here into the top lane. Has to be very careful. Again, the Jax of Dawn is really deadly. It's so hard to bait out the counter strike and time it when the engage comes.
Yeah. Justice Punch wasn't able to hit, and Counter-Strike too late on the trigger there for Dawn. That is going to be giving them little micro advantages here for EDG, and they can use it for this next fight that could happen once another body slam is connecting. They have it. Justice Punch is going to be there with the Shield of the Bond. They have it. Counter-Strike is at the ready for the stun right on their side, but J-Team is just going to back away, forcing the flash.
The moment they saw 0711 in that topside river brush, they immediately backed away, paying good respect towards the possible dive there of J-Team. Yezi is going to take a bit of damage there from you, but still able to survive, able to answer back as well. The Living Shadow into the Shuriken. And that's something that you should be very careful of, especially with low HP.
Yeah, Shield of the Bond, but he lips right away. Could have been a kill on Xiao Zhang. And J-Team would... Okay, they popped the Ignite. They're not going to continue with anything more.
It looks like J-Team is paying a bit more respect here towards EDG. A potential engage since they don't have any vision towards the tri-brush there of EDG. I think those 7 hits here into the bottom lane though. Can post here towards Pan. Waiting for the Chain of Corruption, but it looks like they're not going to continue.
Okay, that's interesting. If they really continued with the Chain of Corruption, I think they had the flash a while ago. They could have used it and tried to dive out. One kill to their side. Once they get the first blood, could have been a big win bot side.
And now, well, openings created for both teams due to the respect they are giving onto each other. But that is still going to be favoring J-Team a lot here.
Knockoffs, that's going to come out. Grandmaster Smite on Dawn 128, but it's not going to be helpful because the Wind Slash is there. They got the first blood on EDG.
That's a window of opportunity that we have been looking forward a while ago. J-Team in the top side a while ago was thinking that maybe Shingdao 7 was there, but he was actually into the bottom lane. Now that he ganked top lane, that is a big mix-up here towards the calculation or the reading of J-Team. That should provide EDG some platings here for Xiao Jiang to work with, as DY is just trying his best to prevent them from getting any plates. Here comes...
Want a bit of revenge. Top side, no damage. DY is going to fall. A lot of CC, and this is what I'm saying. EDG has a lot to work with, and that is how they work around it.
And J-Team answered into the bottom lane. That should be a couple of plates as well here for Pan. Dawn trying to desperately save this top lane for the meantime, but has to be very careful as the cooldown of Xiaojiang is relatively low. Langui can just go here as well. Looks like they are going to be backing away for the meantime. 100% win rate for J teams. 0-7-11, 8 rocks, 3 wins, 0 losses. Let's check out that replay and how it actually happened here into the bottom lane. Alone was overextending, I believe. Actually engaged her onto Pan, but still got
he
followed up by
dodged it.
0-7-11. The savior. A good dodge as well by Pan. Allowed 0-7-11 to just go with that cleanup.
Could have been an easy kill too, though. After the Chain of Corruption, if he hits that piercing arrow, that could have been a kill already. And now with that starting off, EDG are just gonna be, at least this is not a big advantage yet at this point. EDG still has a 1.5k gold lead out of those kills. And now they can go for the Rip Herald again for J Team, but they're looking at Xiaojiang. Have the Ignite, or even the flash right there was popped off by Xiaojiang. He needs to run away. Wind Slash to use, and now the Rip Herald is going to be their target here for J Team.
EDG going to be answering back with a Mountain Dragon, though. That is going to be huge for their resistance against the burst here of J Team. And they're even going in. Langui
wasn't able to hit. EY needs to follow up with the Justice Punch, and Xiaojiang is just going to give this for free. And they're just going to be having a gentleman's handshake for this objective.
But I like seeing EDG now having more confidence infiltrating J Team's movements. Because a while ago, they weren't doing that. They were either being very aggressive or not doing anything at all. Now is a better improvement coming in from EDG. And I think they will have a much better standing chance, especially with the composition that they have as of the moment. They have a lot of tools to work around with. Yezi.
Oh, Ruthless Predator timing with the death mark. They have the ultimate coming out, and Yu is going to fall down. Perfect timing, too, with the death mark shadow. And J Team, wow. Yetzi played that so well.
That is just a backhanded slap being thrown out by Yezi. You do not dare tower dive this Zed, this mid laner of J Team, or else you're gonna get punished. And the punishment is this RH now being spawned into the mid lane. Threatening a push. Also, Shakedown 7 taking a bit of damage there. Has to really fall back.
World Ender, he comes in. He does have the Hurricane. Might be able to get a Seal Tempest to knock him up. Was able to run away in 0-7-11. Walks in shame.
Oh, almost there by Pan. Airy hitting him a second time.
No, Alone is here.
But now?
Goes with the Chain of Corruption. Was able to hit on one. And that's going to be a dead Pan. He flashes away. But to what cost? He still died in the end. Now they want to follow through. They want to get some kills for more. They still have the Ruthless Predator and cooldown on you. They still would just give this platings on the side of EDG.
And Xiaojiang has been pushing into the top lane as well. That is a lot of gold injection towards EDG with just one pick off onto Pan. And also with Shengdao 7 surviving a while ago, it paved the way for them to neglect or deny some gold towards J Team as well. Now we're seeing the usual domination or usual aggressive playstyle coming in from EDG. They should look for more picks. They should try to avoid some of the counters here, especially from Yezi. I think it has been the only problem for now.
Ooh, first third still goes to the hands right here of EDG. They were able to get the tower a while ago, and now they get at least a turret in the mid lane to answer with on the side of J Team.
Good answer back. Xiaojiang in Shengdao 7 looking to maybe get a pick here onto Yezi, especially to unlock this top lane tier 1. The 7 is going to be here. Looks like they are just going to be wanting to zone them away. No reinforcements from J Team. Everyone is on bot side, and that should be a tower.
Yeah, that's a good answer. EDG playing around the playstyle of J Team right now on their book, and now they want to get those blue buffs. Langui gonna be going out, uses the stasis to buy some time, and now that is enough for them to be rolling back. Pan wasn't hit, but he was hit by the piercing arrow in the end.
He got baited trying to get that blue buff. That was really bad coming from J Team. That is not the usual movement that we do see on this team. And EDG just keeps on punishing them. Now they gotta get onto the Ziggs. Now they can just go back into the lane. They have unlocked top side and bot side tier 1 towers. The only left standing is the mid lane one. And EDG has been having a lot of attempts taking that tower down. J Team should be very, very careful now.
They're not flustered. J Team, this is one of the things that they need to think about. How are they going to approach this after? They don't have a lot of towers. They got 2 towers down on their side. Pan was taken down here because of this one. And everybody, that is one of the lessons that you need to think about. Don't have vision. You need to be careful every time.
Fortunately, not much punishment was actually given there by EDG. No objectives, no towers taken out, but now they're posting towards this topside river. Since they do have the leverage in terms of gold, they can actually have the confidence to do so. 0711 is not online just yet. Dawn is trying to do some work here into the bot lane together with Xiaojiang. And it's actually doing a really good job. Topside, though, is going to be a different story. 0711 is in the bottom lane. That is going to be confusing me.
Yeah. Already started. They just want to take some towers because they don't want to get their Rift Herald anyway. Because the Infernal Drake is at the ready. They're just going to be giving this objective. They don't want to give any more kills to the side right here of EDG because they know that at this point, they still can't win against them.
But this is a tool that EDG...
Oh, they go in. Need to get the knock-up in if ever they want to get the kill on Xiaojiang. They were able to get one, but not enough follow-through. Langwei is going to be here. He does have the explosive cast. Timing was not right. That's why he wasn't able to pull the trigger. Living shadows away from Yetzi. And Langwei is still just threatening this next objective, which is the Infernal Drake.
A big responsibility for Jame2 to actually defend their mid lane tier 1 because EDG has the RH now. They can use it in the mid lane, try to unlock this tier 1 tower, maybe try to bait J-Team into committing onto the objective as well to deny them from the second dragon, which EDG already secured the first dragon a while ago. And as they scale up, this is going to be a big problem now for J-Team. They have to really try to get this and also answer the push coming in the mid lane as Xiaojiang is just shoving the wave. They now have priority. They now have vision.
Don't have the minions just yet, so now they need to start though. Shingzhou wasn't able to get the knock-up. They had the timing just right from Don 128 to the bot side of the map. They want to go for him. I think the members right now of J-Team doesn't really know what to do. They need to think about what to do against Don 128 here. He's now going to be jumped by 2 members. He's going to die here for sure. Hero Sense is going to be used. This might be 2 on the kill right here for EDG. They got the Fate Sealed. What was that call from J-Team? Now they lose a lot of their members. Look at the back line here. They can go for Pan. He dies. Xiaojiang is going to be next. But they lost 3 members in the process just because they tried to save 1 in the bot lane.
It was too late for the Hero's entrance. 0711 tried to pick up the slack. Yizzy as well. Dealing a bit of damage there onto Langwei, but that should be the dragon now for EDG just because of that crucial mistake. Not really the taste here of J-Team. This is not the J-Team that we know. And now they're being exploited here by EDG. Able to get the second objective, able to get a charge into the mid lane. A couple of kills as well. 3 kills in that fight. And now we're seeing a really scary EDG. Let's check out that replay and how it actually happened. Dawn is in the bot lane. 2 versus 1 is really good here for EDG. They timed on the counter-strike as well. And since the Galio was too far away, it took a long time for him to get in range for the hero's entrance. And after that, it's already a disaster for J-Team. Xiaojiang had a really good access towards the backline, able to get a kill onto the Ziggs, and despite 0711 and Yezi picking up that kill, in total, it's still better for EDG.
Yeah, overall, Shingzhou 7 is just activated right now. They have the death mark. They want to get the kill on him, but he doesn't really have that much damage. Even together with that is still not enough. So J-Team, now, what can they do here? Because Alone's Varus pick has been proved to be a headache on the team here.
A big headache right now. And Alone is just popping off as of the moment. Able to survive so many times as well. Able to poke out them. Langwei
gonna be here. Might have the explosive cast. Don't even need it with a body slam. Next is gonna be 0711. Chain of Corruption wasn't able to hit. That is a good start for them. They don't have the follow through with the Shield of the Run, but the damage from Alone is just so much that they need to be scared.
They need to respect the damage coming in from Alone. The piercing arrows definitely piercing onto the HP bars there of J-Team. Now they're forced to just play things reactively. They have Dawn still pushing into the bottom lane. That's a good sign coming in from them, especially that this Jax is going to be winning against Xiaojiang's Ribbon. But every time Dawn is going to get ganked, that is an opening here for EDG because everybody on the side of J-Team is just so far behind. In EDG, they're forcing out fights. They're forcing out really good positions as well. And Langwei has been able to get really good positions for EDG. And that can spell out trouble here for J-Team.
Yeah, been doing quite well during this game, and EDG really knows how to play around it. Whenever J-Team is flustered, this is what you do. And right now, it's one of their struggles is how they play. Oh no, Dom wants is going to be dead here for sure. That's going to be for free. And that's even using the Fate Seal in order for them to really get that objective.
Big respect towards Dawn. They want to really get that kill. But what's next is going to be a push by EDG into the bot lane. No one is going to be able to answer that push from Xiaojiang. Top lane is being answered here. 0711 has a really good angle. Who are they going to be assassinating alone?
Oh, going for alone, but the flash from alone was perfectly timed. And now they have Shingdo 7 here. They have a lot of damage coming in from him. And this might be the kill coming out, and that's it. With the Soul and Bound, was able to get one kill on them, and Xiao Zhang is going to go there. Hero Center is going to be used to stop them from moving forward. And EDG now has their sights on the objective, and that's going to be the Baron.
Really good timing for Dawn. Really good timing as well for Alone to be able to escape, and they made a really good outplay here onto Jaden. They're still going to be committing onto the contest.
Yeah, Pan doesn't have a lot of HP. Xiao Zhang has been used. Ace is going to be there. Pan is going to be the target too. Has been hit by the Fate Seal, and TY is going to be next. But the members of EDG are just looking for the targets. They don't want to continue. They don't want to give them any chance. And Dawn 128 again going to be their next target on the chopping block, because that's going to be another kill to the side of EDG.
Oh, really big punishment. This time around, J-Team is taking a beating out of EDG. They're having their sights set on this Baron as well. J-Team tried to collapse a while ago, tried to contest, but simply to no avail. Now, EDG wants to bait them in. 0711 is in the vicinity. Can he actually get a kill?
Not a lot of HP though. A lot of the members are just going forward. With Shingdo 7 left alone in the Baron pit, it doesn't really matter because he does have a lot of damage. He can go for the flash on 0711. He was left alone. Fate Sealed used by Shingdo 7 just for them to buy some time. They still have the smite. Chain of Corruption was used. Might be able to get the spike. Almost super close right there. And EDG in the end was able to get it. And now Shingdo 7, oh no, he was left alone here. But he can go and get the kill on Pawn anyway. He doesn't care. And that's the damage. Stasis. He's going to buy some time, but he's going to die too. And EDG is just able to get the objective and 2 more kills onto the board.
J-Team starting to be desperate now in this game, and EDG keeps on punishing them. Look at the gold. Look at the stats right now of EDG. Everything is banking on them right now. Let's check out that replay and how it actually happened. 0711 tried to get that steal. Chain of Corruption bought enough time. Despite the attempt of 0711, it simply wasn't enough. Shingdown 7 still had the better angle in that smite contest. Even got the kill onto Pan a while ago, flashing and having the full confidence that he can just get the kill. Got the trade here for 0711, but at the end of it, still net profit for EDG. And now with the Baron buff, they can just posture down all 3 lanes and get more gold for themselves.
Yeah. Ocean Drake is here too. They can just take it if ever they want to. And J-Team, with this 8k gold lead, what can they do? They can go and try to get some kills, but as I said, they don't have any point in drafting 3 damage sources without any CC, because how can they hit those damage if they don't have the CC to lock them down? And that's why J-Team has been having a hard time here, finding something. They're gonna go in, try to go for the steal, but Shingdo 7 is really, really good with his smite steals, and that's gonna be it for them. DY is going to be left alone here. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to hit him. Most of the members are already fall down. And Pawn is going to be the next one with a piercing arrow. And EDG wants to get this to game 3. They lost all of their members with a 13k gold lead. EDG just won this game massively. They got all the kills. They got all the towers. And that is how you play against a team like J-Team. And EDG just showed us how to beat a juggernaut like J-Team.
And this is how you do it. This is how we know EDG. Really aggressive, really outperforming the teams. And J-Team, they gave them a really good beating now in this game number 2. Such prowess by EDG, able to force J-Team to go on desperate moves, especially in the latter objectives. In the Baron, they got really good kills as well. Really good pickoffs onto the run that enabled them to get good position into the Baron, baited 0711, the rest of the team of J-Team to collapse and try to contest. And they just cleaned them up. They also baited them into that last dragon, and props to Shingdown 7 getting the best smite in this game compared to 0711. Absolutely no way for 0711 to get any steal into the Baron, into that last dragon, and then they just cleaned everything up.
Yeah, and as we said, EDG really had the more favorable matchup because with the champions that they have during that game, remember, they don't have a lot of CC on the side of J-Team. So how is this damage source going to be able to actually do damage? Because when you don't have the CC, when you only have a Galio, that's one of the problems, because the reason why the Galio is not favored by most of the teams is because the Galio doesn't enable a lot of them. If that was a Gragas, if that was a Nautilus, that could have been okay. But because it was a Galio, and DY wasn't really hitting a lot of his Justice punches, and even the Hero's entrances was not really timed really well, that's why J-Team wasn't able to deal as much damage as they could. And even against a Yone, an Aatrox is not really a good pick.
They're not as synced up as game number 1. And J-Team had a lot of openings given towards EDG that EDG had no hesitation punishing and taking here in this game. Even Xiaojiang popped off so much in this game, alone as well with all those arrows. But we can't help but recognize the prowess as well by Xingdao7. He definitely shined in this game, getting a lot of kills onto the backline, onto Pan, punishing any sort of distance that he does not take onto the members of EDG, always getting that fate sealed onto the Ziggs and always getting the objectives as well. And now they're posing for game number 3. They have the best possible momentum right now against J-Team, and they finally cracked the code. The only question is, will they be able to continue cracking the defenses here of J-Team? Can they still make or force J-Team to play this desperate?
Yeah, one thing to note for J-Team is that their draft doesn't really scream J-Team during that time, because they didn't really expect the picks that are going to coming out of EDG, which is one is the Yone that's going to be used in the jungle, and picking up the Aatrox against the Yone in the jungle is not one of the best picks that they can go for. If they went for the Wukong on that last pick rather than an Aatrox, that could have been way better for the team here, because they really needed a little bit sprinkle of the CC there compared to what they had there for the side right now of EDG. EDG has a lot of CC sources. That's why most of the members of J-Team really struggled to fight against them, because the CCs were there. They can't even dish out the damage that they want to dish out, even if they want to do.
Every single member of EDG had some sort of crowd control, and J-Team had very little crowd control to work around with. So team fight was more complicated, and there was a lot more room for damage thrown out on the side of EDG, especially because of the layering of their CC. And J-Team really needs to work around their composition. The Z lane was really good. It popped off at some time, but it falls off to the very end. One thing though has shined till the end, and that is Xingdao7's Yone performance. Definitely deserving of an MVP performance.
Xingdao7 close to getting that 7 MVP count. One on the board again for Xingdao7. I do hope that he gets more for as long as the tournament goes, because EDG is one of the teams that I really wanted to see right there on the top, together with KBG and other teams that we have here in the tournament. But J-Team, what can they do in game 3? Because that is going to be the question. So far, they perform so well, but this is one of the games that they are needing to actually think about what they could draft against EDG during this next game. Game 2 was really greatly won by EDG. But again, before we head into game 3, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break. My name is Dash, and I was here with Kiyong. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, A new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in a BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a
Welcome back, everybody. Game 3 on this tournament, J Team versus EDG. We've seen Game 2 dominated completely by EDG. It's been a while since I've seen J Team struggle and even go for the... They got flustered during this game, so they need to turn it around during Game 3. Or would EDG get back and be breaking free from their slump that they had lost streaks 3 series ago, and now they might be able to break free from that?
I mean, this is the chance. This is the opportunity that they have been waiting for. That game number 2 is just really good coming in from EDG. But now J-Team is going to be back on red side. And game number 1, they were on the red side. They had a really good composition as well. They had the combination with the Gragas and the Ziggs at that time. Pan had a really good performance as well. So maybe that's something that they really need to channel in this game, because the previous draft they had in game number 2 wasn't really great. They had a lack of crowd control, in which we have talked about a while ago, compared to EDG's 5-man 5 crowd control composition. And they have to really work on that right now.
Right now, what they can do for decided J Team, think about the drafts. That's one of the things that I really think they need to work on, especially that they're on the red side, which is way better for a team like them. What I like from EDG though is the respect that they have for this Corki. Corki has always been banned by them because they know, I think they are believing that Yahtzee and Pan could really play this Corki so well.
EDG, what is gonna be their path this time around? They are gonna be respecting Yezi's. Well, Corki gonna be respected. The Zed as well by Yezi gonna be respected here. J-Team, we can safely anticipate that maybe they are gonna be leaving the Aatrox open again here and try to work around that as well. The prior bans that they had in game number 1 was the Camille, Fiora, and the Akali. So that can be the takeaway here for game number 3 as well.
Banning the Zed, even for EDG, they don't want to see that. They're opening up a lot of possibilities again. Even if Jax was banned, they don't want Don 128, even with a 0-5 during the last game. They even banned the Jax. So this opens up a lot. Oh, look at this. The Camille is not open, but there's again another Aatrox with the Varus. That is what you needed to ban. Alone was just a monster with that champion.
Alright, we are going to be seeing a big respect towards the Varus of Alone. And he did a really good job even in game number 1, right? EDG lost that particular game, but Alone had a really good scoreline, 5-0 in that game number 1. Game number 2 is the same monster, but this time around, EDG had a really good composition to work around that lineup. And now they're first picking the Gragas, denying it away from DY, and also Langway had a really good performance with this as well. So now J-Team has to really work around. I think the Nautilus is much better compared to the Galio because DY was really struggling with the Galio a while ago.
Yeah. Now, what can they use here, though? Because the Galio is not really a great pick, especially in a team like J-Team. I do believe that every time comes out, the Nautilus and Gragas are still going to be those stronger support picks compared to the Galio. And now EDG is looking towards another angle here. It has been banned since a while ago. Akali is now open for you to play around with.
Yeah, Akali is going to be available, and this is something that we have been looking forward being banned away in this particular game, especially that J-Team banned away in this champion game number 1. Now EDG is going to be taking it without hesitation. They're also going to be able to pick up the Senna, which is equally deadly towards the late game because now they have a mid lane AP damage dealer. They can just get an AD scaling champion into the bottom lane that will provide a lot of sustain as well, and that's very scary towards J-Team. Has to find a way to burst EDG down, also maintain some sort of high DPS. And if they do take the Kha'Zix, because a while ago it was respected by EDG, right? But now they will have a chance to ban the Ziggs away from Pan right here.
Yeah, that's true. The Ziggs could be banned by EDG, even the Zoe forcing him to go for the Lux or even the Karma. So that is not going to be a good angle here for J-Team. But what's good about J-Team, they could really ban the Yone. They could also ban the Gwen that EDG could use in their favor if they want a carry jungler like what Shingdo7 had during the past games.
I really like the composition now of EDG. I'm thinking that maybe they can pick up the Renekton again, or maybe the Riven even here for Xiao Jiang, in which he had a really good performance a while ago. Good synergy as well onto Shingdo7. Yone gonna be respected here by J-Team, which is good because a while ago Shingdo7 was an absolute monster and is able to secure the MVP as well with 917 scoreline and also really good backline access towards Pan, able to get the kill onto him all the time. And it is going to be a big threat if ever he gets his hands on the Yone. Looks like EDG is going to be taking away the Renekton though.
What's great about J-Team's composition is that even if they don't get the Ziggs, they also had the possibility of picking up the Jace on the Dragon lane. We haven't seen a lot of successes from the Jace in the Dragon lane, but if it's against a Senna, it would be on a Senna Ragos composition, it would be way easier for this Jace to actually be successful. What they can go for here for the side of J-Team is that they can go for a lot more bruisers so that they would have a lot more frontline access. Yeah, like the Wukong, that's good.
Ooh, yeah, this is what we have been asking a while ago, right? This is what has been lacking on the side of J-Team. They picked up the Aatrox at the very end and then it didn't really turn out great for them. But EDG, they will get the Xin Zhao of Shingdo7. I think this is going to be much better, the Xin Zhao. Vi is a little bit of a 50-50. You know, we have seen a couple of success and a couple of mismatches with his champion. But I think with the lockdown that they are intending to have,
Yasuo is not bad.
Yeah,
honestly, on this type of composition, I'm not gonna be dissing any Yasuos here because the cease and desist that they have and also the timing that they could have with these champions is already perfect. And now a Vex comes out in the game. It's been a long while since we've seen a Vex. This game has a lot of left field throws from both of our sides.
This is an all-in matchup right now. I can't really recall the last time I have seen a Vex being picked up as well. This is just so exciting. I love this. I love this. This is what we have been asking for. And now they're going to be giving it to us. J-Team all in. And EDG, they are going to go all in as well. Let's see who is going to be reigning on top. Will EDG break their lose streak? Or will J-Team continue with their domination?
That's going to be the question here. Right now, EDG they have a mission. They need to get away from this slump, and they have a chance because they were already able to get this to 1-1. Might as well just ride the momentum and be able to take the next game in their favor, and that's what I want to see here for EDG. But J-Team, they're proving to be a strong bunch and a mountain to climb for the team here. They need a lot of effort in order for them to win, and this is a chance. But EDG could still take this in a bag with this risk of picking a Yasuo to the Vi, be able to get them this win.
Okay, I'm about to drop some stats here on the Vex. Are you ready, Dash?
Yeah.
In the Huya the Legend Cup and WRL, it has been picked up a total of 10 times, or 12 times rather, but only won 2 times.
Yeah.
Very, very low win rate. And we all know it's one of the reasons why it's not really picked that much, right?
Yeah.
But in this game, J-Team's gonna risk it.
It's really hard to make the Vex really great compared to other champions. Like, what is this right now?
No.
This is one of those timings in where the Vex is gonna be good, is if you need an extra CC in the early game and try to force a flash out of the other enemy. And that's what they did in the bot lane.
Really good early game pressure there by J-Team, able to force the flash as well. Face your fear. Yeah, definitely Shingdao7 has instilled a lot of fear towards the members there of J-Team in that previous game. 920 gold per minute is really high as well. And it can be the takeaway here in at least the next games of EDG, but...
Yetzi, super low in HP though. Still don't have any more Shuriken Plus on Zhao Zong. But this topside fight could easily be won by whoever makes a mistake on who's getting closer. But the Honey Fruit is still ready right there, so Yetzi would have a bigger advantage here in this fight.
Ooh. Dawn doing a really good work here into the mid lane. Looks like J-Team is going to be swapping again, similar to game number 1. And is doing a really good job against you as of the meantime. Yezi and DY just trying to do some work here into the top lane, able to maybe get a couple of plates as Pan is very stable here into the bottom lane. Again, it is a Vex, and I actually like the combination that they have right now. They have really good backlane access, really good burst as well, and with the Kha'Zix and the Vex, it should provide a lot of kill pressure and reset potential from both the Kha'Zix and the Vex. And that is very deadly for EDG. If they give a window of opportunity, that can be spelling out bad for them. But with the Yasuo, just one wind wall can deny the whole kit here of the Vex, of Pan. So they really need to be very careful whenever they use the ult.
And remember, it's a control mage. Vex is a control mage, really good against a lot of melee champions. And once the Vex gets close, a Shadow Surge, even a Fear to anybody on the members right there of EDG would be very deadly. Because once he gets close with the personal space and gets the Fear, that really would disrupt a lot of big combos right here from EDG.
Oh yeah. And J-Team really wants to close the gap here. Really wants to get the full-on initiation towards the members of EDG. Shingdao7 just posting here into the mid lane. At least will just be ready if ever J-Team does collapse onto you. And they want to enable this Yasuo. It's very difficult to do that because he is just so squishy, especially into the team fights. And a lot of times we have seen a Yasuo go in with the last breath and then just completely die. Yezi doing a really good job into the top lane, able to poke out alone in Xiaojiang. It's just huge. Now it comes Dawn, here comes DY.
Oh, they had that charge. Don't have a lot of vision though for the team, but that's a lot of low HP members already. Shingdao7 wants to get the kill on Dawn 128. They have the assist and this is to work with. Last breath right there, and he might die here, but he was able to survive. He still has another Cyclone to work with, but they got survived right there, and J-Team takes first blood.
Really good timing there coming in from J-Team. The Dawning Shadow was a little bit late coming in from alone, and that allowed J-Team to get that single target pick off. Now it's time for them to get more. Now it's the time for them to try to bully top lane, in which Xiaojiang is having a bit of a hard time. Let's check out that replay. Now what happened to happen. Depth charge was used. Good use of Xiaojiang with the Shroud to hide under it. Dawn got caught up by Shingdao7 and enabled that last breath for you to work around, but the damage wasn't really enough. Still able to flash away, and then DY goes in, follow up by 0711. Dawning Shadow was a little bit late, and had it been connected onto the ally of EDG, the shock wave or the shock blast was ready for getting that execute.
Yeah, this is why I don't really favor a lot of the Vi picks. Vi is a good champion per se, but on this competitive level, most of the time the Vi fails because people really know how to play against the Vi. Once the Vi goes for the cease and desist and the Vault Breaker, Vi needs to walk back if he needs to go back to his teammates. Unless you just want to be that suicidal bomb, once you use the cease and desist, that's gonna be a free kill to the other side. Unless you won't get that kill, that is a big failed attempt if ever they can't get the kill.
It's a 50-50 on the Vi. If you do get in and do get a really good engage, and that is a more sizable win coming in from EDG. A single target pick off, really good suppression, but if they fail, then there's no way out. Similar to how, well, an Alistar usually goes. If you use the headbutt pulverize and they don't have your ult, then you're just gonna die.
Yeah.
J-Team has really good answers as well. They have really good backline access, has the reset available for Pan.
Look at what JD.
They're gonna contest.
Yeah, already starting forward though. DY is in front of Shingdo 7, just so he wouldn't take this pretty easily. Now they want to go for the Fight Cyclone. It's going to be used right there. They have access to the back line, but they can't get the kill, and that's going to be it. Don Wanto, it's going to be the target. They have the last breath. He's going to fall down, but they got the objective, but EDG still takes one kill.
Yeah, J-Team did not respect you right there. Windwall was available and they just used it, completely negating the whole intention there of J-Team. So that led to that one kill that they picked up onto Dawn. And now J-Team has to really step up, has to really be careful whenever they try to engage. Because again, if they don't get the suppression onto you before Pan throws in the Shadow Surge, it's not going to be looking good here for the Vex. Check out that replay. Because DY was holding the position. That was a really good engage. And then the wind wall, completely negating the whole intention of Pan. And then they secured the RH. That came the season. This is into the last breath combination of EDG. This time working around in that top side fight.
Yeah, perfect. EDG really needs to get those kills though in order for them to really not get way further than what J-Team has right now. Dragon has been secured by J-Team, which usually goes in favor of them, but now they still are holding onto that Rift Herald onto Shingdo 7. Now they want to get the kill onto the bot lane of the map. Don Wanto is just going to be running away, and until now he's still on the weak side of the map. They still want to get the kill on him every step of the way, but the members right here of J-Team already in front. They have the ultimate Cyclone. They want to get the kill on Shingdo 7. Cancels it with one death charge, and that's gonna be it. Alone is gonna be running away, but J-Team still able to get one kill.
J-Team, one kill. EDG got a lot of damage into the bot lane tier 1. Xiaojiang is into the top lane, pushing a wave as well into their tier 1, into the top.
Yeah, flashing in, stretch line, that's gonna be a kill. That's easy setups from J-Team.
This time, the wind wall was a little bit too late. Shadow Surge almost connecting onto. Had it been connected, that could have been a kill. But now, tower for tower, Yezi gonna be able to back away at least.
Yeah, flashes out though, perfect. Now, top lane tower might fall down here. That's gonna be a good chance, at least for EDG. Was able to get the 2-for-1 tower.
For one, really good here for J-Team. Now they only need top lane to be unlocked. That is the win condition here for J-Team. Similar to game number 1. Vex so far 50-50 here for J-Team. As long as they get the Shadow Surge connecting onto the members of EDG, that should be fine. But a while ago, we have seen you actually having a really good wind wall in that top side fight. And he should be very careful of the engages here of J-Team. I think the only ability that he should be looking at is the Shadow Surge. If he gets a really good wind wall, then that should negate most of the engages here of J-Team. Because Pan wouldn't get that reset, wouldn't get that pop off on the Vex that he's supposed to have.
You really need to get that Shadow Surge in order for you to keep going as a Vex, and that is the reason why people haven't been picking a lot of the Vex, because it's really conditional, that Shadow Surge, because most of the time once you go Shadow Surge in, you're basically dead, like how the Cease and Desist works on their side. But again, at least this resets, and that's one of the things that they need to look out for J-Team. And EDG needs to be careful. Rift Herald is going to be up in a bit, and they have already set up their vision on the top side of the map.
J-Team can actually post for this RH next. EDG a little bit down in terms of gold, 2,000 gold deficit now against J-Team. And this composition is now starting to struggle a little bit. Xiaojiang still working on the scaling though. And that is going to be the window of opportunity. Because the Kali is very difficult to kill, and he has a lot of targets here on the members of J-Team. If he gets even onto his third item, that should be the time for the Kali to pop off. Now, J-Team just fishing for a kill. Wanted to get a good position here into the top side river. Similar to a while ago, EDG was actually the one looking for a pick. Now, J-Team.
And that vision flashes in, and that's gonna be a kill. Last breath, but 0711 was able to run away. That's the perfect timing. Now they can go for the reset. They got one kill already. Pawn might go for another more. Still had a Shadow Surge to work with. They can still go in. But with 0711 low in HP, they can't really start anything just yet. Now that the Shadow Surge wasn't able to hit, they can start this right now. J-Team are going to go for Rift Herald, and EDG is just going to give this into their favor because they know this is uncontested on a 5v4.
EDG tried to engage onto them, tried to force out a fight, but really good retaliation coming in from J-Team, especially coming in from Yezi, able to throw in a shock blast. That wind wall was a little too early. The Shadow Surge still connected, and that allowed J-Team to work around in the team. But now RH slowly pushing into the top lane. J-Team also establishing control in this bot side. Yeah, it's perfect. Now EDG has to decide. Do they answer top wave push, or do they answer the one setting up here for J-Team in the bot side river?
They can start it right now. For EDG, they need to start it right now because this slow push in the top lane is going to be deadly the longer this fight goes, and that's what J-Team is going to do. They're just going to wait for them to engage. They're waiting for them to go for something, and EDG is not pulling the trigger. They don't have an Akali in this fight if that happens, and that's a big disadvantage. And also, mid lane is pushing in favor of J-Team, and this is just going in their favor. EDG needs to start right now. They're losing a bit of their time, and this is going to be going great in their favor. They got the tower already, and now EDG wants to start. They have the cease and desist. They want to go to 0711, but they're taking a bit of time. Right now, they want to go. Shingdo 7 wants to go to the back line. Explosive cast right there. They want to go for the last breath, but they weren't able to pull the trigger. Right now, they got a Drake in their side, but it's still not enough. J-Team is looking at most of their members. Pawn was able to get to the back line, but he wasn't able to get the kill. All in favor of J-Team, but EDG got the tower, or rather, Drake.
One dragon, but so many kills coming in from J-Team. 2 kills, or to make that 3 kills, plus 2 towers right now being charged here by J-Team. Mid lane is going to be pushed for sure. Xiao Jiang is just too late into the fight now, alone. All alone as well, trying to defend this mid-tier 1, or mid-tier 2. And J-Team had a really good position there in that fight. Had it been EDG able to clear out that top wave, or they committed early into the fight, they could have gotten the objective and the fight as well. But just because of that time that J-Team has bought, that allowed them to get most out of the situation. Xiaojiang is in trouble into the top lane, but let's see this replay first. Because DY initiated with a depth charge, the wind wall was casted, and that was already the window of opportunity here for Pan. Casted the Shadow Surge, and now, top lane.
Yep, fight the top lane though. They're gonna go in, Shadow Surge in forward, but the last breath is there to shut down Pan. Too aggressive for this Dragon laner. That could be a chance right here for EDG. They can still go in. 0711 has a Shuriken flip on his head, but it's not gonna continue in favor of J-Team.
It's like EDG gotta be stepping on the brakes for the meantime, able to at least mitigate the losses from a while ago, because J-Team is still quite deadly. Even in this time of the game, the Vex can be punished, but EDG wants to play this out safe. J-Team has to really be careful this time around. Span is on a 50-50 flip here with the Vex, and we have seen more of damage coming in from Yezi actually in this game. 0711 as well in the team fights. But whenever they are a little bit late, whenever they lose the grip onto the Vex, that causes a lot of problems for them. And Xiao Jiang already going towards his third item is starting to be more scary as well. And we saw his damage a while ago. We saw his outplay a while ago. EDG now posturing down mid.
No. Cease and desist, stasis, that's what's great about it. That charge is already here in order to get Shingdo 7. It wasn't able to get the dredge line in. 0711 needs to back away. Dawn 128 is in front of everybody, but they have the windmill in front, so they're not going to be able to get the kill. Right now, no follows. Dawn 128 is going to fall to the skies, but the last breath is there in order for them to fight back. Stasis onto this Yasuo, but Yu is also going to fall down. And now J-Team has handled over the members of EDG. It was a 3-for-1, and now they can take Baron.
Yes, he did a lot of damage in that fight. Shock blast to 4 people or 3 people at the very least. And then the jump around, causing a lot of damage even onto you.
Oh, no.
Despite that last breath, resetting the shield, it still wasn't enough to allow him to stay alive. Now, J-Team wants to get the Baron, wants to get the kill as well onto Alone.
Oh, personal space to get the fear. Shingo 7 still wants to go for the steal, but Alone, if ever he gets under the hold here, Vault Breaker might be able to hit and Pawn might be able to die. Cease and desist was there, but they still got the Baron. They need to run away from this, but no! They want to go in! Dredge line to the Void Spikes. They were able to get the kill, and now 0711 might die. Too aggressive from J-Team, but at least they got still the Baron.
Only 3 people will have the Baron buff now. As J-Team lose a lot of members on their side, EDG is still able to answer back. And they want to get a couple of kills. Good job there by Shingdao7, able to get a really good punish onto 0711 and Pan.
Xiao Zhang versus Storm 128. Wants to go for a fight, but they still have you in the mids in order for them to just win this fight, because you can't really kill a Wukong that easily though.
Will take some time, especially with a clone. Non is just going to be able to disengage successfully. Has a Cyclone as well to work around. It's more so effective in team fight and has to be really careful not to be assassinated by Xiao Zhan, because now he's starting to be more deadly. He's just been fishing for some fix. One position, one good position for EDG can actually lead to the demise of J-Team. They're looking for it.
Looking for Pawn. You have the stasis again. Cease and desist has been cancelled time and time again. This is why it's hard to pick up the Vi. Dredge line onto Longwy. He's going to be the target. He's so tanky, but it's not going to matter if all of the members are here. Shadow Surge in order to get the fear, and that's going to be 1 kill to the side of J-Team.
Now they can posture down into the top lane.
Oh!
Shadow Surge not going to be connecting.
Scary.
They have the dragon spawning up as well.
Can go in if ever they want to. J-Team has the Baron, can easily get this win. You doesn't have the knockup with your Steel Tempest. Right now onto the top side, they want to go for the kills, but right now they don't have enough damage because J-Team are just going for the mid lane tower. They can go for the top side. EDG doesn't have any answer, and that's going to be hard for them, even with the death charge right there. They still can't follow through because they don't have enough damage. Right there, Dredge line wasn't able to hit, but they have the Cyclone on the back line, and EDG still wants to go forward with Don 128 backing away with the decoy, and now that's J-Team. Was able to get 2 towers mid lane top side.
That was so scary. J-Team going in onto EDG a lot of times, but they still managed to get 2 towers there. Mid lane and top inhibitor tower gonna get taken down. EDG might get their hands onto this Mountain Dragon, which is
timing.
Huge, but
yeah,
but J-Team is on their way.
Yeah, good timing. 0711 is already here. They can't go for the steal here. They got the Dredge line though. They're following through. They still have the explosive cast. It's running away. 0711 might be a bit too late with the flash there. And they still got the Drake in the end. Right now, J-Team is just mowing over the members right now. They have 1 low HP. Don 128 falls. And that could be a chance here for EDG. That Windball is making it hard for them to do something. EDG might be able to do this. A lot of members are still high on HP. No more ultimates from J-Team. Right now, they have you on their hands. They got the hold. Perfect timing. One shuriken flip could get kill and Pan, and J-Team are just making sure that they're gonna lose this fight. EDG making work out of them, and 5 members are still alive. 0711 is slow. Longwy is still surviving. DY is gonna die, and he's on the hands of the members right there. J-Team made the mistake of not respecting EDG.
There's a wave in the base. Looks like EDG still is gonna be able to pick up this wave. But the Nexus almost got taken out. That is a lot of damage that it took. EDG striving and fighting against J-Team. And it took 1 really good position. It took 1 wind wall coming in from you and a really good re-engage coming in from Xiao Zhan.
Baron though.
Now, EDG has Baron. They should get this. But 0711 is still alive. They can still posture down. They have a vision established just over the pit. Can 0711 make the hero play? They have no vision inside the pit. Don is going to be trying to set up things up. Cyclone.
0711 still in the area. Might be able to go for the seal, and he didn't go! 0711 takes it in the end! And EDG, with their chances, blew apart by J-Team just by taking that Baron away from them.
It's not over till it's over. J-Team is still alive in this game. 0711 with a Baron steal. Don with a really good distraction play as well. Patience game by the Kha'Zix. And EDG lose their chance.
Almost got it in the end, but because they struggled, Shingdao 7 has been winning all this 50-50s most of the time. But when it mattered the most, the Baron has been taken by J-Team and it has been taken by 0711. Now, they need to think about what they need to do. They need to take down the members of J-Team, but J-Team is not going to go for those fights. They're going to be spreading out because they know that on a 5v5, they can't win against EDG and they're just waiting for the Elder to actually come out.
Divide and conquer is the key here for J-Team. Isolated pick off is the key. But EDG is also looking for an opportunity here. Elder Dragon going to be coming up in the next 30 seconds. And that can be the key as well here by J-Team. They have worked around even in game number 1 to get this. Death charge until angry.
Dawn is alive. DY was able to get the death charge already in EDG. Struggling to think about what they need to do. They're divided. They're conquering. J-Team are looking for them. They have the last breath, but they're not going to use it on their favor. Right now, Shingdo 7 might fall, but he has the Guardian Angel on the other side of the map. We're seeing another fight. Dawn was able to get the stasis. The personal space wasn't able to get anything out of their side. EDG was able to take on 1, but they're looking for the Nexus, and J-Team just end this game. And they got the win against EDG. What a great play on that Baron play. 0711 was the unsung hero of that game. And because of that, they still kept EDG on that loss streak.
Oh my god. 0711 with a hero play. Saving it. Saving the game for J-Team and saving the series as well. This guy is the hero that J-Team needed. And they delivered here in this game as well. EDG, unfortunately, will be receiving another loss in their name. Already on their 4-game lose streak. But J-Team, that is a big debate. That is... 0711.
Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
That was like Batman and Robin. 0711 and Dawn 128. Fighting crime. Taking everybody out.
Crime.
Yeah, they took out the Baron. Just with them too.
They took it out.
That was the reason why they won. If they didn't take that Baron there, if they weren't able to steal, EDG could have won that game. And they could have pushed the tower in the mid lane moving forward. But J-Team was able to get it in the end. And on the most crucial timing, they got the Baron. And that's why J-Team is so good on those crucial moments. Because they know that even then, they could have lost that. That's why after that, you see them shaking their hands because they know that they would lose. But because of that, they were able to pull the trigger in the end.
0711 was struggling getting the smite battle against Shingdao 7 for the majority of the game. But the very moment that they needed him the most, he was there. Dawn was there as well. The Cyclone play into that smite steal coming in from 0711. Actually waited in the pit. Waited and baited Shingdao 7 to smite first. And then he went with his own smite. Able to get the objective. And with that play alone, J-Team redeemed themselves and able to deny the reverse sweep away from EDG.
That's going to go to the highlight reel. For
sure.
Yeah. That was such a great steal. It's super crucial from 0711. And honestly, this series, all I can say was there was a lot of great moments for all of our players, especially EDG and J-Team. Played their hearts out during this game. And even if we're seeing EDG at the 7th place for this tournament, for the CN Conference, they still are fighting back against J-Team, who is at the 2nd place right now. Because right now in the CN Conference, if we are talking about the top 8, anybody could win against anybody. Except if you're fighting against KBG, you're for sure gonna lose. But if it's on the other team, everybody could still win against everybody.
Yeah, it has been a tough and really close competition here on all of our Chinese teams. And EDG and J-Team just gave their all in this series. This is definitely the highlight match of the week that we have been looking forward ever since last Wednesday, and they definitely delivered. J-Team delivered at the very end. We were a little bit nervous for their performance in game number 2 and in game number 3 even. The Vex pick was a bit of a 50-50 for Pan. Most of the time we have seen you canceling him out with a win ball, and you even popping off in the last parts of the fight, until that Baron steal coming in from 0711, and it could have been ADG's game. That was a close moment. Even the kills were really close, 11-13. And EDG, they really gave their all in the series, and I can't help but feel really happy for them as well, for at least their big improvement, coming to really close the gap on the top 2 and the 7th spot.
Yeah, it's honestly really hard for EDG right now. Yes, they're at the slump. They are trying their best to get something on this tournament and maybe even a win against J-Team. But Series 7-11 deserves this because honestly, that Baron play was the only reason why they were able to stay on that win streak. Because they were able to get that Baron and they were able to win against EDG. And so far, even the doubters of J-Team needs to look the other way. They need to look at J-Team right now because J-Team is such a good team.
It's such a good team. This is as human as they get as well. This is as reckless and close as they can get as well. EDG actually putting them in their limits. Especially in game number 2. They were desperate in game number 2. They got shocked. They got really desperate and greedy at times. But in game number 3, it was similar situation, but they shone at the very end of it. Can't help but feel proud for J-Team, and definitely we are going to be looking forward to their next games.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what they can do on the next ones. It's always a delight to see J-Team on this tournament. But again, everybody, that was just our Series 2. We still have our Series 3, another 8-pack team that we need to look at versus Rare Atom. Roll Survive versus Rare Atom is the next game that we're going to be having. But before that, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more more informative and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a
APAC and China fight it again, and this is gonna be the chance for APAC to prove themselves. A while ago, APAC lost against that last game, but again, it's gonna be a Rare Atom versus KT.RY, which is the strongest APAC team has to offer. What can they do against Rare Atom? Because Rare Atom has been not on a good record. 1-8 on since the last time that they fought.
Rare Atom on a 6-game lose streak, I believe, and lost to Naos Esports as well during day number 2. They're trying to redeem themselves right now, and was recently improving during their match against Nova Esports. And Irma is starting to become more stable now with the Jace pick in the mid lane. But have to face off KT.RY is going to be a big challenge because this team is still really strong despite having a 2-game lose streak. Having to lose against FPX and then Keepus Gaming just last Sunday is still a really strong team to beat right now, because they're trying right now to get another win against a Chinese teams, just like how they did against EDG during day number 17. And also, you know, just trying to maintain being on the top right now of the APAC standings.
Yeah, right now for APAC, they have been the heroes of APAC right now, and they have been getting wins after wins, but so far has 2 loss streaks against Chinese conference teams. But it's still engraved in my mind on how they won against EDG on that one series. So this is still a very good roster. Why right now they're fighting against the likes of Rare Atom, which in no way should they underestimate, because this is a team that still fought against most of the Chinese teams.
And Irma has been slowly getting more stable. We have seen the other members also rising up to an occasion, because Rocky started out a little bit bad in the tournament. Also, Yuri and Max having to sometimes rotate in their roles, but now they're having a much more stable performance. Also, in their last series, they were more proactive and more aggressive as well, picking up the objectives more efficiently as before, and we do see them actually having a much better efficiency in taking the first dragon. Our roster Y likes to pick up the first hill that does translate into first tower, but Rare Atom actually has much better stats on the first tower. But roster Y is just having a lot more right now is with regards to the wins on the blue side. Rare Atom, I think, is going to be avoiding being on blue side this particular matchup because they have absolutely no wins here.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, for Rare Atom, they would really need to put their best foot forward, because it's basically fighting against another one at the upper echelons of the Chinese conference. And now, looking at the stats, Luna and Yuri have been pretty close, especially with the kill participation in both of this. I mean, KDA shouldn't be measured at this point, because it's kind of unfair for Rare Atom, because they have been losing a lot of these games. But again, Yuri is a good person to look at if you're gonna look at Rare Atom, because he has been the most consistent on their team.
Picking up the Ziggs most of the time, the Sen as well. Sometimes he does pick up the Karma, and I believe he picked up the Zoe at least once. But I am gonna be looking forward to see him maybe pick up the Varus this time around, since it has been the meta that is trending right now, especially in this week. And maybe that is gonna be the necessary adjustment here for their Dragon Lane. And in the jungle, we have seen Do making a lot of plays actually here for KT.RY, and Morty really has to step up, given that that Rare Atom most of the time likes picking up either an aggressive jungler like a Lee Sin for Morty, or an enabler like a Shen. But I don't think that champion is actually going to be allowed to be open in this particular series, because it's just so good here for our games.
Yeah, right now for the jungle, Morty, been looking at Morty a lot during the past games. and he would really need to step up, especially if it's against Zoe, because roster-wise, this has been built on a lot of experience, a lot of history for roster-wise as a team, even in the Wild Rift scene. This set of people have been there for a long while now, and they have the experience and also the synergy of each other.
It also why looking to have a more stable performance this time.
재밌는 픽하고 지고 오시던데 저희랑 할 때도 그런 픽하고 재밌게 지고 오시면 될 것 같습니다.
Really friendly comment there, actually.
Where's Michelle? I'm looking for Michelle for her introduction. But okay, right now we're getting into the game already, everybody, and we're already presenting to you the roster of Roster Y and also for designer Barry Atom.
Oh yeah, well, where's Michelle? And also, I believe the comment there of Barry Atom was really short as well. I think that's basically just said like thank you for good luck.
Good luck, maybe. Good luck for us. I do hope that they would be a bit closer than expected for Rare Atom. Just Rare Atom really needs to win. Or on the other side, Roster Y would really need to be getting this win against another CN team, because that would cement themselves as the sword of APAC for against the Chinese teams.
I mean, KT.RY is the only team to beat a mid to high tier Chinese team, right? EDG. Though EDG is having a bit of a slump ever since their loss against KT.RY, still is a notable team. They did a really good job against J Team just prior to this series. Even if it was a loss, it was a really exciting game that could have gone either way in both of the teams. Now KT.RY looking to channel the same energy they had. Oh, just like that. Good energy.
Right now, Rare Atom would really need to. Honestly, that mid lane matchup, Irma versus Zero, Irma really needs to step up on that matchup, because Zero just honestly just went forward, just adapted, just evolved during the course of this tournament. And that's why Roster Y became a scary team, because of that improvement that they had in the mid lane.
And we haven't really seen that much assassin plays lately here for Zero, and that's something that I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing, especially here in this match against Rare Atom. They have to really respect his Akali, his Zed, his Yone, and even his Gwen.
And Rattel has been here for the longest time also for Roster Y, and always, as we said, he's always been the most consistent out of everybody in Roster Y, because you can always depend on him when you need him the most, because he's always going to be doing well, and you don't need to think about him as much, because he's going to make things work.
He started off as a Baron laner that is struggling a little bit for KT.RY, but then he redeemed himself, especially with the first Jax win, a dominating win in the top lane. And now we are going to be seeing Luna versus Rocky. I'm smiling seeing Luna play here, because he won against Andran.
Yeah, Luna needs to take another W here against Rare Atom, because as you said, that win against Unron was a great start for Roster Y. At least, even if they lost the whole series, at least they won the 1v1. That's good enough.
That's good enough. That's a win. I mean, compared to losing in both 5 side and in the 5v5, right? A win is a win in every single part of the game. And now he's going to be looking to channel the same energy that he had.
At this point, we'll take anything.
Side. Oh, yeah. What champion did he use? I believe it was a Zoe match?
Yeah. I think they made a mistake there. I remembered the reason why he won was because he had the later Steep Trouble Bubble. And when you're on a Zoe against Zoe, whoever gets the Steep Trouble Bubble later wins the fight. And that's what happened with Luna.
That slight difference, that slight interruption or difference is what led to him winning against the best mid laner right now in the world for Wild Rift. And I'm gonna be liking seeing a Draven this time around. Draven versus Draven. I love it.
You don't usually see this every day. Tyler 1 would be happy seeing this Draven versus Draven in 1v1 on Wild Rift, especially. this is a really nice start. And even one of the things that I really love with a Draven versus Draven is whoever gets the first blood basically wins the fight. So that first blood is going to be important here.
Adoration stacks into gold, and then just one-sided domination after that with the items. We can maybe see them getting more AD in this. Though I haven't really seen a lethality build coming in from a Draven. Does it work here in this fight? Will it work here in the 5-4 side as well? Because personally, I have seen some builds in my ranked games, people trying to get lethality items like the Yomu's Ghostplate to enable more damage penetration towards squishy members. But the IE does work as well, especially whenever you do get a chance to crit, plus your spinning axe is gonna hurt even more with the crit.
Yeah. And on this, I wish they keep this for the next week though. I would want to see another marksman versus marksman on the next week of the 1v1s. Because honestly, if they're gonna keep this, if they want to keep this really nice to see, I really just want to keep this here. Like the marksman versus marksman is the most fun we had, because at least here you can't get cheesed by armor. You can't get cheesed by just building a lot of the defenses. Here, marksman really needs a lot of damage.
I thought we were going for support versus support.
I mean, I'm okay with the support versus support, but it'll take a long time. Or at least mage versus mage could also be a fun one.
I would love that. I would love the mage versus mage. Maybe see an Ari in here in the 5-4 side. That would be so fun. Just one charm and then so many dashing movements in the 5-4 side. But this is my favorite skin on the Draven. The Draven,
yeah. It's a big head Draven. And honestly, I don't know if this skin actually makes his hitbox a lot bigger, but I think it does, and I don't want that.
It looks so good, and the foundation of the skin as well, and why.
Okay. They're gonna go in. Honestly, this exhaust that they popped together was really good. Flashing in, but the tower was able to hit. Look at the frustration right there of Luna. He was laughing because they made a mistake.
Big mistake. It was looking at the head of the Draven too much, and that got into his head instead. Rocky getting that first kill. A bit of gold handed over to him for sure. Able to get this wave as well. And deny a cannon, I believe, towards Luna right there. So that should give him at least 500 to 800 gold advantage.
Yeah, big gold advantage. Gold infusion to them. And you said, there you go. 600 is what we're looking at right now when it comes to advantage. And that's what you get whenever you lose this 1v1s, especially with adoration stacks on the Draven. Makes it a lot more. Now, with that, it's going to close the gap, yes. But it's not going to be enough, because that easy take a while ago was enough to cement this advantage for Rocky.
Will have the BF sword completed. I think he did not buy a second item just for the meantime, but we do see Luna actually picking up the boots. So maybe if he wants to go aggressive once again, he will be able to close them the distance even better. Has the spinning axe ready, but Rocky has to. Has to play things very safely.
Yeah, he's level 4, has the bigger advantage. So now they have the exhaust on both sides. They don't have anything more. Rocky might win this, and Luna was able to turn it around. That's a good 1-1.
Almost there. Yeah, because that could have been Rocky's kill as well, but Luna's axe hit him before he was able to throw in the axe. That was really good. That was really good. Now 1-1. They're also going to be able to clear out the wave and able to get that cannon, but still, it's okay here.
Yeah, they would really need a lot of the... I would love to know what their items are right now. I think a Vampiric Scepter is at the need here for them, because if they're going to go for the full Blood Thirster, that could be good. Because at least with that, they have a lot more sustain. Oh, he went for the Deserted Dirt to have more damage.
Ooh. Looks like lethality is going to be the key here for Luna. This is something that we have talked about. And, will it actually work is the question. Steel Caps also has been completed.
Yeah, and also what's important in this 1v1s is getting bone plating. And whenever you have bone plating on a 1v1, it's such a big win. Because of the fact that you can just get away with getting 3 instances of damage reduced so much. That's usually the win conditions of most of our players.
I love the adaptation that we're seeing right now.
They're picking up the same items every
Same
time.
items. Oh, okay. Looks like it is gonna be the same. Though we do see more gold coming in from Luna, especially because he did get some adoration stacks a while ago when he was CSing and then cashed it in when he got the kill onto Rocky. Compared to when Rocky got the first blood, he didn't really have any CS yet. It was an immediate 1v1. So now Luna, will he get that second is the question.
Oh, there you go. There's the second spinning axe. And that's when they start to really go for it. When they get 2 spinning axes on both sides, that is when they start. And usually, whoever could keep 3 spinning axes going forward, that is the stronger player. That is the player who's going to be winning this fight with exhausting the barrier. Luna,
wow,
takes the win.
Well, that is technically a reverse sweep in terms of the kills. And Luna done it at the very end. Did an oopsie in the initial interaction against Rocky, but able to pick up the stack, able to get that kill with the duration stacks, with better items and better timing as well. He did get the second kill onto Rocky and is paying really good respect onto him as well. Wow, we do see, even in the trash talk session, supposedly, we're very respectful. KT Rolster is just, you know, being very good. Very good people. Very good people.
KT Rolster just keeping themselves checked because they can still lose against Rare Atom. Because remember, the best way to train your team is to experience it firsthand. And Rare Atom, during the last WRL, they have been fighting against these Chinese teams every day. Every time that they're going to the Rift, they're fighting against another Chinese conference team. And that could really just push their boundaries. Yes, they're not the strongest, but they're still from the same conference as KBG, as EDG. And that's why even if Roster Y has bigger favors here, Rare Atom might turn it around.
And they have been improving for quite a while now. Even if they are losing, they were slowly closing the gap, at least in the game itself. And now they are going to be trying to make it work against KT Roster Y. I want to commend KT Roster Y actually here in this game. They have a really good how do I call this? Behavior? I would say very, very Korean. Like even in the PC version, right? Whenever there is a trash talk session, they don't necessarily say any bad things onto each other compared to the usual ways that people spice things up before the game itself. And they just show it through their work, show it through their play style, and that's what is gonna be done here by KT Roster Y.
What I love about Roster Y though is because even if their confidence from that win against EDG didn't really go through their heads, yes, they were able to win against EDG, but there's a lot of teams that they need to win against. Yes, sometimes it agrees. Their playstyle agrees with the fight against EDG. It's like rock, paper, and scissors most of the time. And usually you won't really win against a lot of the CN teams, but even now, Roster Y, every time a game has been played by Roster Y, people have been rooting for this team just because of that one win that they had against EDG.
And this is something that we have noticed coming in from KT Roster Y. They're very comfortable leaving the Akali or the Aatrox open.
Yeah.
That's something that I've noticed from them. That shows so much confidence. But like the Camille is going to be respected. The Aatrox is not going to be a problem for them. Will Rare Atom take it though is the question. Looks like they're not taking the bait. The Gragas is much more of a priority, especially if you want to have that isolation play. We have seen a lot of really good plays coming in with the Gragas pick, and it does make more sense now.
Yeah, and now Roster Y can pick up the other support or not even pick it if ever they want to. They can just pick up another champion, Rattel, confident with his Jax in the top lane, and maybe pick up the Aatrox themselves.
Yeah. And, well, we have talked about Rattel's performance with a Jax, the first person here in this tournament to actually get a really decisive win in the lane and into the game as well. Is going to be looking to channel the same energy here for this particular game against Rare Atom. Nautilus as well going to be providing a lot of kill pressure into that Baron lane for Rare Atom, now needing to answer back. Possibly a Renekton would suffice, also a Riven, but they might need to secure possibly the Ziggs here for themselves. If they want to have a really good team fighting base composition, you have the isolation play with the Gragas, you have the Ziggs as well to work around. Looks like they want to secure the Garen as well, because when they do pick up the Ziggs in some of the games, in the second banning phase, we do see the ban coming in with the Garen, and Rare Atom wants to at least have a stable lane performance for Irma.
That's interesting. Picking up the Garen on the first rotation of picks, that is something that I don't usually see, because most of the time people pick the Garen as a stable just laner. If ever you don't have anything to pick anymore, a Garen is always going to be good. But Rare Atom picks it right now, and that gives Roll2Y a lot of ideas. What can they pick in the jungle? This Garen is not going to be that, and there's a lot of picks that we can have here. Zoe hasn't been picked throughout this day, but it's the first time we're seeing it today.
Well, Luna wants to channel the same energy he had against Andran in the 1v1. Let's see if KT.RY's ADC or Dragon Laner will be able to pull off a really good performance today against Rare Atom. Because the virus was open, it was hovering it a while ago, and the Chain of Corruption does really good work into a team fight. But they will be lacking damage if ever. So it looks like they want to have an assassin mid laner for Zero that is going to be dealing 80 damage.
Yeah, a Yone could be a good pick here for Zero. Even a Zed could potentially be a scary pick for the side of Roll2Y. Because Zero, remember, the reason why they won against EDG was because of that Zed from Zero. So he can use that on this game, make use of it in the mid lane if ever they would need a lot more damage. I'm looking for a bit more CC from Roll2Y. If they could pick up maybe even a Yone, could be good for the side of Roll2Y.
Yeah, the Yone would be really good. I was actually looking for a Gwen for Zero if ever Luna picked up the virus a while ago, but given that they already have magic damage coming in from the Zoe, that's not going to be the case anymore. Aatrox finally going to be respected at the very end, in which KT.RY can actually pick up as their last pick, or second to the last pick. But Kha'Zix is really strong actually here. In this composition, you have the single target deletion from the Kha'Zix, the Zoe, and the Nautilus. Rare Atom going to be taking away the Zed of Zero though. Let's see if Irma can actually pop off with this champion.
Just stopping them from picking the Gwen or picking up the Yone because they pick up the Kha'Zix. And that's what's scary here, because picking up the Kha'Zix just gave them an opportunity to pick up the Zed on their side. And a Lee Sin on against the Kha'Zix is not really a bad pick. It's a good 50-50 for them. But now, they're a lot more confident in just giving the priority onto Zero. That's why they didn't pick the Zed first. And this ribbon matchup in the mid lane is way harder to fight. But Rare Atom, look at the 70-30 here on this fight though. 70-30.
Wow. A lot of support rating here on the side of Rare Atom. Looks like they are loving what they see, the development and the improvement here of Rare Atom, and also the change in composition that they have prior to the other games that they had here in this game or in this tournament is now becoming more deadly. The Zed, the Lee Sin, I'm loving this coming in from Rare Atom. KT.RY is forced to pick up the ribbon. Yeah, it is really good as well. Really good denial as well towards the Ziggs. But to compare to a Renekton, I think the Renekton would have a really better chance against the Zed. But it's Zero. I mean, he would want to have a really good backline access, possibly with a win/execution as well towards the rest of Rare Atom. That should be the case. He loves having so many flashy plays into a fight, and that's KT.RY.
Yeah, Roll2Y has been the sword, the spear of APAC when it comes to CN conference teams, and they could continue with that domination on this next game that we're gonna be having. Are they gonna be proving themselves again, or will they give Rare Atom their second win from this tournament?
Let's see. As Rare Atom does have a really deadly composition. Lee Sin, Zed, even a Ziggs. Even a Garen can be deadly in the late game because just because of that execution. Would it imagine justice? So a lot of tools available here for Rare Atom, especially with the amount of frontline power that they do have. Two tanks can just, soak up the damage here away from KT.RY. But they have to really watch out for Ratel's late game scaling, because the Garen won't really do anything towards Jax later on when he picks up the Divine Sunderer, the Blade of the Ruin King, and the Hullbreaker.
Yeah. And right now, it's not gonna be. We're not gonna be seeing a lot of action for sure, except for the mid lane, because that's the only, probably the biggest skill threat that we have in the game is that a mid lane matchup, because it's a Riven in a set. They have the most firepower in the early game, especially after they get to level 3. They can go for kills whenever they want to.
Even level 2, especially for a Riven, when you do get your S1 and also your other stun. Oh, Zero.
Yeah. You have the broken
some damage
wings.
there.
Those who have the Valor onto Zero, really low HP already. It's not yet level 3. I think Zero would have a big disadvantage if they try to fight again.
It's like it did pick up the Valor as well, alongside with those broken wings, and will be, paying some respect there towards Max and Irma, especially for Noel. He took a lot of damage there from that initial interaction. Has to play it out a little safely. If ever he does go in, it's going to be a 50-50, a very risky move coming in from this Nautilus. And Rare Atom is also looking for that pick. The Zed does have the passive for, having lesser HP, and can be a really deadly situation here for KT.RY.
You need to be careful on the side of WRL in the early stages of the game. Look at this. They didn't rotate to the top lane just to works because they know that top lane doesn't really need any help, because both of these champions really are sustainable by themselves. But now with Morty going to the mid lane, it's a good thing they had vision here. That could have been an easy kill for the side of Rare Atom.
Yeah, Zero immediately walked back the moment he saw Morty going into the mid lane, spotted out by the ward. But now Luna might actually be in trouble, has to play things safely. Well, Morty's sitting on a ward. Noel is ready as well.
Oh. Flash. Okay, perfect timing. Still have the resonating kick if ever they would need it though. Luna doesn't have any ultimates just yet in order for him to move forward, but does have the flash to work with. Still not successful both sides.
Really good use of the bombs there by Yuri. Blocked off the path for Luna. That's why it couldn't portal jump inside, getting the kill on to Morty. Now KT.RY playing it safe. Mid lane, Zero dealing a lot of damage there. Doe is ready.
Yeah, once in, Living Shadow. In order to run away, doesn't even need to use any flashes. At least they get a bit of a, what do you call this? A bit of a plate in the mid lane.
Morty gonna be trying to clear up the wave, but given that 3 people is there, has to send out Max as well, at least to assist them in clearing out the wave. 2 plates here for KT.RY as a bit of lead that they actually needed, given the zone control that is being experienced here by Luna into the bottom lane. Ratel as well, having a bit of trouble here into the top lane again. It's just early game Jack's problems. Rocky just having a bit more stable situation here, but Max, Morty wanting to get a kill.
Yeah, Ratel needs to run away from here. That's gonna be just a free play to the side right now for Rare Atom. Really good rotation from them. You can go for the dredge line if ever they want to. Ratel doesn't have enough damage yet, so this is gonna be scary if they try to go in, because Ratel is on the Motion Justice range, and he could really die if ever that happens. Explosive cast from Max wouldn't hit the right angle, so they weren't able to get that kill.
And that is a window of opportunity here for KT.RY. At least Ratel is having a bit of a safe time, though, as well as in the vicinity. Irma too, though. Should they dive is the question. I don't think they should, because Rare Atom, it's going to be very, very risky diving, especially with a Nautilus on the side of KT.RY. Counter-Strike and negate a lot of damage as well. They're going to be happy with the plating that Irma is going to be getting instead here in the top lane.
Yeah.
One plate.
Rotation,
okay.
Not even perfect though, because with the rotation that they have, Ratel is on a disadvantage against the Zed especially. He doesn't really have a winning lane, but it would be more favorable if he's fighting against a Garen. But now we're looking at it. The rotation, Riven is going to be in the bot side against the Garen, which is at least okay for Zero. But right now the objectives are coming up. I really am looking at the priority for that dragon for RY.
And also, they should deny the RH, right, from Rare Atom, because Ziggs is just going to be bashing down the mid lane tier 1 later on. Rocky was just,
ran away with the honey fruit. He just stole it and ran away. Yeah. Finders keepers, time to run. Yes. I was able to get it. Now, mid lane, Stay Trouble Bubble was able to hit. Battlestar is going to be doing so much damage onto Max. That charge is going to be there to knock them up, but it's still not enough to get any kills at this point.
Not much synergy there with Luna, because Luna was backing away.
Oh, no,
that gave actually the opportunity for Rare Atom to get this RH. Now, what Well, KT.RY did get the dragon here through though. Top lane is in a bit tough spot there for that. Has to be very careful. Good reading, honestly, for this Baron laner of KT.RY, able to avoid the potential ganks coming in onto the top lane, and that has been the improvement we have seen from Ratel. Really good improvement as well for the rest of KT.RY, providing that information for him, always calling the back whenever someone is in the vicinity. And as long as the Jax doesn't get shut down, it should be good here for Ratel.
Yeah, that's one of the things that you need to think about though. As long as you don't really lose the lane as a Jax, it's great. Because at least you have someone who could just get to the late game. Not going to be that late game threat though, but at least Jax has good potential for the late game. He's not going to be carrying as much as we expect, but he is a good late game champion. He has a lot more tools compared to the Garen, and that's why you don't really want to let this go as is. Because as long as you let this go really stable, it's gonna be hard for you later on the late game. But also Wise losing a tower on the top side, and Rare Atom is just gonna take that advantage.
Zero.
Oh,
going in. Ooh.
Gonna go for a fight.
Oh, good dodge.
Pops a Deathmark Shadow. I thought that was unintentional because he does want to. He might have been a misclick, and that could have been a kill for Zero top side.
Yeah, but actually avoid the wind slash is the best part of there. I think it's all mechanical, all calculated coming in from Irma, and I believe this is the first. I'm trying to check if this is the first time he actually picked up the Zed, just to deny it from Zero as well, and he's doing a really good job with it as well.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't do bad, that's good. But here, Rocky top side, that charge is going to be used. This might be our first blood, everybody. Sleepy Trouble Bubble has already been used, and that's going to be a kill. Demolition Justice wouldn't be able to go in. Zero is going to be next. He does have the explosive cast, was able to dodge it by not moving. And that is not a kill, not a trade to the side of Rare Atom. Still not done with the fight. Max is able to get the dredge line. It's going to move forward. Was able to get the tower in the bot lane, but they are going to get the kill on Max anyway. So still a 2-0.
Almost there for the Ribbon. Still able to back away, dodging the explosive cask. And KT.RY landed one more and even got the tower into the top lane. Let's check out the replay how it actually happened, because Rock was all alone. That should be an easy kill, right? But the answer back from Rare Atom should have been better, because Zero was all alone and should have been taken away. Oh, that knock-up by Yuri allowed Zero to actually escape. That was quite unfortunate. A bit of a miscommunication by both of them that allowed the Ribbon to just fall back safely.
Yeah, really easy start there for WRL, but it's a good thing that Rare Atom was able to get 2 towers, topside and bot lane. And that is honestly a big win for them. Now with this towers, they can just take out the jungle, take out some objectives to the side of WRL and just use it in their favor. What is that damage from Luna? One more paddle star could potentially take the kill, but he knows that Max is at the area and he could get cancelled.
Get obliterated, get set up as well, and good respect being shown here by KT.RY. Actually, Yuri is doing a really good job against Luna for the majority of this game, because he's always guessing where Luna is going to be going in from, and he has been throwing those bouncing grenades and also landing those mines as well when towards the path of Luna that is preventing him from fully utilizing his portal jump. And now Rare Atom just positioning themselves for the second RH that a while ago unlocked their top lane tower, and now they want to secure mid lane. They have the Ziggs as well to work around. Ratel taking a bit of damage there from Irma, and KT.RY they want to contest.
Yeah, they are going to be trying to go for this though. Sleepy Trouble Bubble to push the members of Rare Atom away from this objective, and now they're just going to let it reset. They have the dragon on their sides for WRL. Even if they take this WRL, it's not going to be that valuable anymore because they don't have any playdates. That's where Rare Atom just didn't take it, because they thought it's going to be free, but because WRL tried to go and trade them, they weren't able to take it.
Now KT.RY is posturing down for the RH right now. Nobody's there to contest. Rare Atom has good position though for the dragon.
Yeah, Infernal
They're hesitating for a little bit. 2 seconds.
they're prioritizing to go for a push more than getting the Infernal Drake, which is also okay. I hope they get 2 towers out of this, because if they only get 1 tower, that's not going to be enough. Death Mark has been used. Luna is now low in HP. He might fall! And the Death Mark was there to get the kill. 1 for 1 still. Now they're still not done. Rare Atom still might be able to take some skills here onto their side, but this mid lane turret is going to fall, and Rolster-Y is going to take it in the bag.
So it is a net profit here for KT.RY, though we do see the Garen into the bottom lane, unlocking yet another tower here for Rare Atom. And KT.RY find themselves in a mid ground against Rare Atom. Also having to deny that Infernal Drake against KT.RY is actually massive. And I think KT.RY should have tried to contest it, because they moved offside first. And Luna getting a little too aggressive without a Zonus is just a crucial mistake. Even with just the damage from the Zed, it was actually enough.
Yeah, 2 shurikens. That's why when you portal jump, you always need to be careful about it, because you might fall down. Nomel went in with a death charge. They have the ultimate on the hands of Nomel. Whoa, what a perfect Dragon's Rage. Luna might fall down here. Wasn't able to dodge with the portal jump. They're going to go in. Morty's going to be next. They still want to get some kills. They have Max on their side, but Zero is still not going to continue. They got a 1 for 1 at least.
Yeah, make that a... Yeah, 1 for 1, and they're tossing down for a tower now into the mid lane. Rare Atom wants to get more efficiency into this game. Living Shadow to go out.
Yeah,
good outplay here at the very least.
Still can go in. Rocky doesn't have any more decisive strikes in order to move way faster. But Rolster-Y is going to get that 3 towers down on their side.
KT.RY has to answer back into the bottom lane to unlock the outer turret as well, because Rare Atom has been getting the higher ground in this game. Irma performing really well on this Zed, and the last he actually picked it up before, and it turned out to be a loss in that particular game, but now he is actually having a really beautiful performance. Really big improvement by this player in general, because the last time I've seen him use the Zed was actually against Trace Esports, and it was a one-sided beatdown by Trace Esports onto them, but now he's making a lot of really good plays, making a really good kill as well, and even side lane push into the top lane just a while ago. And now KT.RY is being a little bit confused in where they actually should go. And I think they should try and assassinate Yuri. Maybe try to assassinate Irma as well, because it's so hard to kill the Garen if you send 2 people that can just be answered easily by Rare Atom.
Honestly, they got a tower bot lane pretty easily without anything from Rare Atom, and I wasn't expecting that to happen. Now they got 3 for 3 towers now. And that advantage that they had a while ago was just nullified just because of that one play. Now they're trying to take down some wards onto this top side of the map. They're threatening this barren side of the map, but Rolster-Y might be taking this bait.
This is going to be very risky. Again, the kick from Morty was really good a while ago, hitting 3 people, and it caused Luna to die pretty early, especially with the cast thrown out by Max. And now he has to really keep his distance. Good angle here for Luna at the very least, but the vision is established very deep into their jungle. 2 wards placed, and KT.RY has no idea that they're sitting on a ward. Luna has to be very careful here, because just 1 cast can lead to his demise. 1 death mark from the Zed of Irma can lead to his casualty yet again. Not sitting at the best scoreline right now, 1-2-2. And if they lose this Zoe, that is a lot of damage negated here for KT.RY.
Yeah, they're looking for Rocky, but Rocky's very tanky at this point in the game, and it's not going to be easy to just take down a Garen with a Hull Breaker. Now they open up the bot lane, and so far, my mind is boggled in how Rolster-Y have been opening up a lot of parts of the map and not letting Rattel just go for side lanes. Because honestly, if we go for 1v1 here, Rattel could win against Irma.
Over the course of the game, the Jax should win. But Rare Atom is being very efficient and very safe as well. And in all of the 14 minutes that has elapsed, KT.RY has been looking for opportunities across the map, but it has been denied as well by Rare Atom. Now they're just waiting for the next dragon. The Ocean Drake should provide them more sustain, more durability as well to increase the stacks that they have with the Mountain Dragon as well, because it does scale up. The stats does scale up. And Rare Atom, if they do get their hands on this last dragon, it's going to be very scary here for KT.RY, because this is an early game composition from Rare Atom. But if they do get a lot of dragon stacks, it should help them at least extend the power that they do have towards the mid to end to the late game.
Yeah. Now with Roster Y having Luna, now 10 seconds at the clock, they have the Dragon coming up. Rare Atom already have vision on every great places on the map in order for them to have the advantage. Have the Super Trouble Bubble, Luna half HP just because of one Mega Inferno Bomb that hits so hard. And now Roster Y, what are they going to do? There's a lot of front lines onto the side of Rare Atom. It's going to be hard to go for the contest here. No vision in this part of the map for Roster Y, so this is going to be a good position for them. Explosive gas has been used already. They do have the Sleepy Trouble Bubble on one target, but the Mature Enchant is going to be hitting Nomel pretty hard. And it's really hard for them to do something more. Zero going to be the next target, though. Was able to Valor away. They're moving towards him. Dragon's Rage to push him away. He was able to survive because of it. And now Daw is going to flash away, too. They still have a lot of chances here, but Rosso Y is looking nowhere except to run because they don't have any more HP and they need to run away because this is going to be a very, really threatening Irma if they try to go for more fights.
Yeah, Rocky starting the Dragon right now. And a while would actually guess the area there in the tribe, but they had no vision there, but still they managed to spot out Zero. Now they're starting the Dragon teleport coming in. Max as well is in here. Spotting out Zero.
Morty, Zero is going to be fighting against Irma. Still has the death mark on his head. Not a lot of damage there from Wide. Zero almost died there. They still got it though. Was able to get the space that they needed in order for them to get the Dragon, and now they have it in their hands. And Rare Atom, no casualties on both sides. But they took the Drake, and Roster Y is happy with it.
Yeah, they got a tower in the mid lane as well, thanks to Rattel's split push that brought attention towards the members of Rare Atom, and the Dragon resetting just allowed KT Roster Y to get it as well. Had it not been a reset, the Mega Inferno Bomb damage would have been enough to take it for Rare Atom, but now KT Roster Y has gotten a small win for themselves. They got a tower as well into the mid lane that should give them at least some sort of leverage to unlock the side lane push now for Rattel on the top lane. And now we do have Irma split pushing into the bottom lane as well, similar to a while ago. But Baron is up. KT Roster Y can just position here.
Yeah. They do have a great positioning though. No vision on this side of the map. Rocky could be discovered. They have another one that they can hit. The blast gun was hit right there, forcing the flash out of Rocky. And now this is going to be a good advantage for Roster Y because they can't get flashed in much injustice by these members. Now, they're looking to threaten on the Baron. Irma already used his death mark onto Zero, but he's still looking for a fight. A Living Shadow and a Shuriken could potentially kill Zero here.
Zero has to be very careful. Nomel is there just to help him out. Irma gonna be denying the Honey Fruit away from this Ribbon. Rare Atom still having a good position for this game. They are complete in... They are actually the ones in control of this game. KT Roster Y has been sniffing the goods around and trying to just get some wins across the map when Rare Atom is not contesting them. They are recognizing the deadly combination that they have, especially with Rocky on this Lee Sin and Irma on the Zed. Rattel slowly scaling out. That is the key here for KT Roster Y. As long as the Jax scales up, late game should be ensured. But the rest should be very safe because one pick of just one initiation here coming in from Rare Atom could lead to the demise of KT Roster Y. It could be leading towards a Baron or maybe even more.
Wait, if ever they're on the bot lane side of the map, they can just take this. They can go for the Baron if ever they want to. They don't have a lot of space. Morty is really far away from the objective, but Roster Y is still looking for kills. And this is not the right way to do it because they're looking for more kills. Morty has been discovered. He wants to go in for him. He does have the damage. The Guardian Angel is at the ready. That charge to use. The stasis has been popped to buy some time, forcing the flash away. Zero has been hit by a lot of damage. He's not gonna fall, but that's enough to force them away.
Picked a couple of Honey Fruit there for Zero to sustain, but top lane is being pushed right now by the Garen of Rocky. And now, KT Roster Y has to reset, has to answer back the push. And Rare Atom is doing a really good job. The side lane push here by Rocky and Irma has been negating most of the intention here of KT Roster Y. They're being forced to just answer back the pushing waves, and almost there for Luna.
Body slam flash. Max is gonna be the next target though, but because that was a really bit scary. If Luna was hit there, that could have been a kill for Max. I wasn't expecting that to happen, and that was a scary play.
Oh yeah, had it connected to Luna, that could have been Baron, or that could have been Elder. That's how crucial the timing was coming. But now, Max doesn't have the cast, doesn't have the flash as well. Nomel doesn't have the depth charge. And KT Roster Y will have the win of an opportunity to at least draw attention towards Rare Atom. Again, Rare Atom grouping up is key for KT.RY. As long as they see them complete, should be fine for them. Isolation is gonna be key.
Yeah, they had the dredge line, was able to hit onto Rocky, waiting for the paddle start to hit. Now, because they weren't able to hit that, that's going to be very crucial for them. WRL is pushing the wave. They need to get the Prio in the mid lane in order for them to have advantage here, because the bot lane is pushing. Rare Atom has the advantage here. Elder Drake could be threatened here. They don't have a lot of vision in the side of WRL, so this is still anybody's game.
Oh my. Oh my, this is a really jump-out action game. KT.RY, this can go either way. Just one initiation, just one body slam flash by Max into the cask can be the decisive key here. At least in this game, KT.RY is trying to send out WRL into the bottom lane to shove up the wave. They have a building wave as well into the top lane. This should be the leverage now of KT.RY. Sleepy Trouble Bubble going to be connecting there onto Max.
Yeah.
Their Atom still backing out.
Still not connecting on their fights though. I'm still expecting WRL to do something a lot more, because they haven't been committing a lot. CP Trouble Bubble was able to hit. That's going to take a long time. Dredge line is going to be here, but Rocky, this could be very scary for them. Forces the flash. That's going to be big for the
Luna.
team.
Luna taking a lot of damage. Mega Inferno Bomb is available. If they guess the position of Luna, that could be bad for them. And that's a huge wave as well.
Yeah.
2-3 waves now marching into the top lane. If Rare Atom answers this, KT.RY can just start this Elder. But
So
they
far
did
away.
a reset as well. So the timing is really bad now for KT.RY. Now, the wave is going to be slowly building towards their base. And that should be the leverage now of Rare Atom.
Yeah, they can really threaten anything here. At this point, WRL has a really good clear. If ever they go for the Baron or the Elder Drake, they're gonna go way faster than what is expected from them, because they have a lot of items and they have a Jax. So that would be way easier of a setup for themselves. Now, WRL looking to go for the Elder Drake. They want to go for the 50-50 now. They're threatening the vision against Rare Atom, and this is gonna be where the fight happens.
Yeah, Irmes in top side. Same as WRL, 1v1. No teleport for the Jax.
Yeah.
1v1.
They have Deathmark.
Oh.
Grandmaster Might has been used already. Deathmark Shadow in order to run away. Doesn't have any vision though. With the Living Shadow, he might be able to go for the flash again. He still is going for it. He's unrelenting. He's not stopping and getting the kill on Irma. And they already have been going for the bot lane. Elder Drake is being taken. No vision from the side of WRL. Why this is going to be bad? They're going to be taking this Elder Drake. Rare Atom is going to be taking this for their side. And now that's an advantage for them. Zero is here. But at what cost? Luna might fall down. Even with Elder Drake on the other side, that falls down. And this is going to be the chance for them. Though is going to be running away. They know that they lost because of no vision. Rare Atom, what a call right there.
They chased too deep towards Irma. That is the big mistake that they had. They had no reason to chase the Zed down, because Rare Atom just wanted to draw attention towards top side so that they can get that start on the Elder Drake. And by the time KT.RY knew their mistake, it was already too late. That small mishap led to Rare Atom getting the Elder and the Baron.
That's really bad. Baron and Elder Drake to the side of Rare Atom, they can just go in if ever they want to. And they won't even have a care in the world, because after this, they don't have a lot of wave clear too. The side of WRL. That's why the hesitation that WRL has been having now is punished by Rare Atom.
Oh, this is bad news. How can KT.RY answer this? There is a huge push into the mid lane right now. This is going to be a base race. If ever, I don't think KT should go with this.
Yeah, Inferno Bomb not hitting on the Zero. They already used a lot of resources. Exhaust has been used by Zero on that fight. They would need anything that they could take, because right now the damage is going to be massive. WRL just takes down the tower, or rather Rare Atom takes the tower mid lane. And now they even want to threaten the push.
This is not looking good for KT.RY. Just one mistake led to this disastrous result. WRL trying to pick up the slack. KT.RY trying to defend their base. Still is a minute to go for this Elder. 30 seconds rather. And a minute to go for the Baron. Can they actually successfully defend?
Yeah,
the
so much
base
timing.
is being battered.
Still take a long time. Luna might fall down here with the death mark, and that's a dead Luna. And that could start off the snowball right there for the side of Rare Atom. Death mark, and that is going to be the kill. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to be helpful for them with the Elder Drake on their heads. They're going to fall down one by one, and Rare Atom takes a win against WRL.
Such a decisive team here. Rare Atom, a really good answer here. Really good position in this game. Just one mistake from KT.RY in a big punishment as well. Elder Dragon and a Baron taken here by Rare Atom into a game-ending push, a game-ending team fight as well, after just one chase down towards Irma. And this guy is a person that I've been really concerned about for the past few weeks. He was really struggling in the mid lane, being prioritized by the team, being shut down a lot of times, even having a really hard time with the Jace. But now with the Zed, he has really pulled off a fantastic play. Also with Rocky and the Garen, the side lane priority has been unlocked for this team and able to buy enough time for the rest of Rare Atom to get the Elder Dragon, deny it out of KT.RY, even if just minutes prior they were just posturing down there.
Yeah, it was such a great showing from that tournament though. I wasn't expecting them to actually just win that pretty easily on the side of WRL. WRL has been struggling with the decision making. Losing against Rare Atom is a very big punch in the face for them as the number 1 APAC team, because yes, a lot of teams in APAC has already won against Rare Atom, and are they going to be struggling now against Rare Atom? Or is this more saying that Rare Atom has been evolving a lot more and WRL has been kept at bay because of their losses recently, the last 2 loss streaks that they had?
This is something that we have noticed here for Rare Atom. Yeah, they have been struggling a lot. 6-game lose streak is not an easy thing to have right now if you're Rare Atom. But slowly but surely, they have been improving. They have been developing themselves. They have been sharpening their tools. And now they're using it as a force to attack KT.RY. The top standing APAC team right now has suffered their first game loss against Rare Atom in a very decisive manner as well. Yuri had no deaths. Irma was very safe in all of the split push that he had in this game, manipulating the movements of KT.RY, forcing them to commit onto him instead of the objectives that drawn them away from what they initially wanted to take. And that's just pure genius here for Rare Atom.
Yeah, and Rare Atom has a lot more things to work with moving forward in this tournament though, because with that gives them a lot of opportunities, and the plays that they've been making there honestly aren't really that sparkly, aren't highlight worthy, but because they had the patience during the whole game, it was enough for them to win against WRL. And WRL, this is gonna be a great chink in their armor. If they lost against Rare Atom is a big blunder for a team like them. So I would really want to see what are they gonna do on this next one, because it's gonna be all towards what they think is gonna be working after this.
And Irma, I'm just so happy that Irma gets the MVP here. This guy has improved significantly over the course of this tournament. This Zed play was really nice. Getting a lot of kills onto Luna, getting the isolation plays as well, forcing a lot of utilities coming in from KT.RY, and having a really good side lane priority that disabled the whole intention of KT.RY is just an amazing feat to see for Irma.
Yeah, and I hope that the Irma would be able to play like that more on the next games, because as long as they stay consistent, they could win against WRL here and put a win on their record. This is what Rare Atom needs as a team. But again, everybody, that was just our first game. We still have our game 2, but before we head into our game 2, we're just gonna be taking a short break. My name is Ash, I'm here with Giyong. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. the top 8 teams from the WRL conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. Playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a
We're back, everybody, on the second game of the series, Rare Atom versus Roster Y. Rare Atom getting that first game against Roster Y. Is this going to be the wake-up call that they need in order for them to play a lot better on the second game? They need to be a lot more decisive if Roster Y wants to get a reverse sweep against Rare Atom.
It's going to be tough. This is a tough battle for Roster Y. This is a tough tide to turn around here against Rare Atom because, well, yeah, that reached 24, almost 25 minutes of a game. The longest game we had as of today, or for today's schedule. But KT.RY now on blue side should be a good sign because now they're the ones who can be banning away the champions of Rare Atom. Camille actually was banned away by KT.RY. Interesting, because that could have been the first pick of KT.RY, but I don't think that is something that they are going to be looking forward to getting. Rare Atom will be stealing out Ratel's Jax, in which he did a pretty good performance early on. The only mistake he had was overcommitting, chasing on towards Irma, and the rest of KT.RY actually chased him out as well. That allowed Rare Atom to pick up the Elder and the Baron. And now Akali gonna be picked up. This is good for Zero.
Oh, there you go. And Luna's Barisu also comes out. This is going to be a good start here for Roster Y, taking both of the champions that they wanted all along. And this could be a really nice thing. I hope Rare Atom does have the answer here. But so far, based on the games that we have been seeing, Jax really struggles. Even at the hands of the best teams, Jax really is having a hard time. Even at the third item, can't even win against a Zed.
Oh yeah, it's hard. We saw Ratel a while ago chasing down Irma thrice jumping onto him, but still getting outplayed a lot. And it's so difficult to do that. And
yeah.
Well, I believe Irma had some tank items as well to work around, and it's just so difficult to win that in that time. And KT.RY this time around with this composition has a better chance. They have the Gragas, they have the Varus as well. Those two alone is already a good isolation tactic here towards team fights. Plus, they picked up the Akali. That is the best place now for KT.RY.
Yeah. And now with this, Renekton and also the Zed has been banned. They don't want to see Irma picking that up again. And this is a good pick for Rare Atom though. They banned all the safe picks. The Renekton, the Garen, the Wukong, those are very safe picks. And they banned that so that they forced Rare Atom to pick something else. And now, Yone is going to be force picked here by Morty in the jungle. And this could really be, honestly, anyone's game still. WRL can still pick the Kha'Zix against this Yone.
Yeah, it is available. The Rare Atom does have the Lee Sin to work around if ever. We haven't really seen that much success with the Vi. I think the Wukong, well, it has been banned away. So other champions other than the Vi, I think would suffice. But looks like KT.RY wants to have that single target beatdown. And also take the Riven away from Rare Atom, which has the Zig. So at least that's a good answer. But the Xin Zhao would actually be better for KT.RY if ever.
I honestly think this is good. Rare Atom picking up the Xin Zhao to the Yone was a great bait pick, forcing the members right here of WRL pick the Riven, pick the Vi, because they thought that it's gonna be on the hands of Morty here, the Yone. But now with this, that changes things. Because in the mid lane, even if the Yone would be on a losing matchup, at least he has great late game scaling. And one of the champions that I really love getting picked is the Xin Zhao. On this meta, Xin Zhao is so good at pushing away targets that honestly, almost the same as what an explosive cast could do.
I was actually looking forward to KT.RY picking up the Xin Zhao instead, because they had the virus, they had the Gragas. Had they picked up the Xin Zhao, that is a lot of disengage tools. That is a lot of isolation tools against Rare Atom. And we have seen a team that picked up this 3 champions already, and its team fighting was almost impossible to be won against that lineup. But KT.RY does have 2 out of 3. Let's see if it's gonna be enough, especially that Zero does have his Akali. We have known him to be extremely good, godlike on this Akali, making a lot of outplays, even tower diving confidently onto anyone that crosses his path.
Yeah, and now this is the time that WRL needs to redeem themselves from that, honestly, really bad loss against Rare Atom. And this is the time that they could pull themselves up from that loss, because that was an unexpected loss for WRL. I'll be honest with you, Gil.
Oh yeah, same. I was expecting the late game power spike coming in from Ratel at the time, and also, you know, just Zero having a really good backline access. But kudos to Rare Atom in that particular game as well. They had a really good read onto KT.RY. They were taking control of that particular game as well. And they're looking to channel the same energy towards game number 2, in which the matchups are actually really good on their side as well. Riven can do a lot of work into the Jax, but with the Counter-Strike, much of the damage can be just negated. And since Rare Atom does have the Nautilus, when they do go on top side, it should give the leverage now to Rare Atom.
Yeah. Ooh, Dredge line from Max, almost hitting. Thought that would be a bit scary for their side though. Zero doesn't have the Shuriken flip. That could have been a kill if he had it.
The electric could hurt so much onto Irma there, and has to, well, at least get a hunt, able to heal himself back up. Max, take a bit of damage there.
Confidence from Ratel, level 3, has the key burst right now. So, ooh, that is a good dredge line. What a call here. The dredge line, yeah.
67 seconds. Well, interesting, you know, stats being shown us by our production team. They keep track of everything here. That is just really nice. You know, even things that we don't necessarily, you know, keep track, they do.
Yeah. That's what's great. That's what we need statisticians for. You know, it's really helpful to have them here. And having those fun facts keeps the viewers interested on these players. So thank you very much for having that. Now,
the best trivia that we had though so far, or interesting stat, is the cheesy one that they had. An older brother is better than younger brother.
The Yone Yasuo? Yeah.
Yasuo and Yone.
That was true. Honestly, here on this matchup in the bot lane, Luna would have the bigger advantage here. Because you remember Yuri does have the barrier. He's baiting him out. in order to force a flash, force any of the summoners right here from Yuri. And it's going to be a very big need here for them in order for this lane to actually be better, because Yuri is in a big disadvantage in that matchup. Now, Irma gonna go Soul Unbound. Does have the Fate Seal. Though is here ready to go for the season assist, and this is gonna be the first one that we have here. The ultimate is gonna be there, but what the knock-up! Perfect timing, and that's why Rare Atom was able to get a kill of their own top side.
What a really
Fate
good
Seal.
call coming in from Rare Atom. Yeah, the Fate Seal denied, and now
Not
they're
done.
gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, they're gonna go in. They still have another knock-up coming out, and that's gonna be the kill to the side of Rare Atom, dominating roster Y.
Oh, bad start for KT.RY. Yeah, they do get a bit of a bully here towards Irma, but having to get no kills means 1,000 gold already for Rare Atom. Such a decisive push, such a decisive gank into the top lane, and that's why you really like the Xin Zhao pick and the Nautilus. They can just make really good plays like that.
Yeah. And that's what you can get away with whenever you have a Xin Zhao. The early game damage of a Xin Zhao is just massive. And that's why they can just go in. They can match a Kha'Zix in a 1v1. And look at this replay from top side.
Yeah, the dive just was really fluid. Dredge line into the layer of CC. Absolutely no way for Rattel to survive. And they went in once again. Nomel was trying to just clear up the way. Didn't have level 5, so no cast. Easy depth charge into the follow-up. Absolutely no answer. 2 kills, 1,000 gold, and even a couple of plates after that.
Gaming into Rocky was also important to note, because giving anything to a Jax at this point, even a kill, is going to be an important one for Rare Atom. And now, objectives are going to be coming up in a minute, and it is going to be real hard for the side of Roster Y here. Yes, they're going to be having their items, but the problem here is, at least the acceleration of a Jax is going to be hard to deal with.
Oh yeah, the Jax is going to be a big problem here, especially because most of the members here of KT.RY are dealing physical damage. Even the Varus is going to be having a bit of a hard time, especially when they don't have the cask or the Chain of Corruption. And that's something that Rare Atom is going to be timing, similar to game number 1 a while ago. Zero has a big responsibility to pop off. So far, he's ahead by almost, well, 700 gold against Irma. Can he actually get the kill is the question.
Ooh.
Again, not gonna be connecting means he will not go through.
Too late for the freaking flip there from Zero. And now with Yuri, just gonna go in, try to do some damage in the mid lane. This is what you like about this matchup. Look at them. Rare Atom, they don't want to give this to Daw. And now they're gonna go to the top side, waiting for Daw to make any missteps. And now that is a really good start here for Rare Atom, because they know they have the advantage. They're not gonna give this as a trade.
Not gonna give this easily here by Rare Atom. The Mel has a big responsibility to have a really good isolation play with a cask, and followed up by Luna with a Chain of Corruption. If they get a catch onto you, that should be good here for them. But now, they are starting the RH. No answer back by Rare Atom.
Oh, making from bomb mid lane. Too much damage onto Luna. Forces him away. Chain of Corruption is here, but with the piercing arrow, he might be able to get the kill here. They have another perfect execution of the Max. They do have the flash. Max is going to fall, but what are they going to do? Morty is not surviving here because there's a lot of members from Roster Y right here in front of them with a wind slash. That's going to be the kill, and they are going to go for the next Rocky. He's going to be the next one on the chopping block. He's going to be dead, but Rocky was able to get one and flashes away to safety. He's going to be surviving for a bit. He wants to go for a 1v1 against Rattel, but he does have the broken wings with the key burst. Counter-Strike is at the ready, but the piercing arrow is going to be very deadly with the broken wings to get the kill. And Rattel takes it in the bag, and they didn't get anything Rare Atom too aggressive.
Yeah. KT.RY answering back better this time around. And Rare Atom has to be really careful. They got a little too greedy, tracing down onto Luna a while ago. Had the satchel charge connected to Luna, that could have been the turnaround that Rare Atom needed, but it didn't. Now they will get the dragon at the very least. A consolation prize from that early mishap. But they will lose tier 1 in the mid. That is huge here for KT.RY.
Especially when you have the Ziggs. This is not usually what you expect. They can lose this tower in the mid lane. And now with that, even with this extra firepower from that Mountain Drake, it's not going to be really helpful for their side right now. Rare Atom is not going to be using this at this point right now.
Zero just posturing down here onto Rocky. This is the key hero. This is the hero player that KT.RY needs. A Kali from Zero. And Rare Atom did not expect this so far, especially for him to pop off. Luna is here. Nomel as well. Rocky should be able to back away because, well, Max is on the way. They do have the Ziggs as well in range for the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Saw it already. A lot of damage. One chain of corruption could be the end of Rocky here with one more piercing arrow. Could be the end of it. And now Rare Atom is still respecting WRL at this point. And now, because they opened up mid lane, they still want to take this top lane tower.
KT.RY, yeah, they want to commit onto this, but two people from Rare Atom are actually on their way here. And if they die, that could be really bad here for KT.RY. They disengage for the meantime, want to go with a reset. And, well, we still need, though, to clear out his top side, or red side, or blue side camps for the meantime. And that provides at least a breathing time here for Rare Atom to work around. Again, they picked up the Mountain Dragon a while ago. It should give them a bit of durability. Zero? 1v1?
I think he's gonna have a hard time here, because remember, I said Trinity first as the first item. I did not expect him to go for this for Irma. I was expecting a lot different, but the timing of the Fate Seal was perfect, and they would be able to get the kill on Zero just because of that.
Oh, that was such a good timing, punishing his overextension into the tower range. Now Rattel can actually be in trouble. Actually, Devi
I think the Vice
spotted under a ward.
Yeah, Da is gonna be in trouble. Even Rocky here in the bot side of the map. Chain of Corruption to the flash, and that's gonna be Rocky dead! Almost surviving. I thought he's gonna be dead. But here, right now, they want to go for the push. Red line is not gonna hit. And they have the tower to help themselves, though. They might have the damage on Rattel. The Ignite is gonna be taking on his head. He still have timing. Explosive cast with the satchel pushes him back. One more bouncing bomb, and Nomel is dead. Would Yuri go for the flash? He's not gonna be able to hit it. Yes, he was able to! And that just equalizes and get the advantage for Rare Atom.
The only problem there for KT.RY was they didn't have a wave to be able to push down the tower fast enough for them to able to strike back or escape. And Rare Atom made most of that situation. Now Zero pushing down Irma.
Yeah.
1v1.
Zero posturing to go for a kill. They have another shield, but here comes the Fate Sealed! And Zero just got turned by Irma!
Outplay!
What a play again
man, oh man.
from Visione.
Trinity Force static shift items that we just don't see on Ione. Now being fully utilized here by Irma. And it even got an outplay onto Zero. That is just so huge.
How is that working? The Trinity Force on the Yone is something that I didn't expect ever. I mean, I expect a Divine Thunder, which is okay because you have HP, you have damage, but a Trinity Force is too overconfident. But Irma, with what he's doing right now, he has the right to be overconfident.
Well, just a small trivia on the Trinity Force. It actually was an item before when Yasuo was early released in the PC version, but that was
so long ago.
There was a crit on the Trinity Force. But in here, I think it's so far working. The static shift, though, makes more sense for me. But the Trinity Force, it's, I don't know, but it's working for Irma. How is that even possible?
The extra attack speed and the only benefit of having the Trinity Force is the extra attack speed that you get from it is okay, and the sheen is good. But Divine Thunder could do a way better job on that, but it's working. I don't have the right to say that it's a bad item because it's working.
It's working.
It's working for Irma. And I don't know what to say.
Naturally, we would be looking at items that does have crit or does have more sustain, right? Divine Thunder. Maybe even if you want something with a sheen that has crit, then we go for Essence 3, even if it doesn't have any mana, right?
That's true.
But Trinity Force is the way to go. It does have a lot more on hit procs with the sheen, especially with the amount of AD that the Yone has. And it's working out for him. Every time it goes with a Mortal Steel, it hits even more deadly for anyone that crosses his path. And
this
now,
is bad.
we do get a tower into the mid lane.
Yeah, this is bad for WRL. With what's happening right now in the game, this is not going to be fare well for them in the future. Now, Morty, target by Rattel. They are not converged. This is not a good position for Rare Atom if they want to fight this. But Rocky is looking at what WRL is not looking at. They're looking for the mid lane push while everything is happening. Morty might be able to go in with a Crescent Guard if ever he wants to. He can go in. He was able to flash away. Fate Seal wasn't able to hit. And that is going to be it. They weren't able to steal it. But Rare Atom is in a great position to fight this. Morty's going to die. And Zero is going to go for the revenge with the Shuriken flip. They got it in the end. And now they're looking for revenge. They got the kills. And they got two. But what they lose in the process is the inhibitor turret in the mid lane.
Oh no! Rocky with a big push in the mid that could have been good already. already for KT.RY. They got the dragon, they got a good flank coming in from Rattel already towards the backside. But it's not enough.
Yeah.
Rare Atom still made most out of it now, though. Going in.
Synthesis, though. Fighting against Rocky. They still can't threaten this Baron, but because they lost that inhibitor turret in the mid lane, that's a big gap right here. They can have a lot more resources on the side of WRL, or rather Rare Atom, and WRL needs to be careful about it.
We are going to be tossing down into the mid lane. Depth charge onto Zero.
That charge onto the back line. Morty is not going to follow through because of the chain of corruption onto the side of WRL. They're still not going to continue in this fight. And right now, Rare Atom, this is the way you play around it. And honestly, having the static shift in this game really makes it way easier for this Yone to have that wave clear that most of the time is going to be missing on the Yasuo Yone.
It's helping me so much as well, getting the AoE damage onto the members of KT.RY whenever it goes in, and also it does crit as well, so it's very deadly to get onto the hands of a Yone. Now Irma is just hurting so much. If he gets his IE, that is going to be hurting so much onto KT.RY. Now they're going with a sneaky Baron.
Zero vision. On this part of the map, they're taking a long time. Zero already caught up on it. They're not going to continue. It's a good thing that they canceled it because that could have been destructive for Rare Atom. But good attempt for me. Honestly, that's a good attempt.
Rare Atom will be repeating that a lot of time. This is a... Oh man, this is almost as if we're seeing a different side now of Rare Atom. Now they're having a really good grasp onto this game against KT.RY. Making the proactive movements, having the experimental items as well on Irma in the Yone.
Irma needs to be careful. Perfect timing again from their side. Flashes away and Irma survives. What was that? But it's a good thing that Zero flashes in to get the perfect execution. Great start for them. But Rare Atom looking for another prey. They're looking for some kills to their side, but it's a good thing that they got the kill on Irma.
Yeah, that is at least an interruption towards the intentions here of Rare Atom. Now they can actually just clear out the waves into top lane, have a bit of a breathing time into the mid lane as well. Let's check out how the chase down actually happened. Because Irma was sitting on the ward. It was a really good engage by Nomel and and even a follow-up there by Zero. He had the Shuriken connected. Perfect execution out to get that kill. And Rare Atom will lose their mid laner. Irma shut down. Will be trying to play it out safely in the next fight because KT.RY still are throwing in the punches. They have the wave into the top lane. Can set up vision in this top side river as well. Maybe set up for this bottom side river because again, next dragon is going to be up in the next few minutes. And if Rare Atom is going to be able to pick it up away from KT.RY, it's going to help them so much for team fights because they have the Mountain Dragon already. If they pick up the Ocean Drake, that is a lot of sustain.
It's going to be real hard here for WRL, or rather Rare Atom, to come back from this. Because remember, they have the Yone, yes. But the problem here is how are they going to be dealing with the backline access that WRL has, because that is the reason why they have been losing this fight. Season desist, and there's a lot of damage coming through already with a perfect execution onto the backline. They do have a lot of damage. They insist! Dodges everything on the side of WRL. Now that's going to be the turnaround right here from the side of Rare Atom. They still have another chain of corruption in the hands of Max. They don't have a lot of damage. Irma's going to be here. He might be able to get a really big Fate Seal, but he ran away. One kill again to the side of WRL.
They back away with one kill without anything in exchange. They have the inhibitor spawning up into the mid lane as well. That buys enough time for KT.RY to reset once again. Rare Atom actually pushing down into the top lane. Can they actually set up a death rush? Rattel is here. Irma not going to be going anywhere for the meantime. They want a reset. They want a good position towards this next dragon.
Yeah. Dragon is going to be where the next fight is going to be. WRL keeping their mental at a stable state, and that's what they need because that's how they decide on who to target. Every time if they just take down one, that's going to be a big advantage for this team. 5 seconds, no vision on the side of Rare Atom, and this is going to be a fight in where they fight blindly. Continuing to battle right now. Rare Atom looking at the great position to go for a fight before they actually go in. right here.
Oh, no.
4k HP right now in Rare Atom. Look at where Bertel is. It's a great position for him to be in. Morty's gonna go in. He does have the explosive cast onto Nomel. He has been cancelled by the body slam, but the perfect timing. He was still able to take it at the end. But look at the back line. They have access already. Zero was able to flash away, and that is gonna be a good start for their side though. Zero's gonna fall together with his support. It was a 3-4-2. Rocky too aggressive. Still move forward even though he doesn't have any more teammates, but they still got the dragon in the end, and Rare Atom would take that W.
Really good flank coming in from Rattel once again. Similar to the previous fight a while ago in the bottom side river, they were able to infiltrate the back line of Rare Atom, able to get a numbers advantage as well at the very end, able to get the objective 2 though for Rare Atom. Let's check out the replay on how it actually happened again, because Zero had a really good access towards Rocket, got the damage as well towards the back line, perfect execution in, but still notable smite coming in from Rocket, able to secure it for the team. Fate Seal not connecting onto Zero means that's a lot of damage negated, and Zero just went in once again, got the damage in, but still not enough. KT.RY, at least at the very end, had the better casualty or better kills in that fight. Now they can position towards this Baron, has the wave built up in mid, bottom lane, and top lane too.
Yeah. Rare Atom, look at that Baron, and they try to maybe contest it if ever the members of Roster Y were there. That's why they were running towards it really fast. Now, slowly going towards the 20-minute mark, Roster Y, even with this composition, they are still looking really great. This composition has been working so far for them. Yuri hasn't been able to play really well, even Morty. Even with the Crescent Guard that he has been doing, he could have just built so much tanky items, and that could have been way better here for the side of Rare Atom, because if he had Amulet Wind Guard like what's happening right now, he doesn't have any defensive stats to help him out, and now this is gonna be on their side. Rock is gonna fall, no more Crescent Guard, Stasis was pop on both sides, they don't have a lot of HP. Roster Y won that fight, and that is Rare Atom running away in shame.
Yeah, that is good position. This is a proactive KT.RY that we have been looking forward towards the series right now. Making the necessary play, making the right positions at the right time. Rare Atom wasn't positioned well towards that bottom lane fight. Now, KT.RY can just start this Baron up. 3 versus 5 is the angle right now, and KT.RY is going to be happy with this position. Zero and Rattel has really good angle as well towards the 9 possible steal.
Fate sealed because they have the cease and desist. This would be way easier for them with a win/damage and a perfect execution. Takes 2, and Max is gonna be the next one. Might be a triple here right here on to Zero, and they're still gonna follow through. Flashing in, Rattel goes in for Max. Max is gonna fall, and Rare Atom wins with the Baron, and they would want to end this game as fast as they could. That loss, that embarrassing loss that they got from game 1, they want to get it back against Rare Atom. 2 more members standing. They would want to end this right here, right now, with a body slam to the explosive pass. Rocky almost falls. It's a good thing he had the flash. How are they gonna defend this? There's only 2 of them. Crescent Guard to push him back. No minions to help them out. Roster Y is gonna be winning this, and game 2 is gonna be taken by Roster Y.
Game number 3, KT.RY is in the series, and Rare Atom is not gonna be taking them out just yet. With a decisive team fight, with a decisive play and an objective as well, they're pushing through game number 3. This is the KT.RY that we have been asking for. The top 1 spot in the APAC conference is now looking to extend this series up to game number 3, especially with that performance. Rattel with a lot of really good flanks, Zero as well with good backline access, and Rare Atom caught in the mist there a lot of times, especially in that late game. And KT.RY, they were setting a lot of traps, especially in the bottom lane, that allowed them to secure that Baron for themselves, allowed them as well to get the proper team fight. It was a desperation play coming in from Irma, trying to get into the Baron pit, but to no avail. Now, KT.RY has a chance to go on with a reverse sweep.
Yeah, and that was such a great performance here from Roster Y. Kept their cool. Luna with the arrows from the Varus was really, really helpful. And that is what you want with a composition like this. You need to have everything just set up for yourselves. And that single target damage that they had was really helpful. And the only problem that I see here from Rare Atom was Morty building Black Cleaver after building the Trinity Force. That could have been the same items that Daw had on this game. build the Amaranth Twin Guard, build the Warmogs on the second item could have been way better and could have been way easier for them to set up with this composition. But again, Roster Y took the W and Rare Atom took the L right there in the game. And that is when I think Roster Y needs to really do that a lot more, be a bit more decisive on where they would really channel all their skills.
And just really good adaptation here in general by KT Roster Y. In this game, we have seen Luna pop off really well. 2-0-12 was his scoreline with the Varus. Much better than his performance with the Zoe. And it makes a lot of sense when you do pick up the Gragas, when you do pick up the Varus as well. It provides you so much team fighting security with the Chain of Corruption and the Cask. Isolation play is much possible as well that allowed Rotel and Zero to just pop off in the fight, especially in the late game, because both champions are late game champions. Holly and the Jax as well, they waited for the perfect timing, waited for the perfect time for them to just pop off, and they did without hesitation. Props to Rare Atom because they took very good control in this game as well. But their composition kind of, well, it does really good work in the late game as well, but I think the position-wise, they just got caught by KT Roster Y. Had it been better for them, maybe, just maybe, they could have had a 2-0 here.
Yeah, they didn't really had a great position every time when it comes to those fights. During the last two fights, 2 members fell, I think 3 members just fell down one by one, and that instigated a 4v5 every time. And that's not what you want when you have a composition where the centerpiece is going to be Yone. You really need to make use of the Yone as much as they could, and they weren't having Irma on most of these fights. Most of the time, Morty or Rocky always gets picked off one by one, and that's why Rare Atom just lost that game. And Roster Y, with that, I believe that was still a great performance even for Zero here on that game. He was able to really perform well, especially in the middle to the later stages of the game.
He just waited for the perfect time to actually scale up with 3 items, was able to perform at his peak condition. Now securing his 3rd MVP and looking to just have the same energy towards game number 3, because a while ago with the Ribbon was popping off at times, but not as well as when he gets his hands on the Assassins. Let's see if he's gonna be getting, you know, the Assassin champions again in the next game, because Rare Atom, they're going back into the drawing board, trying to reassess what went wrong there, especially in their positions a while ago. This is a tight game. This is a close series, and this is something that we really have been looking forward to.
Yeah, and I would love to see another Assassin pick from Zero later on. But before that, we are going to Game 3 in a bit, everybody. We're just going to be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a
Game 3 on this series, and it's as close as it can get, and Roster Y 1-1, winning that game 2 massively on that last fight. But because it was still close, this game 3 could still be anyone's game. Would it be Rare Atom or would it be another R, which is Roster Y?
Oh yeah, I am excited for this. I'm ready. I just want this game to start right now. I want to see who will come on top. Will it be Rare Atom or will it be KT.RY? Because now we are going to be seeing Rare Atom back on blue side, similar to game number 1. And if we are to recall that game, it was a very, very close game. 24 minutes and 47 seconds. And one of the reasons why KT.RY struggled in that particular game, because Luna had a bit of a hard time with the Zoe. And hopefully, if that's going to be the same lineup that KT.RY would draft, I would honestly want to see the Varus or the Karma instead. The Zoe is just so difficult to pull off right now, especially when there is like a Gragas, when there's like assassins into the mix, and when there is a Ziggs being used by Rare Atom.
Yeah. Akali gonna get banned by Rare Atom. They don't want Zero holding on that one. They can really pick up the Zero Zed if ever they want to, because an assassin on the hands of Zero is just really great. Or even a Yone would be good. It's not gonna be bad for Roster Y if ever they would need that. And now Rare Atom still going for Max's Gragas so that they would have this early game advantage. And Gragas on the hands of CN teams are just so good.
Oh yeah. So similar champions as of a while ago for the meantime. The Ziggs gonna be coming through for Yuri, Nautilus gonna be coming through for Mel, even the Jax for Ratel as well. And even, oh, okay, early Garen too. Similar to game number 1, this has been what we've seen for Rare Atom as well. And we have commented that, well, it was an early pick for the Garen, but in the very end, we have seen Rocky doing a lot of work for Rare Atom. Now is the change that we have wanted. The Varus for Luna. Okay. Now we see a better composition being shown here by KT.RY. Even if they pick up the Kha'Zix and the Ribbon, it should be okay. But I think if the Zed is gonna be coming through, oh, never mind. It does get banned away by KT.RY. But if Irma picks up another aggressive champion in the mid lane, just like Ione, Renekton might actually work better here instead of a Ribbon.
Yeah, honestly, if they go for the Renekton in the mid lane, even on the hands of Zero, it would be way better. But from what we're seeing right now for Roster Y, I can see that they still are going to be prioritizing on that, what do you call that Kha'Zix that they can use here. If they ban the Yone, that's a really good start here for a Roster Y, because they aren't gonna be picking that up. Maybe pick up the Xin Zhao themselves, or yeah, as I said, the Kha'Zix could potentially be a good pick for Roster Y.
I love this. Though gonna be trying to redeem Kha'Zix's performance a while ago. The only problem that they had a while ago is when the backline has been infiltrated, when Luna is dead, there's no way for KT.RY to actually enable this Kha'Zix, because they are lacking the damage to put Rare Atom's members into low health. So it's very difficult for the Kazakhs to just get on with the execute. Rare Atom, I don't think they are going to be picking up this Vayne. It's just so risky. They could just go with a Lee Sin again, possibly pick up an aggressive champion as well into the mid lane. Jace is available if ever they do want to secure a double poke composition. And Irma is not so bad with the Jace now. He actually has been popping off lately with his performance in the mid lane.
A Renekton is going to be a good pick here for Rare Atom if ever they need something else. Or yeah, a Jace could also be a good potential pick because they're looking for a bit more damage. And Jace could really have that access for the team here. On the mid lane especially. But Roster-Y has a potential to pick, yep, I was about to say Illusion or Corki.
Corki?
They can use here for Roster-Y. And that would be a way better pick here for their side. But with the DPS that they would need and with the burst that they have, I think, yeah, the Corki would be a way better one.
Yeah, had it been Illusion, they are going to be lacking a lot of magic damage. And we do not want to see another AP Virus, please. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work here in this, in Wild Rift at the very least. But it's so difficult to have 3 auto attacks just for you to use a skill, just to maximize your second skill in terms of HP damage. You're much better so picking up lethality items, which is cheaper, and also unlocking more damage for your piercing arrow and your third skill as well. And the Chain of Corruption is just going to be so beautiful here for KT.RY. When it gets landed onto the members of Rare Atom, it can deny some of their potential engage. The only thing they have to watch out is the double pokes coming in from Rare Atom. They have the Jace, they have the Ziggs, and they have initiating tools as well. The Gragas and the Lee Sin is a lot of isolation tools that Rare Atom can work around. So eyes on Luna later on with the Chain of Corruption. That's the only disengage tool that they have.
Yeah, that's something that they need to look forward to if ever they can be fighting. Because the Chain of Corruption has been really a strong tool, especially when you have a Nautilus in your team. The Nautilus and the Varus combo is just so easy to pull off. After the death charge of the Chain of Corruption, basically the target is dead already. And now, with this, how are they going to be proving themselves on this next game? Rare Atom versus Roster-Y. This is going to be the last game of the day, and the match of the week has happened already a while ago, and again, this is the last game of this Saturday.
Let's see what's gonna be coming on top. Will it be Rare Atom or will it be KT or Roster-Y? I just love the development of these teams right now. Even Irma with a Jace. If this was a few games back, 3 games prior, I would be nervous seeing him picking up the Jace. But as he was able to redeem his performance just recently, I'm just loving him seeing now with the Jace. We can be sure that he's going to be stable in the mid lane, even if he is against a Corki who was able to pop off. And now, since they do have the Garen and the Jace combination, side lane priority is going to be up again for them. And it was present in game number 1 with the Zed and the Garen. So that's something that KT.RY has to be really careful now in this game again.
Yeah, 29% damage. Penetrate them, as they said. And Luna really dealt so much damage during that game. He was the highest damage on the team, but not the highest in game. Or rather, not the highest that we've seen so far. Because the highest would probably be 45, 44%. But now they're going to go for the kill on Max. Too aggressive, flashing in. Doesn't have the Bounty Slam anymore. Was able to use the flash a while ago. And this is going to be bad. The flash in for 0. And they might be able to get more. Irma was able to get 1. But are they going to get more? Range form. They have the Shock Blast. They got the kill. Morty's going to go for 0 next. He has the Valkyrie. Rock is going to go in with a flash. And that is going to be the kill for Rare Atom. 3 on the board for them.
This is no way position right now for KT.RY to actually engage, because looking at the draft itself, it's more so for Rare Atom, and now they just punish KT.RY for that mere small fact. The Jays can just do wonders in the early game, Lee Sin as well, and they have the crowd control to work around with. It was too ambitious for KT.RY to even try engaging onto them. And look at that, just one team fight, just one small fight, 1,500 gold already for Rare Atom.
Yeah, a really big lead at this early game especially. That could just accelerate their things that they want to do here. Now Daw is just going to be pushing away the Scuttler, and this is going to be what they want to do. Right now, with the advantage that Roster-Y just gave to Rare Atom, this is a potential call that this first objective is still going to be dictated on how Rare Atom plays it.
And Luna still playing it very, very safe into the bottom lane, able to get a couple of HP down towards Yuri. Zero has to pick up the slack. Same goes for Doe. because their attack a while ago was too ambitious and it led to a big lead by Rare Atom. And what they should be doing right now is just playing things safe. They have a double scaling composition. Triple champions actually scaling up. With the Jax, the Corki, even the Varus. Even the Kha'Zix actually is a scaling champion. Technically, it does need items. Even if it does need a leverage, being compared to a Lee Sin is more independent and can just pick up a couple of kills even without items compared to the Kha'Zix 1v1. And now, KT.RY being on the deficit should be at least respectful here towards Rare Atom, especially because of the minor kills that Irma actually has gotten in that short fight.
A lot of resource-heavy champions from WRL, and now with that, we can definitely see one of the armors that he's been cracked is this Daw is gonna be having problems. What? Max went in with a body slam. Just gave them a free kill mid lane.
Yeah, what was that? There was no reason to go in whatsoever. Yeah, it does have the cast, but doesn't have any flashes at all. And you're trying to engage onto a Nautilus, of all people. Yeah, that was weird.
I thought that's a misclick, and now this could snowball in their favor. Oh, it's a good thing that Yuri is smart. Uses the Mega Inferno Bomb to clear the way because they could have caught the kill on Yuri there if they went too close to the turret.
But even so, if they dive into the bottom lane, it could have been a kill by Rare Atom because the other members are actually pathing there already. So it's, I think, fortunate for us to not see that happen anymore because it can go either way. It can go disastrous for KT.RY, especially in the position that they are in as of the moment. Ratel is just very comfortable here into the Baron lane against Rocky. And that is a good sign at the very least. He has to scale up. He has to pick up the Divine Sunderer, the Hullbreaker, and the Blade of the Ruin King to get even a slight chance to win in a 1v1 against the Garen.
Yeah, goes in for the Valkyrie. Irma doesn't have any tools to work with. Only used the hammer form a while ago, and that's why he wasn't able to get anything else. But right now with WRL, the rotations have been a bit slow. They have given a lot of kills a while ago, and now the objective is at the ready. No vision yet on both sides, so it could be anyone's objective still.
KT.RY also picking up the slack now. Looking at the goal that was 1,500 of a lead by Rare Atom, now it's being slowly dissipated by KT.RY. RH should be contested here.
Yeah, Chain of Corruption already used, Explosive Gas is already there, and there comes the damage. Max is gonna fall with a piercing arrow, and Nomal is gonna be surviving with a Mega Inferno Bomb together with the Honey Fruit. Still are very healthy at this point, and Irma wants to do some damage, might be able to get the kill on Luna. Flashes away, but is too scrappy on that, and that is 2 kills to the board for WRL.
Immediate punish by KT.RY, and RH was denied for Rare Atom. Now they can start up the Dragon. Ocean Drake is going to be providing them a lot of sustain. Rare Atom being a little bit confused right now, not in sync as to game number 1, and this is a little weird seeing from them, making a lot of questionable moves. The bottom slam into the mid lane. Now RH going to be contested. Will there be an arrow?
Oh, that was too close.
Good attempt.
I saw the referral go to 59 HP. That was too close. Now, they're gonna go to try to get the kill on Nomel, but they have the Chain of Corruption. Luna is gonna be trading this right now, and that's gonna be the kill. Luna takes 1, and that's gonna be the next. Yuri might be the next. Satchel is not that ready, so Max might fall here. One more piercing arrow, he could have been dead. And that's why WRL with a Varus is so scary.
Chain of Corruption or negating that Lee Sin kick play coming in from Rare Atom was a good counter. And that's something that Rare Atom should be prepared in the next fights. Because, yeah, you can try to isolate the Nautilus, try to isolate Nomel so that they won't have at least a -1 already onto the frontline members of KT.RY. But if you're going to be exchanging your life for it, it's not really a worthy trade. Because as we see in this replay, it was supposedly a 3 versus 1. But look at how Luna was just able to get that kill, 1 for 1. Daw was also there, almost getting a kill for Luna again. Had that piercing arrow connected onto Max with full stacks, that would have been a 2 for 1.
Yeah. WRL is really scary right now. They know how to play around their winning conditions, and because they're slowly scaling up, Chain of Corruption used already. A lot of damage from Luna. One more piercing arrow could end it all, and Luna was able to take it in the end.
3 kills already for this Varus. And also even Zero having a bit of a good time here into the bottom lane. Morty's gonna be passing his way towards here. But already too late. Zero is sniffing this intention by Morty. They will be giving the tower though, as well, KT.RY is having good access into the mid lane anyway.
Yeah, Dredge line already hit, slowing down Max. Ignite is popping on his head. He's not going to continue with the fight though. And WRL just took a tower mid lane against a tower bot lane. I think that's worth it.
Yeah, a while ago, Rare Atom, at the start of the game, Rare Atom was ahead by 1.5k gold lead. Just because of the 3 kills that they have gotten in exchange for 1. Now, KT.RY is ahead by 2,000 gold. That is how big of a comeback that they have made over just like 5 minutes of the game. And now as the game goes by, it's going to be much more scary here for Rare Atom because they have 3-4 scaling champions, even though it's going to be very scary later on, especially with the upgraded spikes. And it's not looking good here for Rare Atom. They really need to be careful.
This is what we're looking at, Morty. This is what he needs to do. Go for the Luna. And once Luna falls down, that's going to be a good start for them already. No more kicks. Rattel is in front of Morty. Flashes away. Those have another lead strike onto Yuri. Satchel is going to be available in a bit. 2 flashes have been burned down. But that was still a kill for the side of Rare Atom.
Rattel could have jumped onto Lee Sin instead, so that's a little bit odd. Almost got a kill on to Yuri anyway, so that's a good intention. Rattel actually started to hurt. And even Irma is having a bit of a hard time going with a 1v1 against the Jax now. Rare Atom starting to fall off a little bit, but still, that is a good kill onto Luna, able to fully utilize, the attack there of Lee Sin, of Morty, but they still need to be very careful.
Cancel.
And yeah,
recall. Now Morty's here. The slowdown's gonna be there with the smite. Flashes in, and that's gonna be the Demolition Justice used to get it with a kick, and that's a kill. 30 seconds on the clock.
That was weird as well, coming in from Zero. Not worth if you're just wanting to cancel the recall. Because you gave your life just for that small movement. Now Rattel gonna be initiated here by Irma. Max is also here.
It's also slowing down.
Is the question.
Explosive gas is ready. They can use it, but they weren't able to use it too? That could have been a kill to the side before the objective comes out.
Hesitations here coming in from Rare Atom. They are pushing into the mid lane, but will not be able to get the tower down. Depth charge.
Comes to that charge. Knock up. Mega Inferno Bomb is used to actually just push them away, but it wasn't effective. And now they can go for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, no jungler. And Rare Atom shouldn't be able to get anything out of this. And now KT.RY pushing down onto the RH. Max wants to infiltrate. Rocky is gonna be in trouble.
Has been holding down, piercing arrows on his head. Demolition Justice is not gonna help his case because he's gonna fall down before anything happens. And now this is gonna be an easy Rift Herald for the side, and the Dragon is gonna be up in 20 seconds.
They can just use it into the top lane, unlock the tier 1 tower there. Yeah, Daw is gonna be doing just that. Go with the reset and then posture jam towards this bottom side river. And well, Rare Atom gonna be unlocking mid lane, which is good. But who's gonna be answering this top side push? Because the RH will get a second charge, if ever. And KT.RY is having their path towards bot already. Oh, this is going really bad here for Rare Atom.
That's gonna be slow pushing now, and this is gonna be big for WRL. They want to start this. Nomel has vision and most of the members, and now they're looking towards Nomel. The tank, the metal, is going to be able to get it. Oh, what a great Valkyrie with the package. Perfect timing. Morty almost got steal there, but now Luna is going to be his target. They have the stages. They have the damage on Morty, and Morty's going to fall down. They have some team members right here of Rare Atom. It's still a 4v4. They want to get the kill. They have the Chain of Corruption. Irma was holding down a bit, and now they're going to be chasing him down. Daw is going to be getting on to Irma. He's going to fall down. Nomel is in front of everybody, and Max is going to be the next one. Yuri was able to get onto the turret, but they don't have any damage anymore. It's not going to be helpful on their case now. They have the Honey Fruit. They can still tie this if ever they want to. Most of the members are here. They're trapped. The minions are going to come in, and this is going to be them trying to dodge. Dredgeline's going to be hitting on Yuri, and he's going to fall down here. The next one's going to be Rocky. He's not going to move because the Chain of Corruption is in his face, and that's a turret down together with the Dragon to the side for WRL.
Dragon Ace a tower in exchange for just one member of KT.RY. That is a massive win. And let's check out how it actually happened, because they were having a really good position already. Rattel had a really good flank as well. And despite the engage coming in from Morty, an attempt on a steal and a really good backline access, it wasn't enough. simply because of the stasis. Isolated as well, maximized the damage of Dove, and Rattel had a really good re-engage onto the backside, preventing Yuri from even having to do anything anymore. He wasn't able to throw any damage anymore, and Irma got obliterated trying to go deep, and with Rattel just charging in and also cutting down the wave, there was no way for Rocky and Yuri to survive. Really good piercing arrows well by Luna that allowed Nomel to just have that ridge line connected, and the dive happened, and then the tower fall down, and now KT.RY is just having the best of time in this game.
Yeah. Rolls-Royce played this so well. 6k gold lead on the board and 2 dragons on their side. They have even the advantage when it comes to turrets. So this is going to be a hard game for Rare Atom. This is when they fall off. That was a surprise factor they had a while ago, and it's not going to surprise the members of Rolls-Royce anymore. And Irma falls on the hands of Rolls-Royce again.
Irma having a really hard time right now in this particular game. Was trying a lot. He was trying to make a couple of outplays here towards KT.RY, but now he's getting caught continuously all throughout the game. Good steal as well onto the red buff of Morty, and now KT?
Dredge line onto Morty. They have the Chain of Corruption to stop them on their tracks. They were able to get it, and now the last member standing, Max, is going to be left alone. Flashes away. Almost hit by the piercing arrow. He was actually hit, and that was a perfect timing for the stasis, because now he's also going to fall, and Morty isn't surviving that. The golden time for Roster Y is now, and they're going to be going for the Baron.
That was a 4 versus 5. Rattel was busy split pushing into the top lane, got a tower as well, and now KT.RY, after that cleanup, will be getting their hands onto this Baron. Looking at the score, 17-7, 10,000 gold lead. Everything taken control by KT.RY.
That charge, Irma doesn't have any way to go except for the flash that he has right now. He's gonna go in with the 2 disguise. Chain of Corruption is here to actually just hold them out, and he wasn't able to move in this place.
Now this is the composition that we asked for KT.RY. This is the execution as well that we asked for them. And they are delivering so well into this game. Rare Atom being a little bit confused right now. It started out great for them, securing 3 kills to 1. But now they're struggling so much. 10,000 gold deficit. 2 dragons given away to KT.RY. Despite the attempts there of Morty, getting the steal is simply not enough. And now with the Baron, everything is being pushed. Rattel has the biggest lead right now in the Baron buff, and pushing bottom lane without hesitation. Morty having a good angle. Can he actually get a good kick onto Luna is the question, because he has
Edge of Night.
The shield.
It's hard. Yeah. With Edge of Night, it's not going to be easy though. He goes for the attempt. That charge is here. They have the Chain of Corruption to stop them from moving forward. They are now in, but Rare Atom won't be able to deal any damage at them. Right there, the piercing arrows is just piercing through the members, and they weren't able to do anything much except to watch their HP bars go down. Here comes the voice spikes, almost hitting, and was able to just push them back. Now with the last 2 members, Yuri and Max, what can they do? Dredgeline wasn't able to hit, but this is just going to be the end of the game with the Baron on their hands. This is going to be a done deal, a done game to the side of Roster Y. They just gave 1 game, and that is how protagonist wins game. They just give 1 win, and after, they get the reverse sweep.
Heroes always redeem themselves, and KT.RY has done it. In this game, reverse sweep against the Rare Atom. Game number 1 was a little tough for them. Game number 2 was really close. They had it at the very end with 1 small mistake coming in from Rare Atom. And now, in this game, we have seen a decisive one-sided victory coming in from KT.RY. It started out really rough for them, especially with the initial kills that Rare Atom gotten. But KT.RY made it work. Luna with the Varus was extremely good as well, countering some of the engages coming in from Morty. And also Rattel just being stable this time around with the Jax. Zero as well with the Corki, doing a lot, and Nomel just always initiating for the team, allowing them to get those assassinations done and enabling those as well.
Honestly, really hard game there for Rare Atom. They have been giving kills left and right to the side of Roster Y. Yes, the positioning was there. Yes, this composition almost worked during game, actually worked during game 1. But Roster Y just knew how to play around it. Once they got the hold of the Varus, that is when they started to dominate this competition. And Rare Atom, they had a lot of rough edges. They had a lot of things to give to Roster Y that shouldn't be the case, honestly. They could have gotten the win there if that surprise factor that they had on game 1, they kept at it. Because they strayed away during game 2, they just gave Roster Y a chance to come back from the series.
It's a tough loss for Rare Atom. We can't help but feel a little bit bad for them. This is their 7th consecutive loss in this tournament. Having to lose in a reverse sweep of KT.RY just is a bit of a bad run here for Rare Atom. But we can't help but feel good as well for them. They are still having a really good sign coming towards this tournament. Game number 1 was really good for them. Irma popped off with a Z. Ganon play as well for Rocky was really nice. A Ziggs of Fury as well. In this particular game itself, we just have seen minor adjustment coming in from KT.RY. The only difference actually is the Corki and the Varus. And we saw them really popping off in this game, having a good read all throughout the map, and just having the more decisive movements in the team fights that allowed them to just turn the tides around, especially in the series.
Yeah. And I really do see that on the side of Roster Y, the efforts right there, but the struggle during the first game was not really as I expected, honestly. That was not really what I expected from Roster Y. They were indecisive during the start of that series, but it always has been known that Roster Y really starts the series slow, and that is an indication of that during game 1. But if it's against teams like KBG, if it's against the teams that are way stronger, they need to start fast because those teams also scale, especially on the series. So that's why if Roster Y wants to improve, they need to work on that series, or rather game 1, because that game 1 is always going to be important against the CN conference teams.
Even game number 2 was very, very close. Had it been a different situation coming in for Rare Atom, it would have been a decisive 2-0, but they made a minor mistake that allowed KT.RY to get the leverage in that particular game, and now just had the opportunity to patch up their earlier mistake in game number 1, especially the composition. Luna shining really better with this Varus pick, and it's something that we have talked about a lot of times. This Varus has been, the more stable champion right now ever since the nerf on the Zoe, and we have seen it a lot of times already in the past few weeks. We have seen a lot of really good team fights being enabled just because of one chain of corruption in a piercing arrow right into the throats of the enemy team. And I think it's also going to be getting the MVP as well. Oh, never mind. Numel really deserves the MVP. Third of his MVP now being secured. Such a really good player here on KT.RY.
That's 20 KP. That's a lot of KP on this guy. And the amount of kills that they had during that game, 91% performance from this guy. Again, I think we still have an interview before we end the stream, everybody. But again, that was such a great showing also for Rare Atom. Honestly, that surprise factor could be used as a weapon. Game 1 surprised them with such great decision making and use that momentum to ride to game 2 and maybe get a 2-0. That could be a formula that they would need. But before we head into it, everybody, today's results, we do have a 0-2 on the board for a while ago during that game on Trace Esports. J-Team and EDG, a really close match, a match of the week. And now we know that J-Team is the better team against EDG. The last one, Roster Y struggled unexpectedly against Rare Atom.
J-Team maintaining their standing in the top 2 right now after an incredible victory, especially against EDG. And also KT.RY will be having another win against this is their 2nd win against a Chinese team. So that is good news for the APAC Conference. Of course, still the standings are going to be a little bit maintained, especially for Trace Esports actually climbing up after their win a while ago against Fennel. And now, as we do see EDG having to suffer a little bit, they will be going down towards the 7th spot as well. Still in line, or at least within the top 8. And I think that's something that they just need to maintain to reach the playoffs. Especially that J-Team, the other members here, or the other teams are having such a good time, including Kit Best Gaming. 10 games in a row, which is obnoxiously strong.
6-3. We're already halfway there for a lot of the APAC teams. And we do have a lot of games that we already got for Bolster Y especially. 6-3 is a big win. And also, coming too close is Naos Esports with a 2-4. Really far away, right? Yeah, really far away. But the top 4 of these teams, I really do expect that this could change anytime soon. for them whenever they're fighting against each other, especially APAC against APAC. It's gonna be the most important fights here, because that would determine on who's gonna be staying on this top 4.
Yeah, especially that Enigma Galaxy is going to be having a match tomorrow, right? They are going to be facing off against Woohoo Gaming. So that's something that we are going to be expecting. Another chance for an APAC team to challenge a really strong Chinese team. Woohoo Gaming going to be facing off against Enigma Galaxy. We also have Team Flash going up against OMG. A lot of expectations will be hopefully delivered here by our teams. We also have a Chinese team versus Chinese team. FPX going up against a Thunderdog.
Yeah, that was such a great performance. Now, I do hope to see the difference maker for a lot of the APAC teams. Right now, on the other teams, we're halfway there. It's been a month, everybody. It's been a month since we had started this tournament. And after the next month, it's going to be ending. This group stages is going to be ending. The conferences are going to be far away. It's going to be the playoffs after that. But again, it's been a month, and everybody has been excited on what has been happening. I think it has been our monthsary last week from the start of this. Yeah, it was our monthsary last week, everybody. But again, happy monthsary to everybody. It might be a bit too late, but yeah, still happy monthsary to everybody. But again, don't forget to always support this WRLA. It's always been fun. We still have the interview that we're waiting for. And honestly, at this point, teams that are at the bottom, all I can say is that it might be a bit too late, but it's still possible to at least scratch the surface on getting into top 8 or getting at least into top 4. But let's go to the interview first.
感谢两位解说老师，欢迎大家来到赛后采访，我是子琪。让我们恭喜首尔 KT.RY 战队拿下了本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到的是射手选手 Luna。那么第一个问题想问到她的是，在第一局的失利之后，他们做了哪些调整呢 ？Hi Luna, congrats on taking them down and thank you for joining me. The first question gonna be like, it's an impressive series for us, but in game 1, I think something happened there. So what kind of adjustment you have just applied after game 1 loss?
첫 번째 게임 끝난 후에 정신이 어떻게 준비하세요?
기분이요?
정리 어떻게 정리해요?
첫 번째 게임이 끝나고 좀 저희가 준비하지 못한 대로 경기가 나와서 좀 많이 그런 느낌을 받았었는데 그래도 저희가 할 수 있다고 생각을 하고 두세 번째 경기에도 똑같이 임한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, so in the first game we play village builder and do not focus winning of the game. So we know we just play the way we want. So we did make some mistakes. I really asked to see they won and
OK，
finish
OK， 那我们露娜选手说，在第一局的时候，他觉得可能是因为他们没有准备好，所以说是没有拿下第一局比赛的胜利。然后在第二局呢，他觉得他们可能对于对面的这个队伍更加了解，所以第二局他们就取得了胜利。然后第三局他们就更加有信心，然后最终取得了我们最终的这个很好的结果。那第二个你想问到他的是，为什么在后面的两局他没有再选择佐伊这个英雄？因为他最近还是比较喜欢使用这个英雄，反而选择了维鲁斯呢？ So quick talk about your draft. Why did you just pick Varus instead of Zoe in Game 2 and Game 3?
Game 2에서 저희 대신 바이러스 선택하거든요. 특별한 이유가 있나요?
원래 저희가 조이랑 바루스 이 두 픽을 좀 위주로 준비를 했었는데 조이를 첫 번째 판에 쓰고 나서 제가 느낀 좀 경험을 토대로 조이가 별로 안 좋다고 판단을 해서 바루스로 빠르게 뱀픽 수정을 했던 것 같습니다.
We witnessed in second game and next game we had a strong game fight with Varus fighting. We didn't have a strong response because another character on lanes. We snowball and lost the match.
OK，
那我们露娜选手说呢，其实他们之前准备的比较多的，一直都是针对于左一这个英雄，所以在第一局他还是使用了左一，但是在后面他可能觉得说，这个左一并不是非常适合现在去针对对面这个队伍，所以他们在后面就没有再继续使用这个英雄了。那最后一个问题想问到他的是，他们其实从开赛以来到现在就是有一个飞速的成长，进步了很多。想问一下，现在他怎么看待他们队伍的一个实力呢？So you guys have improved a lot, obviously. So how did you think how strong like you think your teams are in at this moment?
우리 팀은 지역에서 얼마나 강한다고 생각해요?
일단 저희 팀이 선수 한 명 한 명 전부 다 피지컬이 좋고 이제 내지컬도 좋은 선수들로만 이루어져 있어서 되게 좀 고점이 높은 팀이라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그에 따른 저희 팀의 이제 고점이 높아서 좀 이제 갈수록 좋은 경기를 보여드릴 수 있다고 생각을 해서 저희 팀이 좀 제일 잘하지 않나 생각을 합니다.
I think the team is number team and I'm satisfied with this team and we will try harder to win in the future.
OK， 那我们的露娜选手说到呢，他觉得他现在其实还是比较满意于现在的一个表现，但他们希望可以在未来有更多的进步，希望他们在之后呢能够成为一支更加强劲的一支队伍。OK，thank you for taking your time, thank you for the translating. That's all for the interview. 那感谢露娜选手接受我的采访，以上就是我们赛后采访的全部内容了。接下来我们把画面交回到解说席。
What did you get there? Honestly, all I can say is that they're confident. K..RY is confidence for themselves for this tournament overall, and that game for game 1 they lost because of indecisiveness. That's what I want to answer there.
Yeah.
With what they had a while ago. But what about you? What do you get? What did you got?
And I believe their answer as well on the draft why they picked up the Virus instead of the Zoes, because it makes more sense, right? In 4-team fighting, it has more tools to work around. Chain of Corruption does really good work in isolating play. And we saw Luna just performing at his peak condition in both games number 2 and 3. And even in game number 3, despite the playset of Morty, was able to always answer back. And that's just so good here for K..RY.
Yeah, that's what I want to see, especially for K..RY in the future, the confidence that they have. I wish we have more APAC interviews in the future, though, because that is something that we don't usually see, everybody. Most of the time, we always see K..RY having these interviews. I hope we do have a lot more in the future, especially for APAC versus APAC games. But again, everybody, that was just us for today. This Saturday, we had the match of the week. It was an exciting day. Thank you very much for staying with us throughout this whole day. It's been a long day, but we have been here for you the whole time, and thank you very much for staying right here. Again, we have been your casters. My name is Dash, and I was here with Gayong. See you guys tomorrow for more games at Sunday.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.